illegally in Indian cyberspace, for which now desperate Pakistan is trying to target Indian websites, and it is on the attack is on the Indian institution that belongs to Indian Army, the schools, their welfare, and also they are trying to breach the Air Force placement organizations. What is this? This is the absolutely a frustration that is coming on part, because Pakistan knows very well that the Indian agencies are going to strangulate their sources in the Kashmir Valley through the investigation, and the moles who are present in the system, they will be uncovered, because marathon exercise is going on ground as far as the investigation related to this Pahalgam Terror case is concerned. Many videos have surfaced on the social media. Many videos have been deposited by the people before the investigating agencies, and a lot of information is being collected by the NIA, because this was not a case in isolation. There were around 5,000 to 6,000 people who were present. So imagine, even if the out of 5,000 to 6,000 only 40% have filmed those videos, so it is a huge inputs that the investigation agencies have at present.
Right, thanks so much, Zina, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. So yes, Pakistan's dirty tactics are it's at it again. Once again, we see that the army website have been targeted, and Indian Army has in fact issued a response saying that the intelligence assessments have confirmed. I'm just reading out what the Indian Army has told. What Indian Army is saying, that these are attempts that once again expose Pakistan and its deeds, and this has been an unsuccessful attempt once again. The attempts of Pakistan have been thwarted. These frustrated attempts highlight both the adversary's intent and at the same time the limitations of the adversary. The Indian Army, it says, remains resolute in defending its digital space, continuing to upgrade its cyber posture, safeguarding the welfare of soldiers and of course their families as well. So this is an attempted breach of the Army Welfare Housing Organization database, likewise detected, while a concurrent effort was made to compromise the Indian Air Force Placement Organization as well. And we have some more updates, back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers. So this is complete frustration on part of Pakistan. It is rattled, it's scrambling to what to do, how to show its own people that it's doing something, and continuing to provoke India as well. Now, Army Welfare Housing website targeted. Pakistan's digital warfare is quite visible. The cyber strikes is what Pakistanis chose to, the coward Pakistanis choose to do instead of fighting it out in the real battlefield. And this is the big update we have with us. Gursimran also joins us on the broadcast. For more, Gursimran, well, clearly there's a peak frustration on part and peak desperation on part of Pakistan. It's not the first time we saw that happen right after the Pahalgam attack, recently on the Army Nursing College website as well, and now not even the Air Force, the Air Force Placement Organization portal was spared, and Army Welfare Housing Organization. If you see those pictures that we are playing out, they also say that now we know where your houses are. They are also attacking the families.
See, when it comes to the database is secure, but yes, the desperate attempts are being made by the Pakistani side, because they know that on the ground war, on the field war, they stand nowhere to the might of the Indian Army. That's very clear. If you go by the details, if you go by the fact of data comparison, if you go by the comparison of the boots on ground, Indian Army is actually manifold to the Pakistani Army. So that already makes it very clear that it will be the might of the Indian Army that will prevail for sure. But now, coming to what the Pakistan has resorted to, it's just that internet warfare that they are resorting to, that we are attempting to hack this website or that website. But the reality remains that the database of the Indian Army is secure in a manner that no one can have access to it. So the Pakistani claims that they are actually making that they have the access to the important data. That is far from the reality, because that is secure enough. Now, coming to the ground situation, the Pakistan is frustrated. That is the reality, because you see the statements statements of the Pakistan that are coming, that we will have the nuclear with us, we will be fighting the war, we are all prepared for the war. It comes at a time when actually the Indian leadership has not even spoken once of the war with the Pakistan. What India has said is very clear, that we will punish the terrorists, we will punish the perpetrators of the Pahalgam terror attack, and it is the Pakistan, because it is them. They are assuming that we will be launched an attack by the Indian army, by the Indian side. So they have self-admitted this, that they are the perpetrators, they are the backers, they are the supporters and the handlers of the Pahalgam terror attack. So it is that clear, but it is a provocation of provocation of Pakistan to the Indian side. They want to provoke Indian side, but India has responded in a calibrated manner to every provocation by the Pakistan side at their place of their own choice, at their own timing, not at someone's provocation, Rakshita.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, we have more updates coming in connection with this development, viewers. Now, the Indian Army has said that there's no cloud. In fact, we are being told that no operational or classified networks have been compromised. That's the big update we have. All 4 sites were promptly isolated. All 4 websites were promptly isolated, and restorative action was undertaken. And no operational or classified networks were affected at any stage. So the security has been maintained. This is the update we have right now, and we'll just in a short while from now show you. We'll show it, we'll expose Pakistan and how they have targeted websites of APS Ranikhet and Srinagar, that is the Army Public School. APS Srinagar faced, in fact, a distributed denial of service assault as well. And an attempted breach on the of the Army Welfare Housing Organization database was also likewise detected. And there was a concurrent effort made to compromise the Indian Air Force Placement Organization portal. So these websites were promptly isolated. Restorative action was undertaken, and no operational or classified networks were affected at any stage. So these attempts have been thwarted, and the army is resolute in defending the digital space and upgrading its cyber posture, safeguarding the welfare of the Indian Army, of the soldiers and the families, very importantly, because we're going to show you, viewers, how it is written. You can see on air the site hacked, the text with the Pakistani flag. You can see APS Ranikhet, site hacked, and then you have another photograph which shows visuals of the same. The multiple slides that we are showing you right now, viewers, that prove Pakistan's provocation. In fact, Shravan Sen, senior editor, joins us live on the broadcast from the studios. Shravan, well, this is of course frustrated Pakistan once again resorting to this cyber attacking, and these attempts have been failed. They have been thwarted. Just show us the slides, show us those visuals that expose Pakistan.
Well, in fact, 4 Indian websites have been targeted by a Pakistani hacker. In fact, I'm going to just take you through the 4 slides. It turns out that the internal cyber warfare that has been carried out, there has been a specific instruction that has been given by the Pakistan's ISPR to carry out a cyber warfare. This at a time when they have realized that they have completely failed on the other aspects. They have now resorted to this. Let me quickly take you through each of these websites. Each of these websites, what they have essentially done is targeted Indian educational websites. In fact, the Army Public School in Srinagar as well as Ranikhet, both were basically targeted. This, if we can just perhaps come a little closer, I'm going to take our viewers through each of these slides. The attempt that has been made by a hacker, a Pakistani hacker named IOK Hacker. Now, it turns out from the investigation that has been carried out by our security agencies, they have been able to trace the origin of the hacking to Pakistan. On your screens right now, we are going to take you through each of these slides that we have, which was the attempt that was made here. The first one, you have the Army Public School. This is in Srinagar, where the website that they tried to hack, it turns out that this was restored immediately. Then you have, this is the Army Public School in Rani. This is the Indian Air Force's placement cell that was also targeted by the Pakistani hackers. Then finally, you have the Army Welfare Association organization that has also been targeted by the Pakistani army. Now, the Pakistani hackers, what they've essentially done, Rakshita, is that over the last 24 to 48 hours, there has been a continuous attempt to target every possible website linked to the armed forces. And it turns out that they have failed miserably. Now, let me just reveal the name of the hacker, the details that we have just got from top sources with regards to what really happened, who's the hacker. The name of the hacker, IOK hacker, Internet of Khilafa. It's the group that has sought to deface pages, disrupt online services, harvest personal information. All of it has essentially been done. What we are basically trying to do right now, take you through each of the details of the 4 slides that have basically come in. Now, within the army also, remember, not just the 4 sites. It turns out after the Pahalgam attack, there have been about a dozen websites that have essentially been targeted. 4, they were basically able to deface the front page. The first page of the website was basically defaced by the hacker, but that itself was restored within the next couple of minutes itself. We'll go once again full frame with the slides of those very websites that have been targeted, Rakshita.
Absolutely, Shravan. Clearly, you can see the way that the text that is written, of course, it screams Pakistan all across. And as you were mentioning that there have been multiple attempts. The recent one was also the Army Nursing College. That was, its website was also recently, just a day ago, was targeted. And now there you can see the cowardice of Pakistan, the frustration of Pakistan. And the cowardice is such that instead of choosing the battlefield, they show that they know the location of the families. They know their house numbers, their housing society, and where the families are living. It's written very clearly, and this clearly shows what Pakistan army thinks like and in what sort of a warfare it believes, apart from waging terror, of course.
Well, in fact, let me just take you through some more additional details now coming in from the security establishment. In fact, as I've been pointing out, there are about a dozen websites that have been targeted. Now, who are these hackers? The origin of these hackers. We're being told that these are hackers which have largely been or loosely employed by the Pakistan ISPR. In fact, Pakistan's ISPR has largely gone into this digital cyber warfare starting post the Pahalgam attack. Remember, they are the ones who have basically employed this entire narrative of false flag operation. False flag operation is what Pakistan has essentially been indicating as far as the Pahalgam attack is concerned. Now, there is a link, there is a pattern that is basically emerging. Now, each of these websites, each of these hackers, each of these influencers in Pakistan are those who have been connected closely with the ISPR. Remember, they are the ones who are basically given an agenda. The agenda is to propagate the Pakistan army and the Pakistan ISI's entire agenda. The first agenda that was basically given to them is to basically propagate the false flag operation. Second is to basically target the Indian army and the armed forces in totality. The third agenda that has also been given is to basically collect information from multiple public sources, and these were basically to gather information to target the army, the movement too. Let's just take you through some more details now coming in. Rakshita, if you can just take our viewers through the details now coming in from the security establishment, because importantly, the ISI has also been seeking information from each of these villages close to the LOC, and they're seeking more information about the army movement.
Well, absolutely, Shravan, because this is what Pakistan can do at its best. As you can see that it's all ISI orchestrated, ISPR orchestrated, and that's why even the government of India has banned those Pakistani journalists who are affiliated to the ISPR and the ISI, all for their false propaganda, what they do, and the misleading content they issue. And right now, we are, of course, focusing on what has happened with the army websites, and the attempts have been clearly being thwarted. We are, in fact, getting to know that there is another attempt that has failed. This is about the Army Public School of Jammu, viewers. We will just we'll get you more details on that. My colleague Gursimran Singh will be joining us shortly, because this has gone beyond Srinagar and Rani Khet and the Indian Air Force websites. Shravan, this is cyber attack by Pakistanis who of course are only resorting to unprovoked firing, and then revealing their own army movements, their only convoy movements, and now this is a complete cowardly attack. At the same time, we have the update from Gursimran about the APS Jammu Cant, Army Public School in Jammu Cant. The website has also been hacked. A failed attempt, however. It was a failed attempt to hack it. Let me just correct that. It was a failed attempt to hack the APS Jammu website, and that's what we are breaking right now. The update we have. Yes, sir. So, yes, viewers, I think I'm back. My audio is back. So the data is secure. Data is secure, viewers. That's what we are getting to know. That about the Army Public School Jammu website was also attempted, and the hackers have now been their attempts have been thwarted by the army. And what we know is that data is secure, and website has been taken off net for now. So this is the update, because if you open that, it will be not found. What you see is it's not found, and there will be error 404. So yes, this is the update we have right now, and these are source-based information that we are getting in right now. Shravan is back with us. Shravan, it's not just the Army Public School Srinagar Rani Khet, but also now Army Public School in Jammu, and this is a failed attempt once again.
Well, in fact, this information has just come in from Gursimran, who perhaps would be in a better position to elaborate to our viewers that the 4 websites that we have been talking about, Rakshita, the information that has just come in from the national capital. In fact, the additional details that I have till the time we can get it, Gursimran, is that from the time the Pahalgam attack has taken place, they have basically been given the agenda that anything that is connected to the defense forces, particularly one, the websites, secondly, information about our veterans too, has largely been taken through the dark web. So that has been the target. What they have essentially done is that those educational institutions, those secondary, tertiary websites linked to the defense forces have also been targeted. If we can also go across to Gursimran getting us the latest details, that apart from these 4 websites that has been targeted in the last few hours, Gursimran has just got us an additional detail that another website was targeted. In fact, it has just been restored. What more details are you getting in, Gursimran? What's the website, and have they been able to take care of it, restore the website?
Shravan, it was a failed attempt because there was unusual flow of traffic that was noticed by the web administrator. That is what we are picking up, that the flow of the traffic was manifold than usually it used to be. So when it was noticed that it is a threat that is being posed to the website security, it was taken off here. It was taken off net by the administrator, the web administrator, and this attack has been averted. That is what we are picking up from the sources in the APS Jammu. That is, their website was attempted to be hacked, but it was an unsuccessful attempt, and now the website has been taken off. But one thing is very sure, that they are confirming that the data is safe. Data has not been compromised because the attempt was made, but due to the high flow of the traffic that was flowing towards the website, it was taken off here before it could the traffic could actually breach the firewall and can actually impact the data. So data is secure. That is what we are picking up. It is just been 5 to 7 minutes that we have got this information. Further details are awaited, but the attempt was made today only. That is what we also can confirm. But the attempt stands foiled for now. It was an unsuccessful attempt due to web administrator. Since the web administrator was live, he thwarted the attempt that the traffic was flowing in, and when the website was taken off net, then there lies no possibility that it could breach into the system, Shravan.
Well, in fact, that's the latest now coming in. The big news only on Republic TV as we're getting due details of 4 Indian websites that have been targeted by the Pakistanis. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the full picture. The full picture that has essentially emerged since the Pahalgam attack has taken place, because India has made it abundantly clear that we will hit back and we will hit back hard. The Prime Minister saying that we will hunt you down. Now, what has immediately happened thereafter is this, ladies and gentlemen. Starting from the day the Pahalgam attack actually took place, Pakistan has basically resorted to what is largely known as speculative firing. What does this mean? Speculative firing essentially means that indiscriminate firing that takes place along the line of control. Interestingly, it started with just the Kashmir zone, that is the 15-core zone, where on the first night itself the attack took place. Thereafter, it started increasing, targeting the Jammu division, and finally, late last night, we are being told that the speculative firing took place across the line of control. And which are the areas that have been targeted? Let me just quickly take you through as the speculative firing increases along the line of control. Now, these are the areas where we are being told that the speculative firing has actually increased in the last 24 hours. I'll also explain to you, viewers, what does the speculative firing mean and what is it that the Pakistanis are basically targeting at. Let's just quickly take you through the areas. Baramulla, Kupwara, Poonch, Akhnur district. Now, Akhnur, again, it's a larger area. It's closer to the line of control where we've been told that the speculative firing has taken place. Tutmari Gully is the other places. Now, all of it, remember that when they have all been retaliated because they were targeting the Indian posts. Ceasefire violation, that is in Jammu and Kashmir division, that happened on the second night itself, and thereafter it started spreading to the other areas. April 26 to 29, firing on 3 consecutive nights. It's actually now increased. It's got entered the 5th day. This is the 5th day where the ceasefire violations are actually going on. Now, let me also tell you why this is actually happening. The ceasefire violations essentially happening because they're trying to preempt that whether at all India is going to retaliate. What is going to be India's move? Now, what has happened in Pakistan? In the last few hours itself, there have been a lot of movement within the Pakistani army, starting with several of the divisions actually moving. These divisions, Pakistani army divisions, moving towards the line of control. In fact, we've also accessed those very videos. These are videos, ladies and gentlemen, mind you, are videos that have been put by the Pakistani soldiers themselves. They have put out a movement of their own artillery moving towards the line of control. And they have also essentially made certain changes as far as the Pakistani Rangers deployment is concerned, bolstering their position by perhaps putting the Pakistani Rangers there. That too is now out in the public domain. The Pakistanis, in fact, have made multiple attempts. All of them have failed miserably. In fact, you have had the Pakistani Navy carrying out an exercise off the Karachi coast. You have the Pakistani Air Force carrying out 2 exercises. We're going to put out the details of the 2 exercises that the Pakistanis are carrying out. Now, this was supposed to start from yesterday. Pakistani Air Force Chief is also supposed to participate in the exercise. And then, of course, you have the army. Now, on your screens, these are the latest visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV. And this is the movement of the Pakistani Artillery Division. Now, what you're looking at is the movement towards the forward bases. This is what the Pakistanis are essentially up to right now, because they believe that within the next 72 hours, something big is coming their way. Big, which essentially means that India is going to retaliate. And so, as the Pakistan Defense Minister says, that an attack is imminent. That is the reason why they're making all these videos, reels that are now being made by the Pakistani soldiers about their movement towards the LOC. Let me also go across to my colleague Rakshita as well as Gursubran, and we'll try and see if we can also go across to Arawat in a short while from now. But I'm told that there are latest visuals now coming in from Jammu, and these visuals are of a protest that is taking place in Jammu right now. There's a growing anger right now among the public, demanding that there should be a befitting reply to the Pakistanis. Let me just quickly take you through the details on your screens right now. The visuals coming in from Jammu and the protest that has been carried out by the All India Hindu Mahasabha. Let me also go across to Gursibran. Gursibran, we have seen at multiple locations protests are taking place.
Yes, Shravan, the protests are taking place, and this time it's all all India Hindu Mahasabha, the sense of which are staging the protest on the roads of Jammu. They are demanding that Pakistan be given a stringent action be taken against Pakistan, and it be given a befitting reply for sponsoring terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and especially for the Pahalgam Terror Attack, where the Hindus were brutally killed after the Kalma test. This is, they say, that not acceptable, and now is the time that the government of India should come forward and tell the Pakistan that where it actually needs to be, that Pakistan should be sent a clear-cut message by the government of India that this kind of a terror attacks will not be tolerated. They say that 2016 and 2019 have taught Pakistan a lesson, but this time it is way more than that is needed to completely decimate the Pakistan and the terror camps, because this time, every time we have seen that the post-attacks, there grows a demand of decimating the terror infrastructure in the Pakistan, but this time the people have also understood that it is not the terror infrastructure that is truly responsible, but the state behind the terror camps that is responsible for the bloodshed of the people in India that has taken place, and also these 26 killings of the innocent civilians in Pahalgam that has somewhat sent a message that all people have united, the country stands united against Pakistan, because Pakistan has been targeting, be it the soldiers on the borders, soldiers in the hinterland, and now the innocent civilians that started from the Dhangri in Rajouri, then we saw in the Riyasi Shiv Khodi pilgrims were targeted, and now Pahalgam, where the civilians were targeted by the Pakistani terrorists after their Kalma test was performed. So now the demand is growing, the chorus is growing that the Pakistan needs to be given a befitting reply, and we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero on the line of control right after this short break on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है, और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए। पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30 और मिग 21 ये दोनों जहाज पे थे, तो अब शुरू हुआ असली अटैक।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे मिग 21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shravan Sen. Starting this edition with some big breaking news now coming in. Pakistan desperately now trying to target Indian websites, indulging in a cyber warfare. Tonight, we're going to take you through all the latest details coming in, how India has responded. All this and much more. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Desperate, rattled, Pakistan attacks Indian cyberspace, websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet, Army public school hacked. Tourist from Kerala makes a stunning claim during NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack site days before the attack.
पूछताछ के लिए पूछताछ क्या ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं? नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते। इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया? वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after the video of a tourist who filmed the attack video surfaced, NIA now summons the zipline operators seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan, protests outside Pakistan embassy in काठमांडू।
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है, चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. Getting in some breaking news right now. Home Secretary is chairing a meeting with senior officers at the North Block to discuss preparedness and security scenario. In fact, a short while back, you've had the Home Secretary calling in the Border Security Force DG for a meeting. In fact, this comes in the backdrop of a BSF Jawan who has been in the custody of the Pakistani Rangers. This after he inadvertently crossed over to the Pakistani side. Let me also go across to my colleague Soumya, who's joining us from outside the Ministry of Home Affairs. In fact, Soumya, just to walk us through the details of the number of meetings that have actually taken place in the last few hours. I'm given to understand the BSF DG was also at the South Block.
Yes, well, this particular meeting was chaired by Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, and multiple senior officials were in attendance, right from BSF DG Daljit Chaudhary to DG NSG Brigu Srinivasan, along with ADG of SSB and senior officials of Assam Rifles. Now, this meeting, as per sources, was convened in the backdrop of It was called in the backdrop of the Pahalgam Terror Attack, and with that also with regards to the BSF DG who had crossed the border there from the Firozpur area. So these are the developments that have been happening here at the North Block. This meeting lasted for more than 40 minutes. Now we are being told that issues regarding to the preparedness of the security were also discussed during this meeting. meeting. Now, multiple such meetings have been taking place in last few days, not just at the MHA, but at various other crucial vantage point, be it Prime Minister's official residence or be it at Raksha Mantri's residence, where day before yesterday we saw the CDS meeting the Raksha Mantri, and then yesterday Raksha Mantri meeting the Prime Minister. So back-to-back meetings have been taking place, and all of this is happening right before the CCS meeting that is set to take place, the second CCS meeting that is set to take place tomorrow under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Modi. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Soumya, for getting us the latest details from the Ministry of Home Affairs as the meeting is now basically underway. Shift of focus now to the other big story coming in right now, as the deportation process basically is underway. In fact, each of the states who are now following the guidelines of the Union Home Ministry to send back Pakistani nationals. The latest now coming in with regards to the Jammu and Kashmir administration taking the decision of deporting Pakistani nationals. In fact, 60 Pakistani women have now been deported, asked to leave immediately. Let me also go across to Zeenat, Arawat, or for that matter Gursimran. All of them are going to join us in a short while from now. But first, let me go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the breaking news right now with the Jammu and Kashmir administration taking the decision. Gursimran, could you just take us through the details that you're getting in? How many have been asked to leave so far, starting from the day when the Union Home Ministry had sent a directive to all state administration that they need to immediately identify Pakistani nationals and send them out?
Srishavan, the information that was with the Jammu and Kashmir government was of the 60 citizens from the Pakistan that are living here. Some of them have been living here for a longer period of time, that is more than 3 decades time, but they have not been granted the citizenship by the Indian side due to many reasons. And now those after the decision by the Ministry of External Affairs, they have been asked to leave the India. Today, the process is underway. Many of them have got the eviction notice yesterday by the Deputy Commissioner. We are told that in the Jammu, the number is somewhere close to 34. The total number is 60 as per the information that is flowing in. Now, apart from this, they are being taken. Some of the families from the Kathua have also been taken to the Atari-Wagah border that they be sent back to Pakistan after the decision of the government. Some of those who have been living on the valid long-term visa, they have not been touched for now by the administration because that was the exemption that has been given by the Ministry of External Affairs. So this is what from Jammu and Kashmir, but we are told that apart from these 60, there are some of the cases that are disputed cases. Reason being that the Jammu and Kashmir government has sought the response from the Ministry of External Affairs with regards to some of the cases, like those who have applied for the those who are on the long-term visa have applied for the Indian citizenship, and their process is underway. For that, the J&K government is waiting the response from the MEA. But apart from that, all those who are falling in the category of the SARC visa, short-term visa, or the long-term visa, except the Hindu families, they have been asked to return, and the process of deportation is underway. Today morning, many of them have left from Jammu by respective police stations. They were taken to the SSP office and then were sent to the Atari-Wagah border. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. Shifting focus now to another breaking news now coming in. Republic TV has now accessed another video. This, in fact, is of 22nd of April when the attack actually took place. This has also been shot by another tourist. We'll quickly take you through the latest visuals coming in. This is a tourist from Kerala, Nihal from Kerala, who shot a video from the zip line from Pahalgam, tracking his relative moving down the meadow. The camera basically caught the actor of shooting by the terrorist. In fact, Nihal, a native of Kerala, was in Srinagar with his family. In fact, this, what you see, is yet another video of the attack that has taken place. Remember, last evening we had also taken you through another visual coming in when you've had one of the tourists from Gujarat, in fact, was also at the zipline services, was using the zipline services. Now, the moment he came down, the firing actually began, but he was caught completely off guard because, remember, he did not understand that the terrorist had actually opened fire. Here too, this is on the 22nd of April. We'll just see if we can also play out the full video right now, and perhaps the gunshots that can actually be heard, we'll play that out.
हिसाब किताब थोमुत शॉप्स क्या छ करमत औकाफ
ओ खत्म कर कभी दोए यार ओ इसी उठा के ना छोटी है
Well, in fact, exactly 3 gunshots can be heard in those 20 seconds when you've had one of the tourists. He is from Kerala, Nihal. He's been identified as Nihal from Kerala, who's shooting this while his relative was using the services and he was on his way down. In fact, the National Investigation Agency has also called in all the zipline operators for further questioning. Let me also go across to Zeenat, getting us the latest details. Zeenat, this morning we heard that the National Investigation Agency had called the zipline operators. Now there is another visual that has been accessed. This is a 20-second or little over 20-second video that was shot by one of the tourists themselves from Kerala. We'll try and see if we can also go across to Ashwin, because I'm given to understand Ashwin has just spoken to the tourist who has shot this video, and he's got us that video. What more details do you have in terms of the questioning that is underway at the Pahalgam office of the National Investigation Agency?
See, right now, most of the teams of the investigating agencies from NIA, from CID, from the other IB and all other intelligence agencies are at the present camping at Pahalgam police station, because this is one of the nearest spot, and the FIR is also registered in the same police station as far as this Baisaran case of 22nd April is concerned. They have been calling the poniwalas, these zipline operators whose video has now surfaced, though this questioning had taken place yesterday evening only when the zipline operator was called in, because the video that surfaced on the social media was also, in that video this zipline operator was seen clearly. He was questioned by the NIA. He has given his version, and as far as this Allahu Akbar chanting, Allahu Akbar, it is more like whenever there is any kind of storm, Muslims do say Allahu Akbar, which means that God is great. This is the version that he has deposited before the NIA court, and also he has deposited his mobile phone and whatever he has, and the tourists had filmed, that is lying with the NIA and present. Apart from this, there were around 6,000 tourists who were present. Even if the 40% of the tourists have submitted the digital proofs, which has enough evidence for the investigating agencies to investigate these crime scenes from the multiple angles, because most of the people who were present there were capturing, particularly those who were on the heights, not in the Baisaran bowl. They have captured this incident in their mobile phones. They have filmed it, and those films are lying with the NIA for the they are checking if their video is not perpetrated, and the authenticity of the video is also being checked. Meanwhile, those who have visited this police station in the last 5 to 6 days rather now, and they have been giving their version and also whatever the proofs they have, and those proofs are being rechecked with the investigating agencies, with the local sources and also the local grounds workers of the police and all. They are cross-checking their version as well. That is why we are seeing now then that Indian Army has maintained that there is an operation going on in an undisclosed location. Let's see what the version or the statement will come from the Indian Army. If at all those terrorists who carried this attack have been trapped and Indian Army is not disclosing the location, then definitely if they neutralize, it will be a big surprise. It will surprise the entire world if the terrorists are neutralized, as Indian Army maintaining that they are carrying an operation in an undisclosed location.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. Can we just once again play that first video that have been accessed? We've now got at least 4 videos of the zipline operator. In fact, every time that we've essentially seen one of them going down, there's a gunshot that can be heard. So let's first play out the video that we've just now accessed. Now, this video, you can actually hear at least 3 gunshots. We want to also take you through the video that was shot by Rushu Bhatt. We'll also, there you can clearly see that's a longer video where you can actually see the terrorists actually coming outside from the dense forest and then immediately opening fire. Take a look. Well, now let's take you to the second video that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which you can further hear the gunshots as one of the tourists takes the zipline services, and as he travels down, you can actually hear the number of gunshots actually increasing. Let's take a look at the second video that has been accessed. Let me also go across to my colleague Rakshita, who's joining us from Srinagar. Rakshita, in terms of the multiple operations that are underway, as I understand, the National Investigation Team, headed by it's a 6-member team headed by an SP rank officer. They're largely looking at, if we just go back to the screens once again, the images that have been accessed, they're basically looking at the entry and the exit point. They've been able to film the entire trekking route. They believe that they've actually been able to narrow down the route that was taken by the terrorists. Are there any details that you're picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far?
Well, yes, as you were pointing out that at least 6 officials of the NIA have taken over this investigation. And yes, there has been a videography that has been done as far as those exit routes of the terrorists are concerned, because this was a trek deep into the forest conducted by the NIA to understand and track the exit route. In fact, they also conducted a recce many times. That's what we know. So how did they conduct a recce, and how did they come and go back? And, in such time, because there are so many people who have been killed. There are at least 26 people from India, and of course the 27th was the innocent life that have been lost. There was firing all across. And how did they just leave? How did they just leave and go missing? That is, of course, something that is a matter of investigation. Apart from that, the eyewitnesses, of course, and that also includes the zipliners, as we just showed one video. You just pointed out that there are at least 4 such videos of ziplining tourists. So those videos as well, the ghoda walas that is the poniwalas, the shopkeepers around, because the tourist spots, there are restaurants, there are small shops as well that have been opened. All of them were today at the NIA office, and that it also includes the man who was seen in yesterday's, the one we in fact spoke to, the tourist we spoke to, who was ziplining, and one of the those ziplining operators were then also questioned today at the NIA office, and we also have spoken to them and asking them what was your role, what did you see around. So yes, all the eyewitnesses, that includes the operators over there, have been questioned by the NIA, and the raids that are underway, of course, that is underway for the past few days in Srinagar, in other areas. In fact, in Srinagar, as many as 63 to 64 locations already have been raided. So the entire terror network has been dismantled, from the OGWs to all those who are operating from Pakistan and have their own properties here and are operating and have recruited people to in fact carry out these terror activities in the valley. They're all being cracked down upon. Everybody is under less as far as those who are suspected to be associated with the terror activities in Kashmir. Yes.
Well, in fact, on this video that we have is of 22nd of April, the day when the attack took place. Now, let's tell our viewers that there is another video. This has been shot by a tourist from Kerala. In fact, this was shot on 18th of April. He was videographing his daughter. It turns out that when the Jammu and Kashmir police released the sketches of the terrorists, he basically was able to identify at least 2 of the terrorists. And he believes that 2 of these terrorists had actually crossed over when he was filming his daughter. In fact, if you closely take a look at this very video, this is roughly about a few kilometers away from the very site where the terrorists actually opened fire. According to this very tourist, 2 of these terrorists just crossed over, and he believes that these are the 2 terrorists who matches with the sketches that have been released by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, the breaking news coming in is this, that this tourist was actually called by the National Investigation Agency to their Mumbai office. In fact, we are given to understand that he has now submitted a copy of this particular video that has been put on our screens right now. This video has been handed over to the National Investigation Agency, and they are basically looking at this possible angle, that whether at all this area was actually recce just about a few days ago. And was it to basically see whether at all there are any security personnel present there, because it turns out from the investigation that has been carried out so far, there wasn't any police personnel, no security checkpoints that was put. This despite the information that the administration, the Jammu and Kashmir administration had, that roughly about 5,000 to 6,000 tourists would be going to this particular area, and there isn't any proper security deployment in the area to begin with. So on your screens right now, 2 sets of images. One, part of the conspiracy. Second, what really happened on the 22nd of April, because now this is a new video that has been surfaced, and that clearly shows the moment when the attack began. Let me also go across to Arawat, who's joining us from Uri, as multiple operations are basically underway. Arawat, just walk us through the details that you're picking up in terms of the anti-terror operations that are basically underway. We are being told that this is spread across Kashmir. We're not putting out any further details, specific locations. We're not doing that, but just give us a sense of the overall investigation that has been carried out in terms of the anti-terror operations.
Yes, absolutely, Shawar. We have seen the anti-terror operations on not only in the Pahalgam but across the Kashmir. We have seen that there are dozens of anti-terror operations which are underway. Also, the individuals who are affiliated with any anti-national activity, or the persons who were affiliated or involved in the terror activities in the Kashmir Valley, we have seen they are being called by the Jammu and Kashmir police to various locations across the Kashmir region. Particularly if we talk about North Kashmir's Baramulla, we have seen that the dozens of youth were were called to police station for the questioning related to the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that 26 civilians lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. At the same time, we have seen in the central Kashmir, Srinagar, 123 locations were raided so far till now in the central Kashmir, Srinagar, related to this deadly terror attack. And if we'll talk about the overall situation in the South Kashmir, in the Pulwama, we have seen the same kind of mega anti-terror operations are also taking place in the Pulwama and Pulwama, and it indicates the alertness of the forces, that how the forces are alert, and we have seen from the line of control areas to other cities and towns that the forces are alert, and Republic will get you all the details from across the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे।
It's 4:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavinson. Let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Desperate rattled Pakistan attacks Indian cyberspace websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet Army Public School targeted. Tourist from Kerala makes stunning claims during NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack site days before the attack.
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए? पूछताछ क्या ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after video of the tourists who filmed the attack, The video now surfaces. NIA summons the zipline operator seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan. Protest outside Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks the government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. After Nawaz Sharif, who advised his brother Shehbaz Sharif to dial down the tensions and perhaps resort to diplomacy, now you've had their ally. Pakistan's People's Party chief, PPP chief and former foreign minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has said that he personally is not in favor of Pakistan violating other bilateral or international agreements with India, including the Simla agreement. But if India continues to move forward in this regard, then Pakistan may also have to consider maintaining bilateral agreements. Now, in fact, this comes at a time when they have already violated the Shimla agreement. A political editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, is basically joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, they've already broken the Shimla agreement, and now you have Bilawal basically going back and indicating that dial down the tension.
Well, it's a scared Bilawal Bhutto. It's a complete U-turn. They have basically understood that after all that bravado on the social media, whether it was Ornab's debate last night, Pakistanis are fighting within themselves because they understand that they are in no condition, and I repeat, they are in no condition at all to fight a war with India and their leaders, each and every one. Bilawal is just the first. We are going to see a series of leaders taking a U-turn and understanding that if really a war breaks out, Pakistan is going to lose everything. And when I say everything, we mean everything, Shavan. Pakistanis, and it is just not about one leader. Pakistani people, the common people, are against their own army now after the corruption charges leveled on Asif Munir coming out. As you were just mentioning, after Nawaz Sharif telling her younger brother Shahbaz, who is actually the Prime Minister of Pakistan, that Pakistan is in no condition, and then what is the condition of the Pakistani army, that they don't even have petrol or even basic artillery supply for even 3 days. So in such a scenario where India is ready for 6 months, Pakistan is just not ready even for 3 working days. And basically under this circumstance, Bilawal Bhutto is spilling the beans, showing that how inexperienced he really is, but that in his inexperience he has spilled out the exact truth, which we've been saying, that Pakistan is not ready, and now the Pakistani leaders themselves are coming out and saying that they do not want a war. They want a solution. And it was started by Nawaz Sharif because he understands, because he's the real brains behind the Pakistani government, and he's in London. So he's talking to his European counterparts and also to the American backdoor diplomacy is working out. So, yeah.
Aishwarya, just a quick update we are getting in. In fact, there was an emergency meeting that took place in Pakistan because they are now worried that if they basically continue in the manner they are, they're going to basically attract a stronger retaliation from India. And that is the reason why suddenly you see it is Shehbaz's ally, Bilawal, now making this call to Shehbaz Sharif and indicating that, look here, we should not violate any of the agreements.
Well, Savan, retaliation will be there, and it will be unequivocal and fierce. Let there be no doubt about it. It's just a scared Pakistani administration which is now spilling the beans. As we just mentioned, it is just Bilawal Bhutto is just one of the first of many other leaders who are going to come out and then spill the reality, which Bilawal has just said, that Pakistan is not ready. Under any circumstance, Pakistan cannot, whether it was 71 or it's 2025, Pakistan is not ready. Pakistan cannot fight a war with India. it is just a social media campaign which their leaders and their army have been running. Because Pakistani army, Shaman, you understand that better, does everything what a professional army should not do. They are into business, they are into property dealing, they are into everything but not fighting wars. And that's the exact thing which Asif Munir has basically taken to a different level as far as corruption is concerned. And hence, in the present scenario, after Nawaz Sharif getting out those details, because if you see an 80 crore money laundering case against the Pakistani army chief, he is into property building. So when all of these details come out about the Pakistani army, the Pakistani understand that the bravado is only going to destroy
Pakistan further. Back to you.
Well, in fact, we're just getting at some more details right now of multiple meetings that have actually taken place. This is with the Security Council of the Pakistani Assembly being actually called in for a further meeting that's taking place. We'll try and get you more details in a short while from now. But also coming in an instruction from the Pakistani Armed Forces also. Aishwarya, you've had the Pakistani Army as well as Pakistan Navy and Pakistan Air Force all coming together saying that, okay, let's just be in a heightened security situation right now because we do not know what's going to come in the next, what they are saying, in the next 72 hours. That's what the Pakistanis are saying.
Well, it's a perception. They actually understand, Shavan, that yes, India is going to retaliate because the way they've done this time is that sending their own army officers. And what we are being told, we are aware of the terror camps. We are aware that they are sponsoring, they are harboring, they are creating terror and then trying to unleash it over India. But India is not going to allow that. But as far as their preparedness is concerned, it was open that as soon as India moved INS Vikrant into the Arabian Sea from their Karachi port, the complete deployment was moved away. So it's a scared Pakistani establishment, it's a scared Pakistani Navy, and as we were just saying, as and more details about corruption of the Pakistani Army Chief Asif Munir comes out, we will see more and more division within the Pakistani establishment, army, ISI. The people are already suffering for last several decades now. They don't have drinkable water, they don't have adequate amount of food. Forget about petrol, forget about artillery shells, forget about the basic requirement which is needed by any professional army to fight a war for at least 7 days, Shavan. So it's very, very difficult as far as Pakistan is concerned, and the Pakistani establishment is now aware. That is why we are saying that this preparedness, these messages, these social media videos, all of this is okay as far as you are fighting a propaganda war on social media. But India is not preparing for a propaganda war. India is preparing for a proper retaliation. And that is what is scaring the hell out of the Pakistani establishment, including that of the ISI and the Pakistani army. Back to you, Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for getting us the latest details. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the real face of the Mufti Abdullah gang is out. She has now basically advocated that the manner in which houses of active terrorists have been demolished by the security forces should not have happened. A cryptic message of backing these terrorists comes out in a statement where she says that I request the government to not demolish houses of innocents while dealing with militants. Now she addresses them as militants and not as terrorists, number one. Number two, you have had this terror sympathizer in the form of Mehbooba Mufti saying that the house of these terrorists should not have been touched upon. In fact, she has already given them a clean chit, where you have the Jammu Kashmir police as well as the army basically indicating that these are residents of active Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists who are based out of Pakistan, but their houses are still in Kashmir. They have essentially been destroyed, but she says that they shouldn't have been destroyed. Take a look at what Mehbooba Mufti is saying.
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं, तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो उन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया और हम समझते हैं इस बात को, तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये ज़रूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए। और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया।
Let me also go across to Zeenat, who's joining us on this broadcast. Zeenat, are there innocents whose houses have been destroyed by the security forces? Because if you go by Mehbooba Mufti's statement, it appears that according to her, all the houses that have been demolished by the security forces are houses of innocent people and not that of active tourists, active terrorists who have been operating out of Pakistan.
Sri Shravan, there have been the 7 houses that were demolished or dismantled by the J&K police along with the administration of Jammu and Kashmir. But meanwhile, one of the incident has come from Muran Pulwama, South Kashmir, where one house was supposed to be dismantled, and instead of one, some 8 houses got dismantled. With the result, there had been the protest by the locals there, because some of them had been claiming that they have nothing to do with that terrorist whose house figures in the colony of Muran Pulwama, but they too had to face the action because being the neighbor or being living in that colony, although the matter has been taken up by the administration and they are looking and investigating in it. Meanwhile, Ms. Mufti has also taken up the view of taken up the appeal with the Home Minister about the women, the Pakistani women who have crossed over in the Indian territory long back, some 3 to 4 decades. But they had wedded to the former terrorists who in 1990 exfiltrated to the Pakistan, and they married the women there, and then somewhere in 97-98 they returned to the valley through Nepal track or so. So they were always listed in the books of the law with the concerned police stations, and as the NIA has changed certain measures and now the X has fallen on those women also, as SB, which is a special branch of the CID, has served a notice to all the women that they should leave the place immediately. Many of them were also questioned at the women's police station in Srinagar. They were detained, and in fact the Jammu and Kashmir administration is planning to deport them through Wagah border, and after all the formalities are completed, they will be handed over to the Pakistan authority, for which the women, these Pakistani women, have been making statements that they will not go back because they have been living here for 3 to 4 decades. Their children have been born here in the valley, and where will they go is at this juncture. And the case of these women has been taken up by the Mehbooba, urging the Home Minister of the country to take a humanitarian view on it. That needs to be seen, that whether any humanitarian help will be provided to the women. But as of now, the administration and the police has geared up with all their weapons in their hand, as far as they have to deport these women from here, for which the exercise is going on.
Let me also go across to Gursimran, just to give you a clear picture of the 4 terrorists whose houses have also been destroyed. I'm sorry, I think so that's 7 in total. Gursimran, as Zeenat was also pointing out, but there is more details actually coming in. Before I do that, let me also go across to the soundbite that's coming in right now. Mehbooba Mufti once again backing, saying that these are innocent people and their houses should not be touched. Listen in.
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं। तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो उन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया, और हम समझते हैं इस बात को। तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये ज़रूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए। और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे? तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया।
Let me also go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the latest details. Gursimran, just quickly walk us through the details of the active terrorists whose houses have been destroyed, because for the people to know that Mehbooba Mufti, that these are not innocent people. They are terrorists, they're active terrorists linked with terrorist activities in Jammu and Kashmir, and that is the reason why a strong message has been sent by the security forces by demolishing their houses.
Shawan, for Mehbooba Mufti, it's the innocent killing the innocent. It is as simple as it for her. But the reality remains that there are at least 3 to 4 instances where the forces have gone to the houses and they have found the ID inside the houses. That in situ was detonated by the forces, because had they attempted to bring this ID out of the house, it would have caused the collateral damage. So security forces have not only saved the lives of the family members of these terrorists, but have also secured the security force personnel that have gone inside. So there is no point that the Mehbooba can defend this, that an innocent civilian will have an ID inside his house. That is next to impossible for a civilian that are living peacefully at their places. So it is the house of the terrorists that has been demolished by the authorities. And see, if the government was to demolish the houses of the innocent civilians, there are lakhs of houses in the Kashmir Valley. But it is only the houses of the terrorists that have been demolished by the Jammu and Kashmir government. And also, after getting the inputs from the CID wing of the Jammu and Kashmir police, that these terrorists, they are active, they had the credible inputs and the evidences with them based on which the action has been followed. So if it was for the innocent civilians as being alleged by Mehbooba Mufti, it would have been a large scale exercise, but it has only been restricted to less than a dozen houses that have been demolished, and since then there has not been even a single incident of any house being demolished, because it was aimed at those perpetrators that are believed to be directly or indirectly involved in the Pahalgam Terror Attack. Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress party's double speak on this entire issue. On the one hand, they said that they back the government, but immediately, minutes later, you have had the top Congress leaders once again questioning the government. Not just that, despicable statement has been made by several of these Congress leaders, starting from the Chief Minister of Karnataka to several other Congress leaders. A series of Congress leaders have been saying that. In fact, today a post has been put out by the official handle, social media handle of the Congress party. In fact, saying that the Prime Minister has gone missing. This is the response that has now been put by the Bharatiya Janata Party. You have the BJP raising this, a picture that has been put out here, the cloak and dagger kind of response that has come in from the Congress party. Interestingly, Pakistan has taken full help of the Congress party, because every post that has been put out by the Congress party has actively been picked up by the Pakistanis. This has been largely debated within the Pakistani media about the questions that have been raised by the Congress party, and they've given full ammunition, full fodder to the Pakistanis. The Congress has been at the forefront of it. On your screens right now, this is now the war between the BJP and the Congress party, with the BJP once again raising this question. If we can also play out the response that came in from Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP spokesperson, a short while back. In fact, first on your screens right now, these are the two posts that were put out, one by the Congress party and a response coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, BJP directing a straight question to Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, saying that whom exactly are you really working for? Congress's hypocrisy is completely out in the open. First, they are the ones who said that we back the government, we are asking for a strong response. A gag order is then put out by the Congress saying that these are personal opinions of each of these leaders. Now, officially, they have basically put out another message where they're indicating that the Prime Minister has gone missing. In fact, it is the same Prime Minister who indicated that the government will hunt down each of these terrorists. The strongest possible response has actually come in from the Prime Minister after the dastardly attack that took place in Pahalgam, where the Prime Minister has vowed to avenge the death of the 26 innocent people. The real face of the Pakistanis are actually out. You have a defense attaché of the Pakistan High Commission in London making those kind of gestures. Quite similar is what the Congress party here has been indicating. The Congress party putting out images of like these. In fact, the BJP has put out a direct question to Rahul Gandhi. This is coming in from BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia.
एक ऐसा कहने को भारतीय राजनीतिक दल भी है जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, जो हमारे बीच में रहता है, लेकिन अगर उसे लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस कहा जाए तो गलत नहीं होगा। और बड़े भारी मन से मैं कहता हूं, ये तस्वीर जो है ये कांग्रेस के वेरीफाइड एक्स हैंडल से की जाती है और इस तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं। आप देखिए इस तस्वीर में क्या प्रतिबिंबित है। ये शरीर है, सर नहीं है। सर तन से जुदा आज लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस की विचारधारा आधारशिला उनका चरित्र बन गई है। पहली बात। दूसरी बात, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जो चट्टान हैं, ये चट्टान है सुरक्षा की, भारत के लिए, हर नागरिक के लिए। उस चट्टान को तोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कांग्रेसी आज। और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं, जिस लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस में पत्ता नहीं हिलता है बिना राहुल गांधी की सहमति के, राहुल गांधी के कहने पे ऐसे पोस्ट किए जाते हैं जो पूरे देश को शर्मसार तो करते ही हैं, लेकिन पीड़ा देते हैं। ये लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस का प्रयास है कि इस अहम समय में किस तरह से भारत को कमजोर किया जाए और कांग्रेस के टावर से सिग्नल दिया जाए पाकिस्तान को। जैसे मणिशंकर अय्यर गए थे पाकिस्तान, तो कहा था मोदी जी को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान और कांग्रेस को एक हो जाना चाहिए। वो सिग्नल दिए जा रहे हैं, वाहवाही लूटी जा।
कांग्रेस और कुछ विपक्षी दलों की क्या मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलने जरूरी है, पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करना जरूरी है? क्या उनको भारत के लोगों का खून बहता, इस पर उनका खून खौलता नहीं है? क्या पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का उनका दिल करता नहीं है? क्यों पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलते हैं? और कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री जो उनकी ग्रुप के रहे, उनके अलायंस पार्टनर है सैफुद्दीन सोस, जो खुद उस समय मंत्री रहे केंद्र सरकार में, ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस समय इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अगर सस्पेंड किया जाता, तब तो किया नहीं। अगर आज हुआ तो आज वो कहते नहीं पाकिस्तान की बात मान लो कि उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया, और ये कहते हैं कि पानी बहने दो, नहीं तो पंजाब और बाकी हिस्सों में बाढ़ आ जाएगी। ये कैसी सोच है? भारत में रहकर भारत के खिलाफ बोल ये कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों के हैं। कांग्रेस के कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के मंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के नेता हो, इन सब का बार बार ये कहना कि धर्म कैसे पूछा, इतना समय नहीं होता, कैसे उनके पैंट उतार कर देखी। ये हिंदुस्तान के साथ है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ है कांग्रेस और कुछ विपक्षी दलों की क्या मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलने जरूरी है, पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करना जरूरी है? क्या उनको भारत के लोगों का खून बहता इस पर उनका खून खौलता नहीं है? क्या पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का उनका दिल करता नहीं है? क्यों पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलते हैं? और कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री जो उनकी ग्रुप के रहे, उनके अलायंस पार्टनर है सैफुद्दीन सोस, जो खुद उस समय मंत्री रहे केंद्र सरकार में, ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस समय इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अगर सस्पेंड किया जाता, तब तो किया नहीं। अगर आज हुआ तो आज वो कहते नहीं पाकिस्तान की बात मान लो कि उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया। और ये कहते हैं कि पानी बहने दो, नहीं तो पंजाब और बाकी हिस्सों में
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath addressed a gathering in Deoria and laid the foundation stone of 501 development projects worth more than 676 crore rupees in Deoria district and distributed the acceptance letter schemes.
एक राष्ट्रीय महासचिव बयान देता है, कहता हिंदू ने हिंदू को मारा है, यानी पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दे की कुत्सित चेष्टा पुष्टिकरण की पराकाष्ठा को पार करते हुए आपकी सुरक्षा के साथ ऐसे ही खिलवाड़ करने का कुत्सित प्रयास करेंगे जैसे वर्तमान में कुछ कांग्रेस के नेता और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता कर रहे हैं।
Maharashtra Cabinet chaired a meeting and paid tribute to the victims of Pahalgam Terror Attack. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis announced financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees to the families of the deceased from Maharashtra. Chief Minister Fadnavis said that the state government will pay special attention towards the education, employment of the children of these families. A cobbler who was in touch with a Pakistani girl over phone has been arrested from Bhatinda cantonment of Indian Army. Sunil Kumar was working as a cobbler for last 7 to 8 years and was residing in Biyant Nagar. Sunil has been arrested on suspicion of sharing information from the cantonment area. Punjab police has registered case under section 152 of the BNS for endangering the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. BJP lambasted the Congress party for its Gayab post on X targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, alleging it is Sar Tan Se Juda, imagery aimed at provoking the Muslim community. BJP leader and party's IT cell chief Amit Malviya described the post as a dog whistle aimed at the Congress's Muslim vote bank.
Large-scale anti-terror operations are underway in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir as the forces continue their hunt to kill the Pakistani terrorists that are still active in the area, even those including the Pahalgam terror perpetrators that are still at large in the dense forest of Anantnag. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखा।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए। एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है, और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. The breaking news update we have and our top headline of the cyber attack that Pakistan has tried to carry out. Even before India responds, before we strike them, proxy wars by Pakistan and how we are countering that as well. Here are the headlines this evening. Desperate, rattled Pakistan attacking Indian cyberspace websites of army schools, 4 other organizations hacked. Tourist from Kerala makes a claim during the NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack days before the strike in Pahalgam, releases a video.
क्या बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
किसके लिए? आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
A day after a video of a tourist who filmed the attack video surfaces during a zipline ride, NIA summons the zipline operator seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan protests outside the embassy in Kathmandu, Nepal.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है, चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं.
After issuing gag orders to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media, giving Pakistan more fodder to attack India. Getting in more details now, a Pakistan cyber attack on websites. Different websites have been targeted. Pakistan's cyber crimes continue. At least 4 websites have been hacked. According to details we're picking up after the Pahalgam Terror Attack, Indian websites being targeted by Pakistan. They're failing on the front lines. From the initial details we're picking up, as they try speculative fire at the line of control and the international border, Pakistan is finding it extremely difficult to fight the information warfare. Their troops have their back towards the wall, and 4 websites have been hacked. The official website of the Army College of Nursing in Punjab has been hacked. 4 more websites being hacked. These are details we're picking up. Pakistan has targeted Indian websites, and at least 4 websites have been hacked. I'm going across to Gursimran, joining us with the details. Gursimran, Rakshita, joining us live from Jammu and Kashmir. Before that, Pakistan is losing the information warfare against India. They tried to peddle some lies on social media, which has been called out. First, they tried to claim that our aircraft carrier moved back, which was false. They've been called out. Secondly, they tried to make claims their own Pakistan army handles affiliated to the Pakistan establishment tried to peddle lies about getting international support. There were pictures, for example, put out of Turkish planes, military cargo planes landing in Pakistani airports, bringing in missiles, etc. Now, that was a claim, turned out to be false. So as their lies are being called out and as they fail to stand up at the border, as their troops begin to resign en masse, this tactic of cyber crime being carried out by Pakistan. Pakistan has targeted Indian websites. Let's go to the next point. At least 4 sites have been targeted, we've been told. This is a completely cowardly cyber attack that we have, where at least 4 sites, and these are very small sites of different states that have been targeted. Institutions are being targeted by Pakistan, which have relatively low safety mechanisms. Education and defense sectors targeted. They're not able to touch our army, our air force or navy. So very small. For example, if there is a school somewhere, they're targeting school websites. Now that's how desperate Pakistan has become. And the army public school, for example, in Srinagar and Ranikhet have also been targeted by Pakistani cyber attackers. The army welfare housing website, for example, has also been targeted by Pakistan. That is how desperate they have now become. Let me go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, Zeenat, Rakshita also joining us. And let me go across to her right now. Rakshita, at least 4 websites we are being told. 4 websites, that's the latest number that we have. Are there any more of the sites that have been hacked by Pakistani cyber criminals?
Niranjan, at least 4 to 5 websites have been targeted. In fact, ever since the Pahalgam attack has happened, we did hear of such attacks earlier as well, right from the next day. And now, if we talk about today, yes, there are 4 websites, and also from Jammu, of which the details will be shared by my colleague Gursimran Singh. We're talking about the Indian Army website. Yes, as you pointed out, Army Public School in Srinagar and in Ranikhet as well. Not just that, also the Air Force Force, breaching Air Force Placement Organization as well, and Army Welfare Housing Society. If you just really show what they've written, clearly the Pakistani flag is there, and they also write that now we know your location, we know where your families are. This is what you are pointing out. The school websites are being hacked, the housing society. So that is the level of cowardice, of Pakistani army, where you see that they are targeting the families of the soldiers as well. And this is clearly a frustrated Pakistan which is resorting to cyber attacks and not the battleground warfare, which it knows it cannot match up to India in any which way. You've done a story on that. We've shown everybody what India's military might is. But yes, these cyber attacks continue. Yesterday also, I think a day ago, it was the Army's nursing school, Army nursing college, I beg your pardon. That website was also hacked. But these are all failed attempts. These are all attempts that have been thwarted, and the Army has assured that there is nothing to worry. The data is also secured, as in the case of Army Public School in Jammu and as well. So this is the update we have right now, and the fact remains that the forces continue to secure the web space, the cyber space. So no classified networks, none of the classified networks have been compromised in this attack. But yes, this is a very cowardly tactic of the Pakistanis that has come to light. It's a desperate attempt, as we are seeing from right after the Pahalgam attack.
Arawat is also joining me with the details. Arawat was joining us with details of the kind of responses we're looking at this evening. That's the other breaking news input, that people like Mehbooba Mufti have come out once again showing their true colors. Mehbooba Mufti, who at one point of time when she was the chief minister, had this habit of going to the homes of terrorists and showing her sympathies to the families of terrorists, sympathizing with terrorists, and today she's done it again. She's referred to these terrorists as militants while questioning the action of our forces to demolish the homes of these terrorists. Mehbooba Mufti feels that there is no need to demolish homes of terrorists. That was what she said. Arawat, Mehbooba Mufti has defended these terrorists. She's referred to them as militants. Who else is backing her today?
Absolutely, Niranjan. This is not the first time when we have seen that the Mehbooba Mufti is having the soft corner for the families and the terrorists in the Kashmir. We have already seen that the Mehbooba is having the soft corner for the terrorists. We have seen that after the deadly attack in the Pahalgam, we have seen that the authorities have conducted the various search operation, and during the search operation in South Kashmir's Tral, where they have found the ID and some explosive in the house of one of the terrorists who was involved in the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam. And then after, we have seen that the BDS was called, and later on we have seen the ID was defused by the joint security forces. But we have seen this time Mehbooba Mufti is calling that the individual's house who is the active terrorist, and he is affiliated with the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and he is the main person who is involved in the recent killing of the tourists there in the Pahalgam. But this is not the first time, Niranjan, when we have seen that the Mehbooba Mufti is having the soft corner for these kind of peoples in the Kashmir Valley.
Okay, thank you for that. Stay with me. Let me go across also to Zeenat. There's a breaking news update that I'm getting in from Zeenat. Right now, going into the next breaking that we are getting of the Sopore police. The police in Jammu and Kashmir has begun to crack down harder on these terrorists. Immovable properties of designated terrorists being attached. The property of Imtiaz Ahmad Kandu. Imtiaz Ahmad Kandu is a designated terrorist under UAPA, a resident of Kral Teng, Sopore, Pakistan-based handler of Hizbul Mujahideen. The attached property includes a plot and some shops that he owned in Kashmir and a room. This is in Kral Teng. Kral Teng is in Sopore, and that has now been attached in Kashmir by the police. And this is immovable property of a designated terrorist under UAPA. Let me go across to Zeenat joining us with the details. There's a picture as well. Picture of the police attaching the property, putting up a banner there. Zeenat, we'll put out that picture. It's with us right now. Tell us more about this terrorist and the crackdown.
Niranjan, the property, as you said, has been attached under UAPA. He's a Pakistan-based handler, basically a Kashmiri, but he has exfiltrated from here and presently living in Pakistan. His immovable property, which consists of house along with some shops and some patch of land, has been attached by the Sopore police, for which the order was obtained from the Honorable Sessions Court today. And as per the police, the property has been used for unlawful activities, fund transportation, and also for harboring terrorists in the Sopore district. This time, a Sopore police in North Kashmir has come into an action where they have attached a property of a terrorist based in Pakistan. He's been identified as Imtiaz Kandru. He in fact exfiltrated almost a decade back, but his activities would continue on the soil of Kashmir, and that would include targeting the security forces, radicalizing the Kashmiri youth to join the terror ranks. Today, obtaining an order from the Honorable Sessions Court, the property has been attached by the Sopore police under UAPA.
Be with me. In fact, there are different counter-terror operations also underway in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Do we have a number of the operations that have been conducted so far post the Pahalgam terror attack? Zeenat. Okay, that's the picture, by the way, of the property being attached. The police, first pictures on Republic of a terrorist property being attached in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is the situation. This is one example. Let's put an exclusive watermark over that. There's an exclusive picture that's coming in, please. That's exclusive of the police in Jammu and Kashmir attaching property of terrorists. How do terrorists in Pakistan, Zeenat, how do they still have properties in Jammu and Kashmir? Terrorists living in Pakistan but have properties in Jammu and Kashmir. How is it possible? How many more do you think are there? Do we have a number to it?
There is a huge number. In fact, the number surfaces in the 3 digits, because these are the Kashmiri locals who have exfiltrated to Pakistan a decade back. As far as the Imtiaz Kandru is concerned, a decade back he exfiltrated using this line of control route and has been taking care of the handler's job in Pakistan. He takes care of the Hizbul Mujahideen. We know that Hizbul Mujahideen is a homegrown terror outfit. He was working for them in the Kashmir Valley, and then one fine day he got a chance to, and he exfiltrated and is being now living in Pakistan and taking care of the orders from the Pakistan Army terror outfits in order to instigate violence here in the Kashmir Valley. Imtiaz Kandru, basically a Kashmiri, a local, but has exfiltrated a decade back, and now he is operating from the Kashmir. He is operating from Pakistan, and in order to dismantle the peace in the Kashmir Valley, for which now the police, Sopore police, have come into an action, and they have attached the property that he was having here. They have attached the property because his name has been surfacing in multiple anti-national activities. There are a lot of sedition charges against him, and Sopore police, after getting an order from the Sessions Court, Honorable Sessions Court, the property got a charge. As per the police, the property was being used for harboring terrorism, terrorist activists, and was also providing a shelter to the terrorists in the Sopore of North Kashmir. So this is a dent to Hizbul Mujahideen, because this, if we take the exercise of the last 1 week after the Bison incident that took place on the 22nd of April, exactly a week before, since then this is the first time when we see the Hizbul Mujahideen has been hit under the belt. This is the first time when any property that belongs to Hizb terrorists has been attached under UAPA. Before this, we also reported multiple cases in all these days, but there the property of the LET or the JASH or the TRF would get attached. The first time the case has surfaced from the Sopore, where they have attached the property of the homegrown terrorist who comes from the Hizbul Mujahideen but is a Pakistan-based handler at present. He's been identified as Imtiaz Kandru. A decade back, he has left this valley, fled from the valley, and he has exfiltrated to Pakistan.
Stay with me. Getting in some more breaking news right now. Zeenat, stay with me, because we're getting in more details and more videos. In fact, more and more people watching the broadcast, more and more people sharing videos of Pahalgam and looking back at what really happened. Those who were there at Pahalgam before the attack, days before the attack, also putting out videos saying that they may have sensed something. A tourist from Kerala has now made claims during the NIA interrogation. The tourist has claimed that the two men conducted recce. He says that he saw these two men conducting a recce. Terrorists, days before the attack, were perhaps caught on camera. He says he has caught these terrorists on camera while filming a video of his daughter. This is not the video of... there's another video where you can see the girl playing in the meadows. Yeah, can we put out the video that has been shared that we are mentioning? Not this video, there is another video of the little girl who's dancing and there are two men passing from behind. And that is the video. In this video, he says this video was in Pahalgam. This is a resident of Kerala who said it. The resident of Kerala says while he was filming his daughter playing in Kashmir, he says these two men resemble the pictures of the terrorists shared. And he has said this to the NIA interrogation. Look at that video again. During the investigation, the NIA questioned a tourist from Kerala as well. Let's put out that video full frame. The tourist from Kerala was questioned and he claimed during the NIA interrogation that he managed to capture a video of his daughter dancing in Pahalgam, and this was days before the attack, captured on the 18th of April. The attack itself in Pahalgam at the Baisaran Meadows was on the 22nd. He says on the 18th of April, while he was filming his daughter, these two men, suspicious men, he says, were seen in that video moving from behind. And he claims that he had suspicions on that day and that he overheard something as well. Rakshita is also joining us. Rakshita, what more do we know about this Kerala tourist version to the agencies? Do we have more details of whether this was perhaps a recce that was conducted by the terrorists? Men seen in this video, of course, we can't say that they are the ones, but he believes that these two men could have been the ones who carried out the attack, details of which he says is also shared with the NIA, including the video evidence. Now, this is a picture that was shot nearly 7 kilometers away from the attack spot. He says they resemble, there were pictures of 4 terrorists, that was 3 sketches in fact were released, and he says that 2 of them in this particular video seen right behind his daughter. He says they resemble the sketches. Was there a recce then? Was there a recce? That's the question. This was a video shot on the 18th of April, 4 days before the attack, and about 7.5 kilometers away from the attack spot. Now, that is why the questions are being asked on whether this was a possible recce. Yes, Rakshita. Okay, I think I've lost the line there with Rakshita. I'll try and go back to her in just a bit, but this is another video that came out. Meanwhile, 7 days almost into the attack, 7 days after the attack, more and more videos are coming out. There are more videos that people who have been there at Pahalgam and who've gone back, looked back at their videos. Many of them are now beginning to share the videos. On the right of your screen, that's another video that was shared earlier today. This video has also come out now, and in that video, if you can put up the audio, please, if you can listen to the audio version, and if you can hear the audio over that video track, then you will hear bullet sounds also from this particular video. Now, in this, on the right of your screen, yeah, the second video. This we have seen. Let's go to the second video, please. The second video where you can see the attack itself. that has also come out today. Second video. Sounds in this particular video. And you can see the tourists are in different parts of the Baisaran Meadows, some playing in the trampoline, some at the horse riding section. And there are some who are just simply, look at that, that's the moment of the attack. You can hear the bullet sounds. They came from behind the trees. The terrorists came from behind the trees. They emerged out of nowhere and opened fire. That is evident from this particular video that you see. So, and these are videos that are now being released slowly, few days after the attack, as people go back, as the tourists who are in Pahalgam go back and check the videos that were shot and begin to share them with the larger public, of course. And let me go back to Arawat. And Zeenat also joining us. Let me go into Zeenat. In fact, Zeenat was at the Baisaran Meadows a few days back. She managed to try and, recreate the entire attack in the sense that to show us from where they entered. Zeenat, from the videos, it emerges that they knew exactly what they were doing. They had recce'd this particular spot. And that becomes stronger. The evidence of them having recce'd this spot becomes stronger when you look at the versions of the tourists who visited Pahalgam a few days back. Some of them have released videos that show possible suspects that resemble the sketches released.
See, Niranjan, these are just the possible suspects. Whenever a terrorist carry this kind of attack in a huge manner, the recce's are done much earlier than when the plan is executed, and for which the army and the other police is tracking all those tracks that were used by the terrorists, because whatever the swabs, the DNA swabs that the NIA has got, the footprints, the cartridges, the blood-soaked soil and all other things were taken into custody by the NIA and the State Investigating Department right the very day, and since then their investigations are on. As far as the social media videos are concerned, or the people who were present there and now are depositing the videos, the reels before the NIA, it is only adding to the investigation that will lead the teams to the one who has carried this attack, the perpetrator, for which they are working on. As far as the suspects are concerned, there have been the 1,000 number of people who have been questioned for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, some stayed for 6 hours, some had to come again for the questioning next day. Questioning and the grilling is going on for last now 5 days when the NIA was investigating from the day one, and then finally formally they have taken over the case 2 days before. So these videos are only adding to the investigation. As far as the recce is concerned, recce was done much before, many days before the execution of the plan. That is what we are, because it is very difficult to come to the Baisaran terrain in such a topography at a one point in time. Definitely they must have come with a plan, and then following the escape route, they followed the plan, because if you are carrying such a drastic attack, it is important that you should know where from you will escape from this spot. They have chosen the venue knowing the condition of the road. The mobility was very less and it's a far off place, and there you have a very little communication system available. So all these things were taken into consideration before picking up or choosing this Baisaran, because had they carried this attack somewhere in Aru or the main town in Pahalgam or the Langanbal or this Mawara, which are the emerging tourist destinations in Pahalgam, there they would have been caught or neutralized in seconds, and the number of people got killed, then the casualty would have been very less, because everything was within the domain and quite accessible from the place where the attack, among these places, if it would have been carried. But choosing Baisaran was only so that there is more blood loss, the people do not reach there on time, and they had planned for their escape route before they could execute it. And that is one part of the investigation also, because if you see the ridge of Baisaran and you connect its topography with the Simthan, which connects you to the Kishtwar, which is a part of Jammu region, the entire ridge is connected with a distance of around 60 to 70 kilometers on foot. So only you can go to the place on foot or on foot or the horseback, knowing that the evacuation process will be difficult. That is why they try to use this route. So everything, whatever has been filmed by the tourists or the locals there, every evidence is getting deposited at the police station where the NIA team is also assisting.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs, Zeenat. That's another video that's emerged of the Pahalgam attack. The moment the attack took place, you can see the terrorists emerge from the woods and open fire, and one of them even being shot point blank. You can see that. The terrorist shoots him, the man falls, collapses on the ground, and then the terrorists move from one victim to the next.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। शी वॉज सीइंग फ्रॉम वेयर द एयरक्राफ्ट इज अप्रोचिंग।
Desperate and rattled, Pakistan attacks Indian cyber websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet army schools attack. Tourist from Kerala makes stunning claims during NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack site days before the attack.
क्या बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after video of tourists who filmed the attack, video surfaces. NIA summons the zipline operator seen in video. Anger mounts against Pakistan. Protests outside Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. It's 5:30 when you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavin Sen, starting this edition with breaking news now coming in. Pakistan's ISPR's propaganda push has just intensified with cyber attacks that are being carried out. In fact, attempts that have been made by the Pakistani hackers to target at least 4 Indian websites. These are educational websites that have been targeted. It turns out that Rajasthan government's education department's website was also targeted by Pakistani hackers. In fact, Rajasthan Educational Department's portal has also been targeted by the hackers here. A statement has now been issued by the Rajasthan Education Minister saying that the IT department is basically looking into this matter. They've been able to trace the origin of this hacking attempt that has been made. This comes at a time when Republic TV has accessed the full dossier of the number of attempts that have been made by the Pakistani hackers over the last 24 hours. Particularly army schools are now being targeted. You've had the Army School of Srinagar as well as Army School of Ranikhet, their websites are being targeted. Apart from that, Indian Air Force's one website has also been targeted. And not to forget the Army Housing Organization, their website has also been targeted by Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan's ISPR, I'm told that there's some breaking news coming in also. Defense Minister has reached the Prime Minister's residence. On your screens right now, these are the latest coming in with the Raksha Mantri visiting Prime Minister right now. We do not know the agenda at this point in time because remember there have been marathon meetings that have actually taken place. In fact, a scheduled CCS meeting is likely to take place tomorrow. A highly level meeting is basically underway with the Defense Minister, the Chief of Defense Staff, the National Security Advisor. All have actually reached 7 LKM. In fact, if we can just update our breaking coming in, it's not just the Defense Minister, it is also the Chief of Defense Staff, it is also the National Security Advisor. They've all reached 7 LKM. Apart from that, we're also being told that this is a high-level meeting that is going to take place to look into the preparedness and also strategizing on this entire issue. The agenda, however, hasn't been put out as yet. But remember, the government is in full form right now, ensuring that their entire process is clear. Multiple options that are right now available on the table. The last CCS meeting, the government had sent across a strong message to the forces saying that the green signal has already been given. In fact, there are more details now coming in with regards to the meeting that is basically underway. And yes, as I've just pointed out, that it's the Chief of Defense Staff, the National Security Advisor, as well as Raksha Mantri, all at 7 LKM, who are joining us. Let me also go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us from outside 7 LKM, where the meeting is basically underway. Riyanka, what more details are you picking up? This comes just a day before the CCS meeting is going to take place.
Well, rightly said, tomorrow is, of course, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. And right before that, let us show you the visuals from outside Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where just a while ago, we have seen that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived along with NSA Ajit Doval and CDS also present at this point in time. There is expectations that External Affairs Minister S. Jai Shankar could also come here, is what I am being told from our sources. But we'll get a confirmation on that front very soon. But at this point in time, remember, these meetings are very, very important, very crucial meetings are happening. Huddles after huddles are happening because there is a very strong message that has been given to Pakistan that India will not keep quiet. And several meetings are in fact lined up tomorrow as well. There is a meeting of an entire cabinet that is going to be taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. As I continue to report from outside the residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. But at this point in time, with the visit of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh along with the Chief of Defence Staff and of course NSA While it seems that there are very important deliberations and discussions going on, and of course a brief given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi regarding the current scenario of security and arrangements that are being done in Pahalgam as well as in the entire Kashmir, given at this point in time how important it is in order to counter terrorism and build a big crackdown on Pakistan and identify those terrorists who had went ahead and carried out that dastardly attack. And we will continue to give you details from outside the residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But as of now, this is what I can gather from the ground.
Well, also update now coming in. The three service chiefs are also present in the meeting that is basically underway. It's a high-level meeting that's underway at the Prime Minister's residence. A quick recap of what we know so far. There have been multiple meetings that have taken place at the South Block at the Ministry of Home Affairs, where you've had the paramilitary chiefs meeting the Home Minister. Apart from that, the Home Secretary has also basically called in for a meeting. There have been a series of meetings that are actually taking place at the Ministry of Home Affairs and now at the Prime Minister's residence, where we are being told that the External Affairs Minister has also joined the meeting. Apart from the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, you also have the Raksha Mantri attending the meeting. In attendance also the three service chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff were all present in the meeting that's underway. Now, this comes just a day before the CCS is also going to take place. This would be perhaps the second CCS meeting after the Pahalgam attack that took place. In fact, after the first CCS meeting, the government had given the green signal to the forces as far as whatever action needs to be taken. So all options are on the table right now. Now, sources from the military had indicated that when the government essentially said that all options are available on the table, they're basically looking at the diplomatic response. They're looking at the military response to this entire issue. In fact, they're saying that it's just a matter of time. Right now, the focus essentially has been for the government to basically hunt down the terrorists who are behind the Pahalgam attack. And once again, the military indicating here that it's just a matter of time before the terrorists are also gunned down. The Prime Minister essentially being apprised about the current situation. In fact, the operations that have been carried out so far. Over the last few days, there have been multiple anti-terror operations that have been carried out across Jammu and Kashmir. Not just at one location, multiple locations where these actions have been taken. And apart from that, they're also looking at those who have actually aided the terrorists in carrying out this attack. We're given to understand those details are also emerging right now, all of it likely to be presented before the Prime Minister. Now, these are images that came in a short while back of the Raksha Mantri actually leaving from his residence. And these visuals, in fact, these are not live images. Can we please go back to the live images in that case? If we have the live images now coming in, the Defence Minister who had reached 7LKM a short while back. Can we just go back to the latest visuals coming in right now? And let me also go back to Riyanka, who's joining us on this broadcast. Riyanka, are there any more details you're picking up in terms of the number of meetings that have taken place at the Ministry of External Affairs? I've already pointed out as far as the MHA is concerned. So simultaneously, you're looking at multiple meetings taking place at both the ministries.
Well, absolutely. Several meetings happening since the attack took place on a regular basis. We are seeing the top, leadership of our country are in fact holding meetings each day, whether it is with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh or whether it is with the chiefs of the tri-services in our country, or the security forces at the borders. A while ago there was a very important meeting that was happening at the MHA where the BSF, the Assam Rifles, all the chiefs, the DG level chiefs were present. There also there was a briefing that was underway, which was taken by the Home Secretary. And even now, this particular meeting that is underway at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, which is being attended by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, as we have informed our viewers. Along with that, we have National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. We continue to show our viewers these visuals from outside the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence and where at this point in time what we understand is that many more meetings are lined up. Tomorrow is going to be a really power-packed day given that the Union Cabinet will be part of a big meeting, a big discussion where there will be an entire sense given to the Cabinet Ministers and many decisions will be taken in order to move forward as to how our country can go ahead and isolate Pakistan and build in more crackdown. Remember, there are several levels of crackdown going on Pakistan and several steps being taken to isolate Pakistan, whether it is starting from banning the YouTube channels of Pakistani media or from all the steps that has been already decided by the centre from asking the Pakistani nationals to leave our country within a week and 48 hours to several meetings that are continuing. We will be in fact keeping a very, very close eye tomorrow, given that there is going to be the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, there's going to be a Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. That meeting is also going to be taking place along with the Union Cabinet that is going to be meeting. And once again, if I want to give a sense of the ground, behind me, the entire cavalcade of Raksha Mantri is, stationed, and it was around 15 to 20 minutes ago when Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had arrived at Prime Minister's residence. And as per the sources, we understand that after the meeting with the tri-services chiefs, this is, of course, a briefing as to how our nation is prepared for any untoward situation that might come in, because it is a sensitive scenario that is going on for the last 1 week since Pakistan had in fact very clearly said that this is not our hand, we are not responsible for what happened in Pahalgam, but everybody knows the dirty tactics of Pakistan, and we continue to show how our country is not going to be let down and message is going to be cleared with each passing day. Every meeting that happens at the MHA, at the MEA, at Prime Minister's residence, at Home Minister's residence is a message that is being made very clear. The topmost leadership is, of course, going to take a very important decision moving forward in order to build a crackdown on Pakistan. So, yes, currently the meeting is underway here at the Prime Minister's residence.
Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's getting us the latest details. In fact, a confirmation now coming in. The Prime Minister is chairing a meeting with Raksha Mantri, the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Defence Staff and the 3 service chief. In fact, this is the first meeting that is actually taking place between the Prime Minister and the 3 service chiefs. In attendance, also the Chief of Defence Staff. Remember, previously, the Prime Minister had the CCS, in which, of course, you do not have the service chiefs being present in it. But having said that, this is the first meeting when the Prime Minister is having with all the defence chiefs. Now, previously, you've had the Prime Minister following the CCS, and the messaging that was essentially done thereafter by the government is that a clear message has been given to the forces to basically look into all possible options available before them. In terms of whether at all this is going to be some sort of a retaliation coming in the next few days, that is not known at this point in time. But having said that, India keeping all cards close to their chest at this point in time. In fact, Pakistan continues with their second guessing as to what is coming their way. This is the first meeting between the Prime Minister and the Defence Chief, all 3 service chiefs, and you have the National Security Advisor present. I'm not too sure about the External Affairs Minister, but the picture that we have just got only shows Raksha Mantri, the National Security Advisor, the 3 service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff, all present in the meeting. Let's try and also connect with our Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's getting us the latest details and the images that have basically come in right now as the meeting is underway. Now, through the day, as we have been pointing out, the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Home Affairs have had multiple meetings. As far as MEA is concerned, the meetings were largely to do with the several of envoys who have already been briefed about the action that India has actually taken so far. In the Ministry of Home Affairs, we have had meetings that have taken place with the paramilitary being also called in. Because remember, The Central Paramilitary Forces are also in the operations that are being carried out currently in Jammu and Kashmir. That is part of the anti-terror operations that are being carried out. Let me also go across to Riyanka, getting us the latest details. Riyanka, this perhaps is the first time that the Prime Minister is meeting all the three service chiefs.
Absolutely, as you were mentioning earlier as well, that is, it is for the first time that the Prime Minister is meeting with the three services chiefs. You know, there was a previous meeting with the tri-service chief earlier, you know, which Defence Minister was a part of, and now it is like the entire group has come in, and they are, of course, briefing the Prime Minister about the preparedness and the measures and the steps, and how our army, our air and our naval is ready for any combat operations. And once again, to get a sense for our viewers tuning in, let us once again focus on the visuals and tell our viewers that at this point in time, in this particular meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, along with the Chief of Defence Staff, you know, he's present, Ajit Doval, as well as the CDS, General Anil Chauhan, along with the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. They are present at this very, very high level and crucial meeting that is taking place at Prime Minister's Narendra Modi residence. And these are the visuals of the gate of the Prime Minister's residence from where the cavalcades leave. But as of now, as we understand, the meeting is nearly underway for about 20 to 25 minutes, and as you rightly mentioned, several meetings are going on over these days, and many more meetings are lined up in the upcoming days, because a stringent message, as I was mentioning earlier, is something that is being sent out by India to Pakistan, and these meetings show us and to the nation, you know, all the citizens who are keep hoping that India will retaliate in a much stronger way, something that we had seen earlier of the surgical strike that had happened in Uri, you know, after the terror attack which had taken place. And so this time there's a lot of hope that there will be a very, very strong retaliation from the side of our country, which is why when these meetings happen, people hope that there is a huge decision that is likely being taken. Remember, when the three services chiefs are in fact present at this meeting, they are, of course, briefing the Prime Minister about the measures and the preparations that are being taken by the defence staff of our country, and how they are ready for any combat operations.
Let me also go across to Soumya, who is joining us from outside the South Block. Soumya, you've also tracked some of the meetings that have taken place at the Ministry of External Affairs and the MHA. Bring us up to speed.
Yes, well, just a few minutes back, we had BSF DG of NSG, ADG, SSB, and Assam Rifles, CISF and CRPF senior officials leaving from Ministry of Home Affairs. As per our sources, Home Secretary Gopal Mohan had called this meeting, and these were the senior officials who were in attendance in this particular meeting, which lasted for more than 45 minutes. And now, if sources are to be believed, certain points were discussed with regards to the preparedness of the security of the defense officials. And now the lines that were discussed upon were the deployment of the security forces along the border.
Let me also go across to Niranjan, who's joining us from the newsroom. Niranjan, this perhaps is the first meeting of the Prime Minister with the three service chiefs after the Pahalgam attack. In fact, after the first CCS meeting, there was a clear signal that was given by the government to the three service chiefs about what possibly could be the next course of action.
Yeah, we're going to stay on the pictures right now. Shravan, these pictures are significant because it is the first time since the Pahalgam terror attack when the Prime Minister has met the three service chiefs. Let's go just full frame to the pictures. On one side, you have the Pahalgam terror attack, and then for the first time, you have the Prime Minister meeting all three service chiefs. So I'll stay only on the pictures. It's very important because this picture tells you that the government is planning something really, really big. And let me also tell you that in that particular meeting, you have the National Security Advisor, NSA, Ajit Doval. You have the Chief of Defence Staff. You have the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Indian Air Force Chief, Raksha Mantri, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And you also have the Prime Minister chairing that meeting. It is happening at his official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Shravan, why is this important? Because it is coming on a day also when we have seen increased speculative firing at the line of control, LOC, and the international border. We have seen increased firing in different sectors, in different areas along the line of control. And we have the details of these areas as well. I'm reading out some of the names. We are seeing increased speculative firing in Tutmari Gali, in Rampur, in Kupwara, in Poonch, in Baramulla, and Akhnur sectors. And these regions have seen increased firing, especially from the 26th of April to the 29th of April. This is another bit of breaking news update that we have, that the Pakistan speculative firing has increased in the last 3 to 4 days. The attack in Pahalgam took place on the 22nd of April, but it was on the 26th of April when the firing intensified, and our forces have been giving it back. Now, the good news also is that there is no casualty reported on the Indian side. That was a breaking news update that came in earlier today, that there was no Indian casualty at all in the firing. In fact, the situation is completely under control. Our forces are in complete control of the situation, and the Indian Army has responded befittingly, promptly, effectively, giving it back to the Pakistanis. Now, that is another aspect that became very clear in the last couple of hours. These are details that you also picked up, Shravan. So I'm reiterating these facts as we go into these pictures, because this is important. Many people are asking, what is India's response? What is happening at the international border? What is going on at the line of control? Now, these are the exact facts that I have, that I will repeat once again. There have been increased instances of ceasefire violation at the line of control and also at the international border. Pakistan has opened fire once again last night across the line of control, LOC. Pakistan has opened fire. There has been a ceasefire violation reported across different areas. Third, after the Pahalgam attack, ceasefire violation was first reported in the Kashmir zone, and then Pakistan also targeted our security forces and the posts of our security forces in Jammu. It's significant because our posts were hit directly by Pakistani forces, and we gave it back. And the fact is, there is no casualty on the Indian side. Pakistan has suffered heavy casualties, is what we hear. There were reports of Pakistani army, Pakistani soldiers, generals, officers, many of them who have reported back to Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters of the Pakistan army, that they are facing heavy casualties and that there has been mass desertions from their forces. Many of them are running back. They're running back to their posts. Now, let me also tell you, Shravan, from the initial details that we're picking up, last night there was ceasefire violation that was reported across the line of control, the LOC. Now, there are multiple incidents of ceasefire violation. Pakistan Army has initiated unprovoked small arms fire. Unprovoked small arms fire across the line of control on 3 consecutive nights, on the 26th, 27th, 28th, and again on the 29th. And the areas affected in this crossfire, Tutmari Gali, one of the areas where heavy firing has been witnessed. Rampur sector, ceasefire violation. Kupwara sector, ceasefire violation. Poonch, ceasefire violation. Baramulla, ceasefire violation. Akhnur sector, ceasefire violation. And in all these sectors, the Indian Army has been retaliating effectively, promptly, and the situation is under control. No casualties on the Indian side. And that's the backdrop of this meeting. It's the first time after the attack that the Prime Minister is meeting all the 3 service chiefs. And that meeting is happening at the residence, the official residence of the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. These pictures are live. The situation is live because the Prime Minister continues his meeting with the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Army Chief, Air Force Chief, Navy Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff, all of them in that meeting, closed door meeting. Taking a short break, back with the live updates. Stay tuned.
देगी मिर्च, MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का,
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी। Pakistan.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे मिग 21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। शी वॉज सीइंग फ्रॉम वेयर द एयरक्राफ्ट इज अप्रोचिंग।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH 26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी। पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra. We start with the big news that we're tracking from the national capital, and this is a very important meeting on the security situation in wake of the Pahalgam Terror Attack that the Prime Minister is chairing right now at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Prime Minister is chairing this meeting, and part of it is Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, NSA Ajit Doval, and all three service chiefs, and also, of course, the Chief of Defence Staff, we have Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, Isfahan as well. My colleague Soumya joins us live on the broadcast from more. Soumya, this is the first time we see that the Prime Minister is meeting all three service chiefs, because prior to that we had seen that Rajnath Singh was holding meetings with the CDS and also the three chiefs. But now the Prime Minister has now meeting everybody right from the NSA to the chiefs.
Yes, well, Rakshita, back-to-back from ever since April 22nd, back-to-back important meetings have been taking place at crucial vantage points. Just day before yesterday, we had the CDS meeting the Raksha Mantri at his official residence. Then yesterday, we had the Raksha Mantri briefing and meeting the Prime Minister at his official residence. Now today, we have Raksha Mantri along with the CDS and the Tri-Services Chiefs present there at the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the meeting is still underway. It had started 20 to 25 minutes ago and it is still underway. This is the first meeting of the Tri-Services Chiefs with the Prime Minister. Before that, the CCS meeting that took place on 23rd of April. These chiefs were not in attendance. However, this meeting is the first with the Tri-Services Chiefs. Important point to note here is that this comes at the backdrop of course, the Pahalgam Terror Attack, and now also the firings that have been taking place along the line of control in the sectors of Kupwara, Barapulla and Akhnoor districts. So these meetings have become more crucial with the kind of actions and retaliations we are being subjected to from Pakistan's end. Now we had the diplomatic measures that were announced last week during a press briefing convened by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Now from that point on, we have people of this country demanding for military retaliation in response to the terror attack that took place that claimed more than 20 lives. Now with that regard, we have these meetings happening. Not just that, just few minutes back we also had an important meeting that took place here at the Ministry of Home Affairs convened by the Home Secretary. In attendance were BSF DG of NSG, Brigus Srinivasan. Along with them, there were ADG of SSB and senior officials from Assam Rifles, CISF and CRPF. If sources are to be believed, we are being told that these officials had briefed the Home Secretary as per about the preparedness, the security preparedness and what are the situations, because we are being told that there is another CCS meeting that is set to take place under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow at 11 a.m. So this comes at a very important point, Rakshita. These chiefs who had attended this meeting earlier today at MHA, they briefed the Home Secretary around the deployment of the security personnel. The vantage points were discussed with the Home Secretary, and the discussion also took place around increasing the deployment of these security personnel along the important border lines. Rakshita.
So what all do we expect here? Because tomorrow, as you mentioned, is a CCS. And remember, this is the second. All right, I'm told that Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor also joins us on the phone line. Abhishek, well, it's a very important meeting that is underway. For the first time, we see that the Prime Minister is meeting all three service chiefs and also, of course, the NSA and the Defence Minister and the CDS as well. Right, and this is coming in prior to the important CCS meeting, second after Pahalgam attack.
Well, yes, and Rakshita, this is the first one. And the major one, remember, this comes on the back of two meetings that Prime Minister has had with the Defence Minister, who in turn has had multiple meetings with the service chiefs and the CDS. And this comes just one day before the second Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that takes place tomorrow morning. So if you connect the dots, obviously this is building up to something, some action, and India's kinetic military response to the Pahalgam terror attack. And if you look at these pictures, you have the service chiefs, you have the Chief of Defence Staff, and you have the National Security Advisor, and on the Defence Minister, of course chaired by the Prime Minister. So essentially, this gives an idea of what deliberations are taking place. This is about exploring all the options, which have already been discussed threadbare over the last couple of days. It's just a matter of now executing, for which obviously the final nod comes from the Cabinet Committee on Security, and the fact that that crucial meeting is slated to take place tomorrow morning. Obviously, this is about brass tacks. This is about all options being discussed before a final nod comes in through the CCS. We have seen how Prime Minister not once but twice has said that costs would be inflicted on perpetrators of the Pahalgam terror attack. Not only that, that they would be pursued to the ends of the earth. And beyond that, those who have been backing the perpetrators, their supporters, and the soil from which these terrorists get the sustenance, even that would be targeted. So Prime Minister effectively institutionalizing a policy of hot pursuit, and obviously these deliberations are happening in that context.
Right, Abhishek, you know, the fact that after the first CCS, we saw that India, in fact, had enough, hit back with the water strike and with the diplomatic strike. If that was the result of the first, at least the move that was witnessed after the first CCS. Now, what happens tomorrow? And especially given the fact that this meeting that is right now underway at 7 LKM is very, very important as to what really gets decided yesterday. We are understanding that from here on, given that all service chiefs are there, India's, the way India would retaliate or strike back as far as from the forces are concerned will be of utmost importance, will be of, will be more in focus.
Well, absolutely. So you can expect that there would be a proportionate response. While the nation really wants Pakistan to pay through its nose, there is an escalation matrix that the security architecture keeps in mind, keeps in place. And like it has happened in the case of Uri surgical strike, so when Pakistan-based terrorists attacked an army camp and martyred 18 of our soldiers, India hit back with the surgical strikes inside the Pakistani territory across the line of, not the Pakistani territory, it was actually Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but across the line of control. And similarly, in the case of Balakot air strike, it was the first time since 1971 war that Indian military operations targeted Pakistani soil. And so now, this time when Pahalgam terror attack has happened, and all leads go to Pakistan. Remember, we broke the story in the morning about one of the terrorists being directly connected with the Pakistani Special Forces, was a soldier of the Pakistan Army, a commander. And so obviously all those calculations are there, and in what form the response would be, let the military experts do the talking once a political decision has been taken. And we have seen earlier instances of Uri and post-Pulwama, Balakot, where the political will has not been wanting, and the political will has been strong. And in fact, the most transformative aspect of Indian response to terror in the last few years. So we are seeing the same thing, absolute resolve, as mentioned by the Prime Minister himself in his couple of his speeches. And these pictures clearly these pictures clearly reflect a decisive leadership deliberating what comes next.
Absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, my colleague Riyanka is also there outside the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg where this meeting is underway. We're showing pictures of that meeting as well. So, Riyanka, well, this is a very important meeting, as we were mentioning, that this is the first time that the Prime Minister is meeting all the 3 service chiefs along with the NSA and the Chief of Defence Staff and other important members. Now, what we know is that this time India will be, of course, zeroing in on the most appropriate action, because we cannot, of course, forgive and forget what has happened. And, we already see that Pakistan has been trembling, it has been rattled, and it has resorted to, antics like cyber attacks, like a cyber strike, a very cowardly way of, a very display of cowardice, rather, and also unprovoked ceasefire. But yes, the situation is very high. The security situation, of course, is very critical right now. Even in Srinagar, where I'm reporting for, we see, time and again, especially during the afternoon, there are multiple choppers, including that of the Indian Air Force as well. So there is high hyper vigilance also, and there is increased amount of there's increased deployment of forces. And this time we expect that in this meeting there should be something really concrete that will be decided upon.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita very rightly mentioned there, given it is the first meeting with the Prime Minister, which consists of the Tri-Service Chiefs, the Chief of Defence Staff, along with NSA Ajit Doval and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, all coming together. There is only one message that is made very clear, that India will not sit silent. There can be steps that will be taken. An example of the Uri as well as the Balakot strike that had happened in the earlier times, and something much bigger than that can also be in the cards, which is why these meetings that are having, taking place along with the Prime Minister, whether it is the meeting that is being chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh earlier, or a meeting that had been chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah earlier, there is just one message which is very clear, that there is no way that Pakistan will not be isolated. Every step will be taken in to isolate and build a huge crackdown against Pakistan. Remember, the three service chiefs being present in this meeting also shows a very important point here, that an entire briefing to the Prime Minister is being given regarding the security arrangements and how prepared our defence forces are in terms of any combat action that might be required and might be planned. And in fact, as you rightly mentioned, Pakistan is rattled. It is shaking at this point, given there are several unprovoked ceasefire that we are in fact seeing that is happening at the border areas. Each and every day there are increased number of unprovoked ceasefiring that is happening. In fact, our forces are retaliating befittingly. That is something that is also happening on that front. On the other hand, the Pakistani ministers, they are making unprovoked and I beg your pardon, they are making provocative statements against our country, and also getting into several ways to say that okay, Pakistan is not involved in the particular attack that had taken place in Pahalgam, but we know very clearly they have accepted that Pakistan has been fueling terror, and they have been providing funding, financing, they have been financing terror. They have accepted it, and they have been completely exposed. Remember, previously also we have seen how they have been put in the blacklist or the grey list under the FATF, where the Pakistan has been completely exposed. Even now, this particular meeting, which is underway at Prime Minister's residence for nearly 40 minutes now, already shows that there are crucial decisions and crucial discussions that is being made. Remember, NSA Ajit Doval, who has made it very clear in the past as well that India will not be sparing Pakistan no matter what. There are several steps taken from the side of the centre, as in terms of the first crackdown that was built from starting from asking the Pakistanis to leave within 48 hours to suspending the Indus Water Treaty. Many steps have already been taken, and a big strike is in fact accepted. I'm not saying that this is something that will happen, but yes, everybody is hoping that India will retaliate very strongly against Pakistan.
Yes, absolutely. We have some breaking news coming in right now. I request all our reporters to please stay on with us, because there is a very important update we're getting in. Now, viewers, what we have is that the World Bank has granted funding to Pakistan. Pakistan has now, in fact, received 108 million of funding from the World Bank. $108 million US dollars, viewers, we're talking about here. The World Bank has sanctioned additional funding. This is additional funding of $108 million US dollars. And it says it is providing this fund for improving the lives of women and girls by enhancing their access to essential services and economic opportunities in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province in northwest Pakistan. And according to a release from the World Bank, the funding has been granted to help both projects accomplish their goals of increasing access to market, jobs and health and education services in a way that increases the province's resilience to natural catastrophes. So this is a terror state, viewers, which is now getting in more and more of funding. And all right, viewers, as we speak, we are getting in visuals from inside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where that important meeting is underway on the security situation and what will be the next step of action of the government of India and, of course, Indian forces in this together. And we have the visuals coming in from the Prime Minister's residence. You can see General CDS General Chauhan. There is all the army chiefs, 3 service chiefs. You can see General Upendra Dwivedi as well. And Ajit Doval, the NSA. You can see the Air Chief Marshal as well, the Navy Chief also present there, speaking to the Prime Minister, and all deliberating as to what should be done next, because you see that they have in fact held meetings amongst each other as well with the Defence Minister, that is Rajnath Singh. They have visited Pahalgam terror site. We saw the Home Minister visiting the site. We also saw the Army Chief going there. CDS Chauhan had also taken information from all of the commanders, the Army commanders. And now we have the Prime Minister talking face to face with all the 3 service chiefs and also the Chief of Defence Staff. And there you have those visuals coming in. The Navy Chief of India also present in there. In the Indian Navy has been, of course, exuding confidence. Admiral Dinesh Tripathi is also present there. Chief of the Air Staff is also there, and this is the update we have. Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, and also you have NSA Ajit Doval. We continue to talk to our reporters also as I speak over the visuals, what is happening. Viewers, we have my colleague Soumya also. Soumya, well, we see that there have been a lot of meetings going on, back-to-back meeting going on. Amit Shah, the Home Minister. In fact, of course, we have Riyanka also from 7 Local Yanmarg. Riyanka, we got the video from inside, the visuals from inside. Army Chief, the CDS, Navy, Air Chief Marshal also there. And of course, they are deliberating, talking face to face with the Prime Minister, because this is the penultimate moment that what should be the next step of action. Pakistan would surely be trembling.
Oh, well, as we continue with those visuals on the screens where it is very clearly seen how Prime Minister is interacting with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, as well as National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and of course the chiefs of the 3 services in our country, as well as the Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan. It is very important to note here that these meetings are coming in with a huge message that is being sent to Pakistan, as you also mentioned, moving forward. In fact, there are many meetings that have happened since the attack took place, and many more meetings lined up tomorrow as well at the Prime Minister's residence, where there will be the Cabinet Committee on Security that will be meeting for the second time after the attack tomorrow at the Prime Minister's residence. In fact, there will be a Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs that will also be meeting the Prime Minister tomorrow, and following that there will be the briefing where there will be the meeting of the Union Cabinet. The entire Cabinet will in fact be meeting under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So hurdles after hurdles, meetings after meetings taking place. Many have happened, many more are lined up. But at this point in time, this crucial defence security meeting that is underway under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where we are showing you the visuals on our screens to our viewers, that we are of course ready, we are combat ready. We will be giving a befitting response to Pakistan for its poor tactics and constantly distancing itself from the terror attack. It is not going to stay silent. In fact, the presence of the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal AP Singh, as well as the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, shows that the 3 services are very well stationed at their positions. In fact, we had seen that there were several missiles that were tested a few days ago. In fact, the Navy had also issued and released an image of the, important ships which were stationed very well for any sort of a combat, situation. And on the other hand, we know that there have been several recce's and that have been carried on in terms of the Air Force. So yes, our country is ready to give a response, a strong one this time, to Pakistan, because justice needs to be served to all those bereaved family members who have lost their loved ones, who had just gone to Pahalgam to take the visit of that beautiful site, but ended up with the dastardly attack from the side of terrorists that the Pakistan has been funding since forever now.
Right, Riyanka. In fact, the Prime Minister has, not once but twice, many times, in fact, he has vowed that those innocent lives will be avenged. The killing of those of those people, of those Indians, will be avenged, and he's not going to spare anyone. Each and every person who has been connected with this will be hunted down, and he will be brought to justice. It's time for action now. He has made the promise, and now it's time for action. And before that action is taken, we see this very important meeting to weigh on those countermeasures is right now taking place. Soumya continues to be with us from the South Block. Soumya, you've been also tracking every high-level meeting that has taken place in the national capital, and of course it's been a very, very busy 1 week for everybody, all the officials, all the ministers as well. But okay, I'm told that Soumya is not there. I'll just put that across to Riyanka as we speak. Riyanka, you know, every Indian has his or her blood boiling when they see those visuals of those victims' families wailing, blood being splattered. It's a horrific visual. Nobody would want something like that to ever happen again. It's a strike on the social fabric, on the soul of India, as the Prime Minister said, as he vowed to, in fact, take revenge, as he vowed to hit back hard. And this time, of course, it is on him and on, of course, the collective that they must deliver and make sure that Pakistan pays for it and never ever thinks of carrying out such a dastardly attack ever again.
Well, absolutely, very rightly mentioned there, Rakshita. Given that the sensitivity of this particular scenario, it looks like some movement happening from Prime Minister's residence. Okay, one vehicle coming out from... none of the chiefs who are present there, although Raksha Mantri's cavalcade continues to be here, means that meeting is still on. Well, we continue to tell our viewers that this meeting that is currently underway under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and being participated and attended by the CDS as well as the NSA and the 3 service chiefs gives an important message to Pakistan, not just Pakistan but also to the Indians who are looking up to the Prime Minister, because a hope has been created, not just the ones who have been killed, not just their families, but every Indian, because the blood is boiling given the fact that the dastardly attack, the amount of sensitivity it had created and the anger it had created in the minds of the people. People are hopeful of a very, very strong retaliation. As I mentioned, that something like an Uri or a Balakot can be expected. But we have to wait and see. That is, of course, a decision that will be taken, and something will happen on that front, because India will not keep quiet. In the past also, we had never shut down, and we had given a befitting reply to the Pakistan for carrying out these dirty politics and dirty actions. And on that note, we will continue to be with these visuals from outside the Prime Minister's residence, and we will get in more details. But it's time for a short commercial break. We will be coming right back after this short break. Do stay tuned, viewers, with us. We are coming back in 2 minutes.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते हैं।
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। She was seeing from where the aircraft is approaching. She was suggesting and guiding the proximity of aircraft. She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है, और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से MiG-21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए। पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30 और MiG-21 ये दोनों जहाज पे थे, तो अब शुरू हुआ असली अटैक। ग्वालियर एयरबेस से मिराज 2000 का स्ट्राइक पैकेज ने उड़ान भरी, जिसमें मिराज 2000 थे, एयर रिफ्यूलर्स, एवैक्स, स्पाइस 2000 बॉम्ब से लैस, जिन्हें लेजर गाइडेड प्रिसिशन बॉम्ब्स कहा जाता है। आपको यह बताना जरूरी है कि मिराज 2000 ही वो बॉम्ब्स थे जिनका इस्तेमाल हमने कारगिल के युद्ध में
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started with all the top story of the day that we have been tracking for you. Ahead of tomorrow's cabinet meeting, the Raksha Mantri Tri-Services Chief along with the External Affairs Minister at the Prime Minister's residence. Republic accesses video from 18th of April. Video shot by Kerala tourist claims that the attackers were seen doing a recce. Another video of the Pahalgam attack services video shows 3 gunshots fired. Tourists seen running for a place to hide. A desperate and a rattled Pakistan attacks the Indian cyberspace. Websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet Army schools hacked.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing a gag order to its leaders, the Congress attacks a government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. All right, viewers, we go across straight to 7 Local Landmark, where we are getting in visuals of the meeting. Very high-level security meeting after the Pahalgam Terror Attacks. The first time we see that the Prime Minister is meeting all 3 service chiefs, the tri-service chiefs. He has, of course, held meetings with the Defence Minister. This is the 3rd meeting with Rajnath Singh, and as many as at least 2 days. And we also have the CDS, Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, who was also part of that meeting. They're discussing the preparedness and security scenario in Jammu and Kashmir. That is the breaking news that we have right now. We're getting in visuals of the same on your screens right now. Visual from 7 Local Landmark. And my colleague Riyanka is joining us live on the broadcast from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Well, the Defence Minister, of course, is at the 7 Local Landmark, and a very important meeting ahead of the CCS tomorrow. And in fact, we are getting, I think Riyanka is also showing us more visuals from outside the 7 Local Landmark. I think there's some movement over there. We'll just go across to that. But meanwhile, I'll share you the details. If you just tuned in, viewers, this is a very high security meeting that's going on right now. And Riyanka is back with us. Riyanka, yes, tell me what's happening.
Well, Rakshita, there, as you had in fact mentioned, that there was some movement which happened outside the Prime Minister's residence. There was one of the cars that had come out of the Prime Minister's residence, but mostly it does not belong to somebody who was a part of the meeting, because as I can continue to see that Raksha Mantri's, cavalcade is continuing to station just across the road where I'm standing, and very likely the meeting is still underway. It is around 45 minutes to 1 hour now that the meeting is continuing. Where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is present, and this is in fact second or the third meeting that he's holding with the Prime Minister in back-to-back in 2 days, and it is an important meeting where there is an entire review happening of the security preparedness as well as the combat preparedness, because the 3 service chiefs are also present in this meeting, along with the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, who is in fact briefing the Prime Minister about the preparations and the steps that are being taken in terms of how there is a security management in across the border, as well as the preparations that has been made by our defence forces in order, if there is a requirement for a huge combat surgical strike like situation that is of course seemingly on the card, given that the amount of meetings that are happening with each passing day. In fact, as I was mentioning earlier, there is a meeting that is going to be taking place tomorrow as well. Multiple meetings have been lined up tomorrow, starting from the CCS meeting, that is the Cabinet Committee on Security, which will be meeting for the second time post the attack, and many discussions will be done in that meeting, because all the tall leaders of the country are going to be present in that meeting as well. That includes the Defence Minister, it includes the Home Minister, it includes the Finance Minister, it includes other dignitaries that involves the secretaries from the defence, the home, as well as the finance. They will be present in that particular meeting, along with NSA Ajit Doval. This meeting is going to be happening for the second time tomorrow under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, followed by the CCS, followed by the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs will also be meeting, and then followed by the meeting of the entire Union Cabinet that will be sitting for the first time post the Pahalgam attack which had happened. And now the meeting which is currently underway at the Prime Minister's residence, I was mentioning earlier, gives a very strong message that we are prepared for any combat action, and because the retaliation is something that is going to happen, our country, our leadership will not let the blood of the people who had in fact died go in vain. There is going to be a revenge that will be taking in, because remember, NSA Ajit Doval, the person, the mastermind who was in fact behind taking the important decision of the Balakot strike, of the Uri surgical strike, he is still there at his position, and we know how he functions along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We know what kind of a decision that the duo take along with the other top leadership who are of course the part of these meetings. And it is hopeful everybody in the entire nation, not just in India, in fact Pakistan is also keeping a very close eye on these crucial meetings that happen. But it is a message that is being sent very clear that we are not going to keep quiet. There is a strong retaliation which is going to be taking place. But as of now, we understand that this particular meeting is underway at Prime Minister's residence. More such meetings will be lined up for tomorrow. Many such meetings have happened in the past 1 week. In fact, every day there are several visits that are in fact seen at the MHA as well as at the MEA. Each and every day we are seeing these meetings, and more such coming away.
Yes, Priyanka. I mean, the pictures speak for themselves, and the pictures speak of a decisive leadership deliberating its options with a clear-cut mind as to what needs to be done and what has to be done with a certain deadline. Because remember, this is the timing is crucial. All these deliberations are taking place just hours before the Cabinet Committee on Security meets, which obviously is the final decision-making body when it comes to national security, and a decision expected tomorrow. And on that note, let's go to another breaking news development coming in, which is connected with what's happening on the national security front. Pakistan's ISPR, we learn, has intensified propaganda push, and hackers trained by the Pakistani deep state and the ISI have targeted Rajasthan government websites this time. Remember, there have been concerted attempts at targeting India's military cyber infrastructure, and about a dozen odd websites targeted. In some cases, the Pakistanis got success, but what it shows is that there is clearly a plan and a pattern to target India's cyber security. And sources say that the Rajasthan Education Department portal has been targeted as it comes out, and this is the second or third time in the last 24-36 hours that we have seen cyber hackers backed by Pakistan. Now look at these pictures. The pattern is that over the last 5 days, every day, every night, there has been a breach of ceasefire between India and Pakistan from the Pakistani side. This is called speculative firing. This has increased along the line of control. And if you look at these places where all those ceasefire violations have taken place, Rampur, Akhnur, Punch, Baramulla, Kupwara, and Tutmar Gali. And in fact, we have Gursimran joining us live now from Jammu region for us. And Gursimran, this is the fifth day in a row that we have seen ceasefire violations happening from the Pakistani side. Obviously, the objective is to infiltrate more terrorists by keeping the Indian forces engaged. And two, it obviously shows that Pakistan believes, perhaps wrongly, that if it engages our forces along the border, maybe it can delay the action that's being planned. What are you hearing on the ground?
Exactly, Abhishek, you have rightly mentioned that Pakistan is trying to engage India on the one front so that they can actually delay the retaliation that actually more is expected by the Pakistan rather than India has spoken about it, because it is the Pakistani ministers that day and night are speaking that India will retaliate. And second is to infiltrate terrorists, because we'll see what has happened, that after this terror attack in Pahalgam, there has been an intensified crackdown. The Pakistani terrorists have failed to deliver for them because they have not been able to carry out any major terror attack, and any attempts that they made, they have been foiled by the security forces. So now Pakistan is resorting to the ceasefire violation, following the pattern that they used to follow from the 2010-11 to 2017-18. That is, from the upper reaches, they will start from the Kashmir Valley, the ceasefire violation, then it will come down to Poonch, then to Rajouri and Jammu. And same has been happening, but now it has to be seen whether it will go down to the international border in the Jammu region, that is Jammu, Kathua and Samba, because that has been the pattern Pakistan has been following to push in more and more terrorists, because they want the forces to be engaged at the most of the fronts. But the Indian army says that they are retaliating effectively, but only to the source of fire. So Indian army do not want any kind of a major escalation on the line of control, because they know that from where the source of fire came, it will be retaliated effectively. And it has been 5 days that the ceasefire violation is taking place in the Kupwara, Tangdhar, and now for the last 2 days in the Jammu region.
Right, stay with us, Gursimran. In fact, days after the deadly attack in Pahalgam that killed 26 people, including one Nepali citizen, all targeted for their religion, Pakistani troops are adhering to ceasefire or carrying out those ceasefire violations along the line of control through unprovoked firing. And we have seen the expense. Let's look at the details of where all these ceasefire violations have taken place through a wall explainer being done by Shawan.
Pakistan has basically resorted to what is largely known as speculative firing. What does this mean? Speculative firing essentially means that indiscriminate firing that takes place along the line of control. Interestingly, it started with just the Kashmir zone, that is the 15-core zone, where on the first night itself the attack took place. Thereafter, it started increasing, targeting the Jammu division, and finally, late last night, we are being told that the speculative firing took place across the line of control. And which are the areas that have been targeted? Let me just quickly take you through as the speculative firing increases along the line of control. Now, these are the areas where we are being told that the speculative firing has actually increased in the last 24 hours. I'll also explain to you, viewers, what does the speculative firing mean and what is it that the Pakistanis are basically targeting at. Let's just quickly take you through the areas. Baramulla, Kupwara, Poonch, Akhnur district. Now, Akhnur, again, it's a larger area. It's closer to the line of control where we've been told that the speculative firing has taken place. Tutmari Gully is the other places. Now, all of it, remember that when they have all been retaliated because they were targeting the Indian posts. Ceasefire violation that is in Jammu and Kashmir division that happened on the second night itself, and thereafter it started spreading to the other areas. April 26 to 29 firing on 3 consecutive nights. It's actually now increased. It's got entered the 5th day. This is the 5th day where the ceasefire violations are actually going on.
All right, staying with this, and the IMF, International Monetary Fund, the Executive Board will meet on May 9 to discuss Pakistan's staff-level agreement for a new $1.3 billion agreement under a climate resilience loan program, and that really underscores the financial economic difficulties that Pakistan faces, that even for the smallest of developmental work, it looks to IMF, which is already reviewing an ongoing $7 billion bailout package, all of which has not been released because Pakistan fails to meet the targets. And essentially, this development, which is about IMF board meeting on May 9 to deliberate on staff-level agreement for whether to release another round of $1.3 billion to Pakistan, is taking place. Now, remember, this is the situation in Pakistan while we have irresponsible ministers saber-rattling, nuclear saber-rattling, and warmongering, and in their wildest of dreams thinking that they can take on India when terrorist state Pakistan gets Pakistan gets 108 million in guise of special funding. Now, obviously, they have pulled some strings to even get this, but the fact of the matter is, Gursimran continues to be live with us. The fact of the matter is that in Pakistan, economy-wise, they are in dire straits. Gursimran, you think that all these comments that are coming in from Pakistani leaders and politicians are only aimed at fooling their population, their people and public, and to befool them into believing that after having lost 4 wars with India in the last 70, 75 years, they can still think of a military misadventure?
See, Abhishek, it seems that living in the fool's paradise is the Pakistan state policy, because it cannot be possible that they can have a nuclear bomb and in the one hand, on the other hand is a begging ball which they are running with to every nook and the corner, and then telling India that, see, we have a nuclear bomb and we can throw this to you. This is actually the fool's paradise. Now coming to the package that they have secured from the World Bank, it is $108 million project that they have got for the sake of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but the development that has not taken on ground, it clearly indicates that it will be used for any other reasons than the development of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, because the people are up in ante against the Pakistani establishment.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those details. We move on, but still staying with India and Pakistan. A BSF Jawan remains in Pakistani custody near the international boundary in Firozpur, Punjab. It's been about 5 days now. Despite 3 rounds of flag meetings, the Pakistani Rangers have refused to attend further talks on the matter, and it's been about 48 hours since the last meeting. The Indian government and the BSF are working diplomatically to secure the Jawan's release, even as his wife is seeking help in Punjab. Remember, the Jawan from Bengal, Nadia district, and his wife has reached Punjab seeking help from authorities to get the Jawan released. But unfortunately, the Pakistanis, for the last 48 hours, not even coming for flag meetings, 3 of which have been held earlier. 7 days now, 6 or 7 days now, but the Jawan is still in Pakistani custody. Lalit has filed this report from Firozpur border, where all these developments are taking place. Take a look.
Right now, Republic TV is reporting 25 kilometers away from the Firozpur town in Punjab. Just a few kilometers away is the international boundary that separates India and Pakistan. But due to security reasons, we are not showing you the fencing and the boundary. On 24th April, a BSF Jawan accidentally crossed the international boundary when he was with a group of farmers at the zero line harvesting the crops. The BSF Rangers arrested him, and now efforts are being made by the BSF and the Indian government to release him. From the past 6 days, 3 flag meetings have held, but till now no positive results have been made. In the backdrop, if we talk about on 22nd April in Pahalgam, there has been a terrorist attack that has shaken the country, in which innocent 26 lives have been lost. Now the family of the BSF Jawan have reached Punjab and is seeking help with the BSF officials so that the BSF Jawan can get released from the captivity of the Pakistani Rangers.
Right, another breaking news development which is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where Mehbooba Mufti, after initial expression of shock and sadness, is back to her old ways. Now she seems to be going soft on Pakistan, because now she says that the homes of those terror sympathizers, those terrorists, those overground workers, those people who provided logistical support to terrorists to carry out Pahalgam terror attacks, their houses should not be demolished. Mehbooba Mufti had earlier said that maybe we can look at ways of dealing with Pakistan, including talks. Let's listen to what she has said.
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं। तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो उन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया, और हम समझते हैं इस बात को। तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये ज़रूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए। और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया।
All right, Zeenat joins us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, Mehbooba Mufti back to her old ways. There's no stopping her?
Mehbooba is back to square one with the same narrative that has helped her in her career in the politics. Rather, Mehbooba is the only leader who has played the separatist politics to an extent, to such an extent that she got the post of Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir after her father passed away. In fact, we see that as far as Mehbooba Mufti is concerned, here she is making an appeal to Home Minister of the country, citing that the Kashmiris knows how the pain is like and how it felt like. But meanwhile, she is also quoting the incidents where recently the houses of the terrorists or the OGWs were dismantled by the J&K police along with the administration, because in one of the incidents at the Pulwama where the house of the terrorists was demolished, in that incident, apart from the house of the terrorists, the locals also came under attack in this, and some 8 houses were dismantled, for which the protests were also held at Muran, Pulwama, and she is quoting one of the incidents. But there is no doubt that Mehbooba has been playing the politics of separatists for long. She is the only leader in the Jammu and Kashmir history who has been frequently visiting the OGW's militants, even when she was in power or she was out of power. So Mehbooba is playing the same tone. Again, she has been speaking for the talks with the Pakistan. She has been evoking that BJP should follow the steps of the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And again, in today, Mehbooba has been taking account of where she is saying that Home Minister should take a humanitarian view as far as dismantling of the house is concerned, and that needs to be stopped.
Right, thank you so much. Zeenat, with those updates, we of course keep close track of whatever is happening there, including of course our agencies closing in on the terror module which carried out the Pahalgam Terror Attack. Moving on for now, and let's look at some other stories from across the country. In Bharat in 5 minutes, in the wake of the Pahalgam Terror Attack, which claimed 26 lives, including 6 from Maharashtra, the Maharashtra cabinet, led by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, made a significant decision today. Each of the 6 affected families from the state will receive rupees 50 lakh in financial assistance, and 1 member from each family will be offered a government job. Among the beneficiaries is Asavari Jagdale, daughter of the late Santosh Jagdale from Pune. She has now been assured a government job. Previously, she had been offered employment at the D.Y. Patil Institute in Pune. The latest decision upgrades this to a government position. A high-level meeting was held in the Ministry of Home Affairs earlier in the day. Those present in the meeting included Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, Director General of Border Security Force, DG of BSF and Assam Rifles and the National Security Guards, senior officials of the CRPF, Sashastra Seema Bal and the Central Industrial Security Force, the CISF. A cobbler named Sunil Kumar has been arrested from the Bathinda cantonment area, India's largest military cantonment, on suspicion of endangering national security by sharing crucial information. Sunil, a resident of Beyantnagar and originally from Bihar, had been working inside the cantonment for the past 7-8 years. Authorities suspect him of being in contact with Pakistani handlers.
इस स्टेज पे जो जसूस वाली बात है अभी फ़िलहाल सामने नहीं आई है। ये जैसे एक हनी ट्रैप का जो सिस्टम होता है उस तरीके का जो मतलब एंगल सामने आ रहा है। तो बट हमने एक FIR नंबर 63 थाना कैंट में दर्ज कर दी है और उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में तथ्य सामने आएंगे उसके मुताबिक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Well, at this point in time, the meeting at the Prime Minister's residence is partially over, given that CDS has in fact left and the 3 services chiefs have also left from the Prime Minister's residence. Only the Defence Minister as well as the NSA continue to be at the Prime Minister's residence. We will be getting in more details on that front, a crucial meeting at PM Modi's residence in order to counter the Pahalgam Terror Attack. We will be coming right back after this short break.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reikhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। She was seeing from where the aircraft is approaching. She was suggesting and guiding the proximity of aircraft. She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile. जब R-73 मिसाइल मिंटी अग्रवाल ने बताई, लॉक करी, अभिनंदन वर्तमान ने वो लाल बटन दबाया, मिसाइल निकली और पाकिस्तान के F-16 को मिंटी अग्रवाल ने रडार से बाहर जाते हुए देखा। परफेक्ट किल। लेकिन उस बीच अभिनंदन वर्तमान LOC क्रॉस कर गए। मिंटी अग्रवाल kept calling on radio, turn cold, turn cold, turn cold, यानी वापस आओ, वापस आओ। पर अभिनंदन वर्तमान
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए। एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी। पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30 और मिग 21 ये दोनों जहाज पे थे तो अब शुरू हुआ असली अटैक। ग्वालियर एयरबेस से मिराज 2000 का स्ट्राइक पैकेज ने उड़ान भरी, जिसमें मिराज 2000 थे, एयर रिफ्यूलर्स, एवैक्स, स्पाइस 2000 बॉम्ब से लैस, जिन्हें लेजर गाइडेड प्रिसिशन बॉम्ब्स कहा जाता है। आपको यह बताना जरूरी है कि मिराज 2000
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thanks for joining us on Republic TV. On This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m. We have full details of the Pakistan Army's direct link to the Pahalgam Terror Attack. It was a 26/11 style attack. Details on the show. Here are the headlines. Prime Minister holds high-level security meeting at his official residence. 3 service chiefs, National Security Advisor, Chief of Defence Staff, Raksha Mantri present. Plan locked and loaded. India getting ready to go after the terrorists. Ceasefire violation reported in both the international border and the line of control. Desperate Pakistan resorting to speculative firing.
कश्मीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
Congress party says don't be critical of the government, don't question Indian forces, but another Congress party attacks the government. Pakistan uses the Congress party's version to target India as Congress comes to Pakistan's rescue again. Mehbooba Mufti once again questioning armed forces, questioning demolition of homes of terrorists once again. Getting in more and more details now, ladies and gentlemen. On the day of the attack, a few hours later, as we reported live on what happened in Pahalgam, when the first sketches came out, were of this man, one of 3 sketches that came into our newsroom, and this is the picture of the exact same terrorist. It now appears, as we dig deeper, and that's the breaking news coming in, Pakistan Army was directly involved in the terror attack of Pahalgam. It appears that the Pakistani Army officer was directly involved in this particular attack. Pakistan Army and Asim Munir had loaned out one of his soldiers to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. He was a special services officer, loaned out to the Lashkar, like they did during 26/11 and the Mumbai attacks. exact same blueprint that was used. Asim Munir's man was the Pahalgam attacker. One of the attackers of Pahalgam, it appears, Hashim Munir, was sent by the Pakistani army to Lashkar to coordinate this attack and to ensure that they carry out this attack as one. So the man that you see here, whose sketches were made so that those at the Pahalgam attack site at the Baisaran Meadows recognize the attackers. One of them was this man, Hashim Musa. Hashim Musa was loaned out. He was loaned out by the Pakistan army to Lashkar so that the Lashkar could use him to carry out the attack. In the past, Pakistan has done it many times, especially in cross-border operations. One of their own rogue officers, not really rogue officers, but one of their cowards don't have the courage to cross over the border in uniform, so they pretend to be terrorists. They work as terrorists, and they were sent into Pahalgam. One of them was this man, Hashim Musa, Asim Munir's puppet. And that is why the Pakistan Army Chief made that comment when he spoke about Hindus. Keyword, Hindus. In a speech, he spoke about Hindus. And he spoke about Kashmir being the jugular vein. When you try and connect the dots, you understand how calculated a comment that was coming just a few days before the Pahalgam attack. I have someone, and this Hashim Musa was also a Special Services Group officer, SSG officer. He was in the Special Forces in Pakistan. Let me go across to somebody who has served as a spy and part of the Secret Service. He's been a sniper also in the past, and a former NSG commando. Lucky Bisht is joining us. Lucky Bisht was a special officer himself. Lucky Bisht ji, बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. ये जो हशीम मूसा करके है, ये जो इनका जो पिक्चर मैंने अभी दिखाया आपको, ऐसे बहुत कई ऑपरेशंस हुए हैं जहां पे पाकिस्तान आर्मी ने खुद उनके सिपाही को लश्कर या जैश मोहम्मद के साथ एम्बेड करके कश्मीर के अंदर भेजा गया है. लकी बिश जी, आपका जो एक्सपीरियंस है उससे बताइए हमें कि ये कैसे करते हैं, इनका मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या होता है?
सर देखिए, जो भी इस टाइम हिंदुस्तान पहलगाम के ऊपर जो भी अटैक देख रहा है, मैं बहुत पहले से कह रहा हूं कि पूरा का पूरा जो अटैक है सर, ये पूरा का पूरा ISI का प्लान है. चाहे आप LET को बोलो, वो एक छोटे से मोहरे हैं सर. आपने स्क्रीन में जो हासिम मूसा बता रहे हैं, जो सुलेमान, इसका नेक्स्ट नाम एक सुलेमान भी है, आप इसको आसिफ फौजी भी बोले सर. एक ही आदमी के नाम है अलग अलग. जो इसकी हिस्ट्री है, इसकी हिस्ट्री क्या है, पाकिस्तान आर्मी अभी बोल रही है इंटरनल, अभी इन्फॉर्मेशन कुछ दिन के बाद पाकिस्तान आर्मी आउट कर देगी कि इस हासिम मूसा को कहें या आप सुलेमान को कहें या इस आसिफ फौजी को कहें, उन्होंने 2023 में इसको SSG से आउट कर दिया है. लेकिन इससे पहले पाकिस्तान आर्मी ने कभी नहीं बताया सर. एक्चुअली क्या है, पाकिस्तान ISI का मॉडल क्या है, जो पाकिस्तान ISI का एक डेस्क है, जॉइंट इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो, मतलब पाकिस्तान ISI का एक डेस्क है, मतलब ऑल ओवर जॉइंट इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो देखती है. लेकिन उसके नीचे जो काम करता है, वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट डेस्क है, वो करता है इंडिया डेस्क. मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं सर? इंडिया डेस्क का सिर्फ एक ही काम है कि सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर नजर रखना, हिंदुस्तान के अंदर कैसे आतंकवादी घटनाएं हो सके, कैसे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हो सके, इंडियन आर्मी पर अम्बुश हो सके. और आज पहली बार आज इस इंडिया डेस्क ने क्या किया, ISI ने प्लान करके निहत्ते, जिनका वॉर से कोई मतलब नहीं है सर, जिनका लड़ाई से कोई मतलब नहीं है, उनके ऊपर अटैक करवाया. तो मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाह रहा हूं कि जिसे आप एक LET का ऑपरेशन समझ रहे हैं, जिसको लोग कह रहे हैं कि यार ये TRF का एक ऑपरेशन है, इसके पूरा का पूरा पीछे प्लानिंग किसकी है सर? पूरे के पूरे ISI की. तो इसमें कोई संदेह होने की जरूरत नहीं है कि इसमें हासिम मूसा जैसा, मतलब हाशिम जैसा कोई आदमी है, आसिफ फौजी जैसा कोई आदमी है. इनका काम करने का तरीका ही ये है. एक्चुअली क्या है, पाकिस्तान की जो SSG है, वो सेम जैसे हमारी इंडिया के अंदर स्पेशल फोर्स होती है सर, चाहे आप पैरा सब बोलो, चाहे NSG बोलो. एक्चुअली क्या है, ये मिलिट्री यूनिट है उसकी. इसके अंदर क्या है, जितने भी स्पेशल पाकिस्तान के जितने भी आर्मी से क्या है एज ए डेपुटेशन जाते हैं, एक स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग लेके SSG के अंदर सर्विस करते हैं. और ISI का मेन काम होता है कि उनके बेस्ट SSG के जो बेस्ट मतलब सोल्जर्स हैं, उन लोगों को क्या करना, जैस के साथ काम करवाना या LET के साथ काम करवाना. मैं आपको सिंपल तरीके से इस ऑपरेशन को पूरा प्लान, जो भी ISI का प्लानिंग ऑपरेशन है, मैं आपको समझाने की कोशिश करता हूँ बहुत आराम से. नॉर्मल तरीके से क्या है, आईएसआई का एक मेजर जो क्या है नॉर्मली हाफिज के साथ कंटिन्यू वर्क कर रहा है। ये एक आईएसआई का मेजर और हाफिज मिलकर प्लान करते हैं कि यार हमें इंडिया के अंदर बहुत बड़ा कुछ करना है, ठीक है। आईएसआई का सपोर्ट किसको है? हाफिज को है। लेकिन हाफिज क्या बोलता है कि यार एलईटी डायरेक्ट ऑपरेशन नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि एलईटी के ऊपर इंटरनेशनल बहुत सारे संगठनों की नजर है कि एलईटी कोई भी ऐसा ऑपरेशन नहीं करेगा, एलईटी को पाकिस्तान फंडिंग नहीं देगा। तो एलईटी ने क्या कर दिया, अपना एक शैडो टीआरएफ एक ग्रुप जो इस टाइम जिसने हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है वो एलईटी का ही एक ग्रुप है सर। मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि वो अलग ग्रुप है, लेकिन सिर्फ क्या है कि इंटरनेशनल मतलब जितने भी हमारे इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जो भी काम कर रहे हैं उनकी नजर इस ग्रुप पर ना पड़े, इसको एलईटी से अलग रखा गया है, लेकिन काम वही है जो एलईटी करती है। तो एक आईएसआई का मेजर और एक हाफिज सहीद दोनों के दोनों प्लान किसको बनाते हैं? दोनों के दोनों इंडिया डेक्स को प्लान बताते हैं, जो इंडिया डेक्स जिसको ब्रिगेडियर रैंक कमांड करता है कि सर ऐसा ऐसा हमारा एक प्लान है, इसी तरीके से हमारे ये लड़के हैं जो इंडिया के अंदर इस बार जाने के बाद पहली बार क्या करेंगे, एक टूरिज्म के ऊपर अटैक करेंगे। इसका क्या है, एक साइकोलॉजिकल वॉर कि अगर एक टूरिज्म के ऊपर अटैक करेंगे, धर्म पूछ कर अटैक करेंगे, इससे क्या होगा, हिंदुस्तान के अंदर आक्रोश जागेगा सर, हिंदू मुस्लिम दंगे अलग होंगे। ये प्लान आईएसआई का प्लान समझ रहे हैं आप? तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आईएसआई के ब्रिगेडियर ने ही कमांड दिया और पूरा ऑपरेशन हो गया। जो आईएसआई का ब्रिगेडियर है वो अपने आईएसआई चीफ को यानी कि आशिम मलिक को क्या बताएगा, अपना पूरा प्लान समझाएगा कि सर हम हिंदुस्तान के अंदर एक ऐसा ऐसा प्लान कर रहे हैं और ये प्लान बिल्कुल सेफ है, क्योंकि ये प्लान हमारा एलईटी नहीं कर रहा है, हमारा एक शैडो ग्रुप टीआरएफ कर रहा है। क्लियर है सर? जब आशिम मलिक को ये पूरा का पूरा प्लान पता चलता है तो आशिम मलिक भी इस प्लान को गो हेड करने की जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेता है सर। वो प्लान किसको बताएगा? चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ आशिम मुनीर को। और आशिम मुनीर जब इस पूरे प्लान को बताए, मतलब आशिम मुनीर को यह दिखाया जाएगा कि सर ये प्लान क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके लिए, तो आईएसआई चीफ का पूरा काम है कि इससे आपको क्या फायदे होंगे, अगर आप इस ऑपरेशन को नहीं करते हो तो क्या नुकसान होंगे। तो ये पूरा का पूरा ग्राउंड जीरो से लेकर एक चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ तक किस तरह से प्लान किया जाता है सर। तो मैं आपके स्क्रीन में एक सोल्जर को देख रहा हूं जो पाकिस्तानी सोल्जर है, ठीक है, एसएसजी, जो उनकी स्पेशल सर्विस ग्रुप है, एक अलाइड फोर्सेज है पाकिस्तान की। तो ये अकेला ऐसा नहीं है सर, ऐसे बहुत सारे एसएसजी कहो या पाकिस्तान आर्मी के बहुत सारे सोल्जर्स हैं जो जैश के साथ कंटिन्यू ऑपरेशंस करते हैं, ठीक है, एलईटी के साथ ऑपरेशंस करते हैं। पाकिस्तान के अंदर बहुत सारे टेररिज्म ग्रुप हैं जिनके साथ कंटिन्यू लोग ऑपरेशंस करते हैं। पाकिस्तान आर्मी का एक ही चीज है, जब कभी भी फ्यूचर के अंदर ऐसी कोई चीज हो, कोई एविडेंस मिल जाए कि आपका सोल्जर एक टेररिज्म ग्रुप के साथ काम कर रहा था, उसने ये अटैक किया, तो पाकिस्तान हमेशा ही वही चीज करता है सर, डिले कर देता है और बोलता है कि इस सोल्जर को मैंने 2 या 3 साल पहले पाकिस्तान आर्मी से कोर्ट मार्शल कर दिया गया था। इसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण आप 1999 के अंदर देख सकते हैं, जो पाकिस्तान ने कभी ये नहीं माना कि पाकिस्तान की आर्मी ने मिलकर मुजाहिदीन के साथ हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर अटैक किया।
लकी जी, मैं आपको कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूं, मैं आपको कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूं। लेट्स गो फुल फ्रेम प्लीज। आई वांट टू शो द वॉल बिकॉज he's been a sniper as well, so I want to get in a word from him, right? ये देखिए, ये जो मैप है लकी जी, ये जो स्पेक्युलेटिव फायरिंग के नाम पे ये जो फायरिंग शुरू किया था, ये अभी सीजफायर वायलेशन कश्मीर में शुरू हुआ, अभी जम्मू, इट्स ऑल्सो मूव टू जम्मू, देयर इज सीजफायर वायलेशन इन जम्मू एज वेल। सो अब ये देखिए, रामपुर से लेके अखनूर, पूंछ, बारामुल्ला, टुटमरी गली, कुपवारा, स्पेक्युलेटिव फायरिंग अभी इंक्रीज हुए है। Now what we have seen in our experience is that Pakistani forces, they use firing as cover to also infiltrate terrorists. You have been a sniper, so you have been, you have served in the special forces, so you have an idea about how difficult it is and why do they do this? ऐसे क्यों करते हैं? Why? Yes.
एक्चुअली क्या है सर, जितना मैं आपको समझ पा रहा हूँ, मैं बहुत सारे न्यूज चैनल में कंटिन्यू 3 दिन से 4 दिन से एक ही कवरेज देख रहा हूँ, पहलगाम अटैक, नियत के लोगों के ऊपर बेरहमी से हत्या करना। आज आप हिंदुस्तान के हर मीडिया चैनल में एक ही चीज हो रहा है। मैं आपको एक इंटेलिजेंस का काम करने का तरीका बताता हूँ सर। एक्चुअली क्या होता है कि ये हमारे को इतनी जल्दी समझ में नहीं आता, ये बहुत टाइम के बाद समझ में आता है कि आईएसआई का प्लान या दुनिया की कोई भी बड़ी एजेंसी, उनका काम करने का तरीका क्या होता है। उनका काम करने का तरीका होता है कि इस टाइम हिंदुस्तान का पूरा ध्यान कहाँ करना सर, पूरा का पूरा हमने जेएनके के अंदर हमारा ध्यान, पूरा पाकिस्तान के अंदर हमारा ध्यान, हमने जेएनके के सारे बॉर्डर्स को क्या कर दिया, मतलब सील कर चुके हैं हम लोग टोटल। लेकिन वही पाकिस्तान की आईएसआई पूरी की पूरी इस टाइम बांग्लादेश के अंदर पूरी की पूरी क्या है सर, एक्टिव है। इसी आईएसआई ने बांग्लादेश की गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिया। तो मैं आपको एक चीज और कहना चाह रहा हूं आपके चैनल से कि बहुत बारी ऐसा होता है कि इंटेलिजेंस की जो सीक्रेट सर्विस होती है पूरी दुनिया का ध्यान एक तरफ डालती है, लेकिन उनका असली मकसद कुछ और भी होता है सर। मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं? क्योंकि कुछ दिन पहले तक पूरे हिंदुस्तान का ध्यान, हर हिंदुस्तानी का ध्यान बांग्लादेश में था सर। बांग्लादेश से इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हो रही थी, लेकिन आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान का ध्यान जेएनके के अंदर आ चुका है। इंटेलिजेंस के काम करने के तरीके बहुत अलग होते हैं सर। जो हमें दिखाई दे रहा है सब वैसा नहीं है, जो बहुत आसानी से हमें चीजें दिखाई दे रही है। तो ऐसा होता है कई बार हमारे तक इंफॉर्मेशन पहुंचाई जाती है, हमें ऐसा नहीं लगता कि हम लोग इंफॉर्मेशन को गैदरिंग कर रहे हैं। इंटेलिजेंस का करने का तरीका है कि वो कैसे हम तक इंफॉर्मेशन को पहुंचाया जाए, लेकिन इसके पीछे उनका बहुत बड़ा प्लान और कुछ होता है सर।
मैं आपको आई वांट टू आस्क यू वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन। लकी जी, अभी बहुत सारे लोग, ये जो हमारे दर्शक है, ऑल आर आवर व्यूअर्स ऑफ रिपब्लिक, जब देश के जो चर्चा होती है, वी से नेशन फर्स्ट, वी से फोर्सेस फर्स्ट, एनीथिंग रिलेटेड टू नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, ब्रेकिंग न्यूज, लोग रिपब्लिक को देखते हैं। इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, जो भी देख रहे हैं उनका एक ही क्वेश्चन है, एक ही प्रश्न है उनका, हाउ विल आवर फोर्सेस रिस्पॉन्ड टू पाकिस्तान?
सर,
एज अ वेटरन, हाउ वुड यू लाइक टू एड्रेस दैट?
नहीं सर, मैं इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि हमारे इंडियन आर्मी, हमारे स्पेशल फोर्सेस, पाकिस्तानी आर्मी या जो भी इसके पीछे फ्रंट में या बैक फुट में है, उनको वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि उन्होंने सपने में कल्पना भी नहीं करी होगी कि भारतीय सेना या हमारी सरकार उन पर क्या एक्शन लेगी सर। मैं सिर्फ उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं जिन्होंने गोलियां चलाई थी सर। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो बैक फुट पर रह के सब कुछ काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि बिना लोकल्स की मदद से, बिना किसी पॉलिटिकल सपोर्ट से, लोकल पॉलिटिकल सपोर्ट से इतना बड़ा टेररिज्म अटैक किसी देश में पॉसिबल नहीं है सर। और जो इसके पीछे हैं उन्हें वो सजा मिलेगी जो हमारे, मतलब आपने देखा कि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर ने भी बोला कि उन्होंने कभी कल्पना में भी नहीं सोचा होगा सर। और बहुत जल्दी आपको एक बड़ा काउंटर एक्शन देखने को मिलेगा जिसको सारा देश सुनेगा सर, सारा देश देखेगा। थैंक यू सर।
Lucky Bisht, thank you for joining us. Lucky Bisht has been a former spy, a sniper and an NSG commando joining us on the broadcast. Thank you, Lucky ji. Jai Hind, thank you for joining us. I'm going across next to our special guest joining us from Kerala. And his video is another headline today, top headline on Republic. He claims to have spotted with his camera the suspects. I have the video. This is the video that Srijit put out. First the video, let me show you what he put out, what he shared. Also with the agencies, if I can please play that video of Srijit Rameshan. He captured in his video, Pahalgam attackers reportedly captured before the strike, days before the strike, 18th of April. That's the video that was put out. Was there a possible recce before the attack? You can see two of them going behind his daughter. That's his daughter whose video he was shooting. And two of them seen in this particular footage. Srijit Rameshan filmed this on the 18th while on vacation with his family in Pahalgam, and during the visit he recorded the videos of his daughter at Betab Valley. Betab Valley, about 7.5 kilometers from Baisaran Meadows. The attackers were reportedly accidentally caught on camera. He believes that these two are the attackers. Srijit is joining us. Srijit, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Srijit, did you notice anything suspicious? You shot this video. I read somewhere that you heard them say something suspicious. Why did you have a suspicion on these two?
See, actually, as you said, on 18th of April, we visited the Betab Valley. And after visiting Betab Valley, as a normal tourist, we were taking photographs and all. And while making a video of my daughter, two persons, the suspected, were just crossed the frame of my video. And that time, as a normal tourist, I just thought it is a normal practice. And after that, we visited several other places. And on 22nd, we learned that there was a terror attack at Pahalgam Baisaran Valley. That time, we were traveling from Srinagar to Jammu.
Yes.
Jammu. And after that, we came to my home back on 24th. And 25th and 26th, we were just seeing the news, and we heard that, and we saw the photos published by the security agencies. And after seeing the sketches and photos, we realized that we have seen two people very closely, and accordingly we we just scanned all our photos and we found that these two persons were crossing in that video.
How do you know it's them? How do you know it's them? Okay, I'm getting in some breaking news. Srijit, stay with me. I'm getting in some very big breaking news. The Prime Minister, Srijit, the Prime Minister has held a meeting. There is some big breaking news coming in. Stay with me. The Prime Minister of India has given a free hand to our forces to go all out and to end terror. Free hand to our forces, to the Indian Army, to the Indian Air Force, and to the Indian Navy, a free hand given by the Prime Minister to go all out and end terror. This is the big breaking news update that's coming in right now. The Prime Minister, in a meeting that began a little after 5 p.m., has given our armed forces a free hand to go after the terrorists. The Prime Minister, in a speech a few days ago, said he will go to the ends of the earth. India will go to the ends of the earth to find these terrorists, to finish them, to bury them. And the Prime Minister has given our armed forces a free hand to finish off these terrorists, to end terror. And the army will choose its place and time of the attack. I repeat, the army will choose the place and time of the attack. The Prime Minister, while putting his complete faith and the faith of the Indian people in the armed forces, and that they will decide. I will add that line. India and our forces will choose the place and timing of the attack. And this is why, when you look at this development come in, this is why the cowards across the border, cowards in Rawalpindi decided to have a news conference at 7 p.m. India time. The cowards in Pakistan decided to time this announcement to around 7 p.m. India time. They made an announcement that the Pakistan ISPR will do a news conference. They knew that this was coming. This is the beginning of the end of Pakistani terror. It should have been a long time ago, but our forces will go all out now. The Prime Minister has affirmed that it is our national resolve to deal a crushing blow to terror. The Prime Minister has expressed complete faith and confidence in the professional abilities of the Indian Armed Forces. The Prime Minister in his meeting has said that they have complete freedom, operational freedom, to decide on the mode, to decide on the targets, and decide the timing of the response of the Indian Armed Forces. This is exactly what Pakistan was dreading. And this is exactly why Pakistan has been nervous in the last few days. And the Prime Minister for the first time met all three service chiefs today. He met the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Force Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff. He also met Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. And in that meeting, the Prime Minister has put the country's resolve behind our forces to deal a crushing blow to terror. And we have more details coming in. Of course, we have always done that, Abhishek, historically, to give our forces a free hand to hit back and hit back hard and to choose the place and timing of India's response. Abhishek.
Well, yes, this is coming in from sources, Niranjan, and this is a big one because I think if there was any doubt to anyone, particularly the political opposition, that the government is not doing enough, not doing anything, or that the government is missing in action, as a mischievous Congress post suggested, this should clear all those doubts. This should clear all the clouds, because this is Prime Minister telling the service chiefs, this is Prime Minister telling the National Security Advisor, this is Prime Minister telling the Chief of Defence Staff that go ahead, show India's resolve, show India's resilience, and you have the political will behind you, you have the political executive backing you. And the Prime Minister, in fact, in the meeting has also said that they have complete operational freedom to decide on the mode, targets and timing of the response, which means Prime Minister has made it clear couple of things. One, that action has to take place, that India has to give military response, because remember, he's talking to military leadership, and so obviously the action that they take is a military action, which means it has become clear now that India is going to militarily inflict costs of terror on Pakistan this time, and very directly so. And Prime Minister has said that choose your time, choose your mode, choose your targets, which means between the three services, the Army, Navy and Air Force, as coordinated by the National Security Advisor and the Chief of Defence Staff, they're going to decide whether they are going to take the aerial route and send in some missiles into Pakistan and target terror infrastructure, like the headquarters, for example, of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hizbul Mujahideen or Jaish-e-Mohammed, or for that matter, are we going to use our Navy for carrying out a naval blockade and to make sure that Pakistan pays through its nose for indulgence with terror, or for that matter, whether we are going to have the use of ground forces. The kind of mobilization we have seen, Niranjan, over the last few days is building up to something significant on the Air Force side and on the Navy side. But then remember, when it comes to taking a military action, surprise is the best weapon. So while we discuss and deliberate on what all has to happen, the broad contours given by the Prime Minister, guidelines given by the Prime Minister, is basically about action at the time and place of choosing of our defense forces, our service chiefs and the military leadership, and so it's going to happen.
Our forces are getting set to strike. Abhishek, it is clear now that we are set to strike. We will choose the timing, we will choose the place, we will choose the mode. After Pulwama, it was a similar free hand given to our forces. That's been India's tradition, that we have complete faith in our forces and we give them a free hand to respond. Abhishek, how do you assess the timing of this? It's come almost 7 days, a week after the attack. We've been monitoring the developments very closely. There has been so much speculation of who is still in Pakistan, who is run away from Pakistan, where the terror masterminds are hiding. Pakistan itself in a state of flux and complete panic.
Well,
and they
you
knew
see,
perhaps this was coming. Yes.
If we look at what happened with the Uri terror attack and the surgical strikes after that, they came after about 8 days. In the case of Balakot air strike, it came after 12 days. So, that window is there. But again, this is not really important, Niranjan, whether we hit them back between 8 and 12 days or after 15 days, because remember, when it comes to military strategy, it's about timing, it's about surprise element, it's about choosing the target in a manner that the enemy understands that they have paid a price. So all those things really come together to decide the course of action. So it's, while we of course deliberate that this has to happen, my only takeaway, Niranjan, is, before I hand it over back to you, is that Prime Minister has made it clear that Indian response, a military response at that, is coming.
Military response is coming. Thank you for that, Abhishek. It's a big story. We're not going to move out of this story. We'll take a break. We have to take a break. Taking a break and coming back with the big build-up to the imminent revenge, which is next. The revenge is coming. The revenge is imminent. And the revenge is in the hands of our forces as Pakistan gets ready. Taking a short break. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reikhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्धमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे मिग 21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। She was seeing from where the aircraft is approaching. She was suggesting and guiding the proximity of aircraft. She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile. जब R-73 मिसाइल मिंटी अग्रवाल ने बताई, लॉक करी, अभिनंदन वर्तमान ने वो लाल बटन दबाया, मिसाइल निकली और पाकिस्तान के F-16 को मिंटी अग्रवाल ने रडार से बाहर जाते हुए देखा। परफेक्ट किल। लेकिन उस बीच अभिनंदन वर्तमान LOC क्रॉस कर गए। मिंटी अग्रवाल kept calling on radio, turn cold, turn cold, turn cold, यानी वापस आओ, वापस आओ।
It's 7:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. We're getting you top details coming in as far as the big meeting that took place at the Prime Minister's residence and all that and much more. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Big message by Prime Minister to the Tri-Services Chief. PM gives the forces free hand to decide the time and place of attack. Republic accesses video from 18th of April, video shot by a Kerala tourist claiming that the attackers were seen doing a recce. Another video of the Pahalgam attack services. Video shows 3 gunshots were fired and tourists seen running for a place to hide. Desperate and rattled Pakistan attacks Indian cyberspace websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet army schools hacked.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है, चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress's post to attack India. Latest now coming in, Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached the Prime Minister's residence. This is shortly after the Prime Minister had a meeting with the Tri-Services Chief along with the Chief of Defence Staff in the presence of National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. And now this meeting has been followed up by the Home Minister. Earlier in the day, Ministry of Home Affairs also called in a meeting with the chiefs of the paramilitary forces. The Home Secretary actually called in for a meeting. Now you have Prime Minister meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. This comes at a time when the government has made it very clear that clear message that has been sent to the Tri-Services Chief that the government is completely backing them. It is upon the forces to decide the time and the place
for the attack. In fact, these are the latest now coming in with regards to the meeting that got over at the 7 LKM, where the Army as well as Air Force and Navy essentially been told to choose place and time, and the fact that it's a clear messaging that the Prime Minister has done by giving a complete free run to the three forces to end terror. Now, the basic resolve to end terrorism completely. Once again, the Prime Minister reiterating what he has told the entire nation, that the nation stands firm with its resolve. It's time to dismantle the entire terror ecosystem. Now you have Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi a short while back. These are the images coming in of the Home Minister entering 7 LKM. Joining us from outside the Prime Minister's residence is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, bring us up to speed of the meetings that have taken place so far. This comes in the backdrop of several meetings that the Union Home Minister has chaired at the Ministry of Home Affairs a short while back.
Well, absolutely. Back-to-back meetings are in fact taking place in the national capital, and this meeting with the Prime Minister, which is taking place now at this very minute, which began 5 minutes ago when Home Minister Amit Shah was seen arriving at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, that is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this meeting coming in just shortly after the meeting of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh along with the CDS, along with the NSA, as well as the three service chiefs with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluded just 10 to 15 minutes back. And soon after that, we are seeing that Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived at Prime Minister's residence. And there is just one motto, one clear message: zero tolerance for terror. That is, in fact, that is being, clearly spread, the message clearly spread across everyone. In fact, in the meeting previously, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has, in fact, made it very clear that there is an operational freedom given in to the forces to decide the mode, the targets, as well as the timing of India's response. That is also one of the big crucial updates that we could gather from the meeting that happened previously. And at this point in time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah is also holding important value given the sensitivity of situation that is panning between India and Pakistan post the attack in Pahalgam, killing 26 civilians, innocent civilians at the meadows in Kashmir's Pahalgam, which is why these back-to-back meetings are taking place. In fact, several meetings have happened at the Home Ministry today as well, which was in fact under the chairmanship of the Home Secretary, wherein several forces and their chiefs were present, including the paramilitary, the Assam Rifles. There have been meetings that have been happening previously with the DG of the BSF, the CRPF, as well as the NDRF, something that we have seen in the previous days. In fact, huge meetings are lined up tomorrow as well, including the CCS that will be taking place first, then the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, followed by the Union Cabinet meeting that will be happening tomorrow. But message very clear, the Prime Minister has given to the forces that there is an operational freedom to decide the timing, to decide the mode and the place of attack, which means India is going to be retaliating even stronger than what people had seen happening at the Balakot strike as well as the Uri surgical strike, which is why at this point in time, Home Minister Amit Shah meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of several meetings that will be taking place tomorrow holds important value.
Well, in fact, let me just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now for all the series of meetings that have taken place through the day, starting with the Ministry of Home Affairs, where you have had the chief of the paramilitary forces being called in by the Home Secretary, and thereafter the meeting that took place with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Remember, the paramilitary force is also part of several of the anti-terror operations that are basically underway. Over the last few days, there have been multiple terror operations, anti-terror operations that have been carried out, particularly in Kashmir and in the Jammu division. In fact, a short while back, you've also had, if you can also go across to those images, just to show you, this is the first meeting that the Prime Minister has had with the Tri-Services Chief after the 22nd April attack that took place in Pahalgam, where the Prime Minister is meeting the Tri-Services Chief. Also present was the CDS and Raksha Mantri and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Now, just to look at the pattern, after the attack that took place in Uri, within 10 days, the surgical strikes were carried out. After we lost our Jawans in Pulwama, Balakot took place within just 12 days. The clock is ticking right now. With the attack that took place in Pahalgam, the Prime Minister made an assurance to the entire nation that the entire ecosystem would be completely destroyed. In fact, he went on to say all the terrorists would be hunted down. We'll try and play out that response, the first response that came in from the Prime Minister. The resolve that the Prime Minister showed, and when he broke into English, addressing the world leaders as far as India's position is concerned, and what perhaps can the world really expect when India has made it very clear that one, there is zero tolerance towards terrorism, and those who are backers of terrorism, they will be exposed. That's the resolve that the Prime Minister has taken. Now, what is emerging from this meeting that the Prime Minister has had with the Tri-Services Chief is the fact that the Prime Minister, in fact, has given a complete free hand to all the three service chiefs to look at all possible options right now. The place, the timing would be of their choice. In fact, it is the three services chiefs that would be deciding the military response to the dastardly attack that we witnessed in Pahalgam. And that is the reason why the marathon meeting has also taken place. Now, this also comes just a day before that the second CCS meeting is likely to take place. Remember, in the first meeting that took place, which was chaired by the Prime Minister, attended by the CCS members, and thereafter we are given to understand the message that came out was this, that the government has given absolute free hand to the forces as far as the retaliation is concerned. We'll try and see if we can go across to Abhishek in a short while from now, getting us the latest details in terms of how the government is basically looking at this entire issue. Remember, the government of India has also engaged with the other countries. In fact, the G20 envoys were all called by the Ministry of External Affairs, by the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who had briefed the envoys with regards to the diplomatic response, how India has basically responded to this entire issue. In fact, with a series of steps that have been taken by the Ministry of External Affairs, India particularly suspending the Indus Water Treaty, keeping it in abeyance, and then also sending out all Pakistani nationals, giving them the ultimatum that within 48 hours they need to leave the country. High Commission staff members of Pakistan, that has also been reduced. The number of staff in the Pakistan High Commission has been brought down to 30. These are some of the diplomatic measures that have been taken by India to begin with. So, several issues have been taken into consideration. One, the diplomatic response, and the fact that India has now rejected, saying there is no question of any sort of probe or discussion to take place with Pakistan. Now, on the other hand, Pakistan has basically responded by calling in for what they believe is a neutral probe to be carried out. Joining us on this broadcast is our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, there appears to be a pattern amongst all the meetings that the Prime Minister has chaired in the last few days. And one thing is very clear, that the government has given a complete free hand to the forces.
Well, yes, and that's just one part of it. Remember, internal security is as important as external, and while the military response would take care of what has been coming from Pakistan, internal security also need to be kept in mind, and that's why we have seen earlier in the day at the Home Ministry, helmed by the Home Secretary, all the chiefs of our paramilitary forces, the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces as they are called, Shawanda, the CISF, the BSF, the CRPF, the NSG, they all had a meeting, they were in a huddle, and following that, we have Home Minister reaching 7 LKM, the Prime Minister's residence, where the Prime Minister has just completed a meeting, a strategy meeting with the service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff, as also the National Security Advisor in the presence of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and given a clear guideline to them or a policy direction to them as to what needs to be done in a time-bound manner. And of course, it has to be a military response because he was talking to the military leadership. It's clear that India's military response to Pahalgam terror attack is coming. And if you piece together the statements that have been made by the Prime Minister, the meetings that he has had, and the confabulations that have gone on in the North Bloc and the South Bloc, Shawan, it's clear that maybe in the next 48 hours, let's not take away the surprise element. That's the prerogative of the military leadership. And for that, we have to let the military leadership do the talking now. But it's really building up to something in terms of India's military response, kinetic response to the Pahalgam terror attack. We have more developments coming in, Shawan. And that's basically the information is that Prime Minister has affirmed that it is our national resolve to deal a crushing blow to terrorism. So essentially, broad direction coming in. And what this means, Shawan, is that I was going through the words that came in, which is that Prime Minister has made it clear that the military response has to be given. Prime Minister has left the nitty-gritties, the details to the military leadership, obviously because they are professionals, they are subject experts, they have to decide. And the Prime Minister has assured them of political backing. We have seen the political will has not been lacking from the time of Uri to Balakot, post Pulwama, and now in this case with the public statements made by the Prime Minister, and now this coming in, it's clear, Shawan, that this time we are not letting go of Pakistan off the hook, and all that terror infrastructure that it has built and nurtured over the years, that's going to be the target.
Well, in fact, some more details basically emerging from the meeting that took place. Government sources, as Abhishek was also pointing out, this is what the Prime Minister has basically indicated. He has affirmed that it is our national resolve to deal a crushing blow to terrorism. In fact, this is a public statement that the Prime Minister had made from the podium in Bihar, when he said that India will hunt down these terrorists. In fact, the Prime Minister has expressed complete faith, confidence in the professional abilities of the Indian Armed Forces. And the other part that was indicated by the Prime Minister was the fact that complete operational freedom to decide on the mode, targets and timing of our response. Now, the pattern here, Abhishek, has been that after the Uri attack, within 10 days, a surgical strike was carried out. After the Pulwama attack, within 12 days, the Balakot attack took place. Abhishek, this time...
And there, Shawan, yes.
This time, the Prime Minister has given a complete freedom once again as far as operational freedom to the forces are concerned. In terms of the military options, they are completely tight-lipped, and rightfully so.
And rightfully so, Shawan. It's not for us to, deliberate whether Muridke is going to be targeted, or Bahawalpur is going to be targeted, or Appara is going to be targeted, or someplace else. There is an escalatory matrix, as they say in the defense parlance, which is in place. The escalatory matrix makes the military leadership decide at what level, at what time, and they have to execute their plans. There has to be a surprise element, so there is no point in discussing whether it's going to happen tomorrow morning, day after tomorrow morning, or another 1 week or 10 days. What is important is that the action should be resolute, the action should be sharp and decisive, the action should demonstrate India's capacity to decapitate the terror infrastructure that Pakistan has been nurturing, harboring, and effectively, supporting, building, for decades now, which was admitted to by their defense minister, Khwaja Asif, in that Sky News interview, where he said that we have been doing this dirty work for the West for 3 decades now. By the dirty work, he obviously meant the extremist ideology that Pakistan has nurtured, and as a byproduct of which all these terror organizations, a dozen odd of them, banned by the United Nations, still continue to operate from the Pakistani soil. Prime Minister made it clear that not just these perpetrators of Pahalgam attack, but the soil from where this is emanating, that also would be targeted this time. So make no mistake that it is going to be much broader than what we saw in the case of post Pulwama Balakot airstrikes. It's going to be much more in terms of inflicting the damage vis-a-vis the surgical strikes of Uri. And in fact, Uri and Pulwama, Shawan, or Uri and Balakot had really drawn the red lines insofar as India's response to terrorism is concerned. And I have been, again and again listening to what the Prime Minister has said in his public statements post the Pahalgam attack. It is clear that what he is indicating towards is that India now, so far as terror is concerned, is going to have hot pursuit as its policy. So if, for example, we have already established the Pakistan army linkage in the case of Hashim Musa, if, for example, in the Pahalgam terror attack, more clear evidence emerges of Hafiz Saeed having been involved, Masood Azhar having been involved, then obviously there are missiles that are going to target those people wherever they are. It's not that we are not capable of doing this. We almost got Hafiz Saeed just about 3 years back, 2.5 years back. We missed him by just about 100 feet. 100 meters, but then that was a covert operation. This time it can be overt because the world has to know that this is being done because of what Pakistan has been doing, what it has done in the latest instance in Pahalgam. And going by the world response already, Shawan, almost a dozen and a half world leaders from heads of government led by President Trump of the United States, to United Kingdom, to Japan, to Australia, to even Saudi Arabia and UAE and Jordan in the West Asian geography, to many other European leaders, President of France, everyone included. They have spoken to Prime Minister, and really that makes it clear where the world sentiment and world opinion on Pakistan lies, and that obviously provides tailwinds insofar as our military response is coming, which is coming very soon.
Unimaginable punishment for Pakistan. That's what the Prime Minister had said, ladies and gentlemen. A free run now given to the forces. We're slipping into a short break as we're getting in more details coming in from the operations that are underway in Kashmir. 3 overground workers have now been arrested. Getting you the details in a short while from now.
Pakistan's para-commando leader of Pahalgam terrorists. Agencies establish direct links behind terror. Time to make Pakistan army pay for its terror policy. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH 26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए। पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30 और मिग 21 ये दोनों जहाज पे थे तो अब शुरू हुआ असली अटैक। ग्वालियर एयरबेस से मिराज 2000 का स्ट्राइक पैकेज ने उड़ान भरी, जिसमें मिराज 2000 थे, एयर रिफ्यूलर्स, एवैक्स, स्पाइस 2000 बॉम्ब से लैस, जिन्हें लेजर गाइडेड प्रिसिशन बॉम्ब्स कहा जाता है। आपको यह बताना जरूरी है कि मिराज 2000 ही वो बॉम्ब्स थे जिनका इस्तेमाल हमने कारगिल के युद्ध में टाइगर हिल और तोलोलिंग की पहाड़ियों के ऊपर किया था। ये इतना सटीक मार करते हैं कि यदि एक पूरे घर में एक कमरे पर अटैक करना हो तो लेजर गाइडेड प्रिसिशन बॉम्ब्स ही उसका अचूक जवाब है। मिराज 2000 ने पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर के रास्ते पाकिस्तान में प्रवेश किया। पाकिस्तान को पता ही नहीं चला, क्योंकि जब हम ग्वालियर से उड़े तो सीधा एलओसी पे नहीं पहुंचे थे। ग्वालियर से उड़ते समय पहले आगरा, बरेली और फिर उसके बाद टर्न करके सीधा एलओसी के अंदर घुसे।
सरतन से जुदा imagery for Prime Minister Modi by Congress handle. Congress continues to provide fodder to Pakistan. Congress love for Pakistan, treason or tactic, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। She was seeing from where the aircraft is approaching. She was suggesting and guiding the proximity of aircraft. She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile. जब R-73 मिसाइल मिंटी अग्रवाल ने बताई, लॉक करी, अभिनंदन वर्तमान ने वो लाल बटन दबाया, मिसाइल निकली और पाकिस्तान के F-16 को मिंटी अग्रवाल ने रडार से बाहर जाते हुए देखा। परफेक्ट किल। लेकिन उस बीच अभिनंदन वर्तमान एलओसी क्रॉस कर गए। मिंटी अग्रवाल केप्ट कॉलिंग ऑन रेडियो, टर्न कोल्ड, टर्न कोल्ड, टर्न कोल्ड, यानी वापस आओ, वापस आओ। पर
Pakistan's para-commando leader of Pahalgam terrorists. Agencies establish direct links behind terror. Time to make Pakistan Army pay for its terror policy, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। शी वॉज सीइंग फ्रॉम वेयर द एयरक्राफ्ट इज अप्रोचिंग. शी वॉज सजेस्टिंग एंड गाइडिंग द प्रॉक्सिमिटी ऑफ एयरक्राफ्ट. She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile. जब R-73 मिसाइल मिंटी अग्रवाल ने बताई, लॉक करी, अभिनंदन वर्तमान ने वो लाल बटन दबाया, मिसाइल निकली और पाकिस्तान के F-16 को मिंटी अग्रवाल ने रडार से बाहर जाते हुए देखा। परफेक्ट किल। लेकिन उस बीच अभिनंदन वर्तमान LOC क्रॉस कर गए। Minty Agrawal kept calling on radio.
The country has once again come under threat, and we've been through this so many times. There are enemies against the country working all over to stop India's progress. We want this to be a Viksit Bharat. It will be a Viksit Bharat. But what about the cohesion and unity of our country? Is there a single forum where we unite together? The only solution is to make the enemy understand that we are so united in our collective resolve that we will take on anyone, any individual, any politician, any political party, any group that comes in the way of our nation. And I'm calling upon all nationalist Indians to have the faith in the Republic Media Network, to have the faith in me to bring together the Nationalist Collective. The Nationalist Collective is an idea that will bring us together and make sure that the world knows that we are here to make our mark. We will never be run over.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, I bring you undeniable proof that the mastermind of the Pahalgam attack was a trained para-commando of the Pakistani Special Forces, and the Prime Minister of India has today, a few hours back, given a free hand to the Tri-Services Chief. The Indian Army is now deciding the mode, targets and timing of India's response. Also at 9 p.m. tonight, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gives a free hand to the forces, but the pro-Pakistan Congress Party, the pro-Pakistan Congress Party of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are giving Pakistan fodder at a time like this. These are the real traitors in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The country has been attacked. We are under attack as a nation. And revenge is coming, and revenge is coming soon.
As I bring you this broadcast this evening, we have been told by top-level sources in the government that the Prime Minister has affirmed in a meeting today a national resolve to deal a crushing blow to terrorism. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed complete faith and confidence in the professional abilities of the Indian Armed Forces. And the Prime Minister of the country has announced that they have complete operational freedom to decide on the mode, on the targets, and the timing of our response. And I want to say this tonight, all of us across the country, the Republic Media Network, and every single Indian citizen has complete and absolute faith in the decision-making ability, the focus, the leadership, and the decisions that the Prime Minister of India has taken. Narendra Modi has had a very important meeting today, ladies and gentlemen. Those are some pictures in case you missed it. This is 8 days after the Pahalgam attack. Present in the meeting with the Prime Minister is Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister of India, Ajit Doval, you see there, India's National Security Advisor, General Anil Chauhan, the Chief of Defence Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, Chief of Naval Staff, Air Marshal A.P. Singh, the Air Force Chief, the Chief of Air Staff. The duration of this very critical meeting, of which we have these exclusive visuals, has been for more than 1 hour. The meeting starts about 5:20 p.m. and ends about 6:30 p.m. And after that meeting, the Prime Minister gives a clear message that operational freedom has been decided to be given completely to the forces on the mode, targets, and timing of our response. And as we move towards taking revenge on Pakistan, and there's panic in Pakistan. By the way, there's complete panic in Pakistan. Home Minister Amit Shah has also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Start time of the meeting, 7:30 p.m. The meeting is ongoing as of this minute. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cabinet Committee on Security will be meeting tomorrow at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg around 11 a.m. for a second meeting. You would remember that after the last Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, India had announced its diplomatic strike. Ladies and gentlemen, India means business. The Indian Air Force has conducted Exercise Akraman attack over a large area in the central sector involving its mainstream supersonic fighter aircraft fleets led by the Rafale combat aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan knows that this time India is going to hit hard. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Navy's guided missile destroyer INS Surat successfully test-fired a medium-range surface-to-air missile in the Arabian Sea. This missile has a range of about 70 kilometers. And viewers in Pakistan, they are so scared, they've rushed to the IMF with a begging bowl to get yet another bailout so that they can sponsor their existence while they are facing an existential threat from India. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's defense minister yesterday said that a military incursion by India is imminent. We haven't yet done anything, and that's how they are responding. Tonight, as I bring you this broadcast, we once again call upon every Indian to completely and totally support the armed forces, the Prime Minister, and the Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces as we decide to take on Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, we will strike Pakistan, I'm sure. The timing is up to the government. We will take revenge, I'm sure. And the world is with India. Nobody, not even China so far, is with Pakistan. This terrorist country, running the biggest terrorist organization in contemporary history, which is called the Pakistan Army, under the guise of a hibernating constitution, a toothless judiciary, and a puppet legislature, the Pakistan Army is setting terms and thinks that it can target India. This time, we'll show who has the power. Let's debate.
The countdown has begun. 8 days after the Pahalgam terror attack, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a briefing with NSA Ajit Doval, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi, and Chief of Air Staff Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh. After Uri, India carried out the surgical strikes within 10 days. After Pulwama, the Balakot airstrikes followed within 12 days. After Pahalgam, India is waiting. India's response is expected to be much bigger than ever before. All defense experts concur. No more strike on terror hideouts. It's time to strike the head on the Hydra, the Pakistan Army. Agency sources have confirmed that the mastermind terrorist who led the terror squad in Pahalgam is one Hashim Musa, a trained para-commando of the Pakistani Special Forces, who defected to the Lashkar-e-Toiba in the last few years. The usage of US-made M4 carbine rifles used by the Pakistan Army, the operational tactics and recce of the Baisaran Meadow, and the down-to-the-wire planning of the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam points to army training and execution. It is increasingly clear that Asif Munir's men, trained under the Special Forces of Pakistan, loaned to Lashkar-e-Toiba and aided to infiltrate by the Pakistan Army, carried out this terror attack. Pakistan is nervous and it is already jumping the gun. In the last 5 days, it has resorted to hopeless, speculative firing along the line of control, using small arms like pistols and assault rifles. In a complete state of panic, Pakistan also launched a series of hopeless cyber attacks on some government websites. On the other side, India in the last 5 days has briefed foreign diplomats, held meetings with Taliban in Kabul, tightened the taps on Pakistan's water reserves, signed mega deals with allies, and operationalized its forces in the Army, BSF, Navy, and the Air Force. The fate of Pakistan is slipping away from its grip. In the next 10 days, the IMF is set to decide on the economic fate of Pakistan with a key decision on a multi-billion-dollar survival loan package. India, on the other side, is expected to decide on Pakistan's geopolitical reality much sooner. To the cynics, the message is clear. Prime Minister Modi is at the right table, not the one with Pakistan, but with his armed forces chiefs and the green signal that has been given by the government. The only person missing in action is Pakistan's army chief, Asim Munir.
Getting very exciting because it's getting close and the time to really bash up the Pakistanis is coming. It's very exciting, isn't it? I mean, we're going to bomb the living daylights out of these people. Major Samar Paltur. And with us tonight is your favorite General K.K. Sinha and Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the Indian side. Raja Faisal from Lahore, Brigadier Waqar Hussain Khan from Lahore, Irshad Ahmad Khan from Islamabad, and Dr. Hussain Tibo is a strategic affairs analyst from Lahore. Exciting times, Major?
Yes.
Exciting times.
Indeed.
When we hammer them, will we go after their civilians or will we, make it focused? Because there's a lot of panic in Pakistan. What message would you send to the Pakistanis?
Arnab, my message to the Pakistanis today at this hour on the 29th of April, 2025, will go down in history when I am telling you that when you see an Indian soldier approach you, do not panic, do not run, do not do something which is stupid or which is going to put your life in harm. Ladies and the mothers who are unarmed, who have nothing to do with the conflict, they are going to feel safe because our enemy is not the Pakistan Awam. Our enemy is the Pakistan establishment. जो वर्दी वाले हैं वो दुश्मन हैं और मैं अपील करूंगा पीटीआई के सपोर्टर्स को कि जब हिंदुस्तान की फौजें बढ़ेंगी ये पाकिस्तान के अंदर
इन्हें वहीं पे मारेंगे और हमारे साथ मिलेंगे।
चलो मैं कारतूस,
इरशाद,
चलो मैं कारतूस,
चलो बेटे, शाबाश, ड्यूटी पूरी हो गई।
चलो मैं कारतूस। मैंने गन रखी है, ये पीछे इधर से फायर मारूंगा तुझे करना लाए।
अगले को लाए।
ये पीछे गन देखो मेरे, ये गन रखी हुई है, इधर से फायर मारूंगा सीधा,
मारो,
याद रखना।
This man is freaking
जी,
out.
आपके घर में बिरयानी खाने आ रहा हूँ। मेजर डर जाएगा। इरशाद जी, आपके घर में बिरयानी खाने आ रहा हूँ, आपके लिए दवाइयां भी लेके आ रहा हूँ और आपके लिए कुछ राशन भी लेके आऊंगा, और सबसे जरूरी पानी तो है नहीं, तो पानी तो जरूर लेके आऊंगा आपके लिए।
Now, one of the important things here today is that you see that, as you can observe from the Pakistanis today, 2 out of the 4 Pakistani guests, इनका mental balance खराब हो चुका है. Right? They are getting hysterical. This response is hysterical. इसको कहते हैं hysterical response. He's not in control. But we know what we are doing out here. I don't think they have a sense. General KK Sinha, Irshad, जरा 2 मिनट चुप रहिए. General KK Sinha, this meeting that has been held by the, there is a meeting with Amit Shah happening even now. General Anil Chauhan, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, Navy Staff, Defense Staff, National Security Advisor, Defense Minister, after which a statement has been informally issued that total operational freedom has been given to decide the mode, targets and timing of our response. And the nature of the deployment, is, Hussain, just shut up, will you, for 2 minutes? Will you shut up for 2 minutes? Yeah, just shut up for 2 minutes. Anyway, now the thing is, we are talking serious strategy. Can I get these non-serious people out? General KK Sinha, deployment is clear. I mean, it's, we are technologically way ahead now. We have drones, we have all kinds of equipment, we have levels of equipment that have been disclosed, and there are also many way systems that have not been disclosed. Right? And therefore, this time is it's going to be very different from 71, very different from Kargil. It's going to be full-on Indian power, because the India of 2025, our forces, are equipped extremely differently.
This is the first line.
And therefore, 1 minute. Therefore, KK after KK.
Yeah. That it is not 1971.
So Faisal,
can you finish Arnav to speak?
Faisal. You see
okay.
The Pakistanis.
Arnav.
Raja, will you be quiet for a minute?
Arnav.
Yeah. So I want you to visualize the situation emerging now for the Pakis. General KK.
Yeah, Arnav. Good evening. Today is the great day as far the India is concerned. It is not even 1971 when we got such clear-cut directions from the head of the state. We have got that we can do anything what we feel. And the way we do it professionally, we don't do it, like this. These people who are jumping jack, they have been doing, they will do it on the television channel also today. What I want to tell the Pakistanis who are sitting here and also the Pakistanis who are listening, please, for God's sake, understand it is not for the 25 crore Pakistani we are coming. Because you want to get liberated, it is Balochistan, it is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, it is POK, Gilgit-Baltistan. I'm in touch with them because I operated in Gilgit-Baltistan. They wanted to come back with India. So, friend, you may jump on television channel. But today, I think the first time we have got a free hand. The free hand is not like you. We are going to do professionally. Our spectrum, you must understand, our spectrum is from this end to that end. It is all out, to limit it, to take the POK back, get the Gilgit-Baltistan because it's falling.
This is very serious.
Today you will shout. Today the people from POK are listening. We are not going to come to you.
We would not be accepting any jokes from you.
Who shouts on television channel, who has got no brain,
Raja,
who doesn't know anything, who shits in the pan. I have seen your Fauji's actually sitting in the pan. Today, should I tell you? Today, India has never
going to nip you very
5310, a feature which is deep inside in Gilgit-Baltistan. It is heading towards the Sakardo. We captured it. You covered people. You never had the guts to even come back and claim it. You came 4 kilometers in Tiger Hill. We have taken, the casualty.
The point is, let us look at the capabilities here. Let us look at the capabilities here. Raja, you have to listen to me.
Complete POK.
One minute. Raja, you got to listen to me. You got to listen to me. And then we can have a clear discussion.
You'll see this.
Yeah.
Raja.
You
have been doing terrorism.
No,
you were thinking that you're going long.
It's all very brave of you.
And it is not.
One minute, Raja. 1 minute. General KK, give me a moment. Summer is on. Abhijit, please wait a minute. Can I get 4 windows with Raja on one side? Yeah, one second. Now listen to me, Raja.
Arnab, I would like to talk about DJSPR's.
I would like to say something to you. And only to you, and I need you to.
You don't want the world to know who Major Sandeep is.
Now, the question is that, we have to be very rational when we are speaking to each other, right? I know completely well, this is natural response of a frightened country that it does not know what to do.
They are petrified.
Now, they are completely petrified. Now, the point is here, Raja, that Hamid Mir has said, Hamid Mir is a Pakistani journalist and news anchor, and he has said that Pakistan cannot afford a war with India. And then he was asked, who told you this? He said that there was a conference.
Country would ever want
Hamid Mir, a Pakistani famous journalist, a famous Pakistani journalist called Hamid Mir has said that General Bajwa confessed that Pakistan army is no match for the Indian army. This was quoted in your media.
How to fight.
Hamid Mir told that you want a
Hamid Mir said that about your media. Hamid Mir said that about your army.
War hysteria, if it is taking us towards a war between both of the nuclear countries, will show.
1 minute, it's not. 1 minute. 1 minute. Take the windows here.
It is not us going to war. It is you who's imposed the war on us. It is because of your deeds. जो तुम्हारे पाप है, उसने हमें मजबूर कर दिया है तुम्हें जूते मारने के लिए. And trust me, if you are going to bleed us 1,000 cuts, we are going to finish you off with one strike of a sword. तुमने कलमा पढ़ा के मारा है, हम तुम्हें कलम करके मारेंगे. We are going to strike you down.
Now, first of all, I want Raja Faisal and the Pakistanis to calm down. Calm down here right now, I say. Calm down. 1 minute. Put me with the Pakis. What's their problem?
With you. You are finished otherwise.
Now the point being.
The joker you always bring with yourself, I don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, Raja, you
are looking like a butler today. That day you were looking like a waiter. Today you're looking like a butler. Thoda standard theek hua hai in appearance.
No, I don't want to talk to you.
You better not talk to me.
I know you.
You will get it real bad. Trust me.
Who do you think you are?
Trust me, you are going to get something so spicy, so nice. तुम्हें पता नहीं चलेगा क्योंकि तुम्हें एक तो पानी नसीब नहीं है. खाने के लाले पड़े हुए हैं. अरे जाके राशन खरीदो. अभी टाइम है, जाके राशन खरीदो, जाके दवाइयां खरीद लो और कहीं पर
now
go take shelter.
The question tonight is, we are being very rational tonight. And to the Pakistanis, I want to say this to you. See, Raja, if you could win a war by shouting at Major Samarpal Tur Singh, it was a different matter. But that's not how you win wars. To win wars, you need to have energy reserves. And let me tell you something today. 81% of your total oil reserves and 70% of your cumulative gas reserves have been consumed. To fight a war, any geostrategic analyst, any bacha will tell you that you need to have energy bandwidth. You do not have the energy bandwidth to fight a war. You do not have the energy bandwidth to fight a war. Do you understand that?
For India to wage a war.
Do you understand that? You do not have even energy to fly gas balloons.
We'll show you the war.
1 minute. They need to 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm trying to explain to him. Do you have any brains? Raja, listen. Dr. Hussain, you have brains between your ears. There's some grey matter, I hope. Then you need to understand and talk to me like a person who has grey matter. Now listen to me, both of you. Okay, one is a journalist, one is an analyst. We both samajh nahi rahe. The fact of the matter is, your own committed media publication, which is called DAWN Dawn, has said that the total recoverable resources of crude oil and natural gas have depleted, right? We have consumed 81% of total oil and 70% of cumulative gas reserves. This is more than 12 months back. Today, if there is a war, you can do all this thing on, but the moment a war starts, your army will need fuel, will need energy, will need the, one minute, they will need the money. We'll need the money to fight a war. We'll need the fuel to fight a war. You're going to the bloody IMF right now. You're going to the IMF right now saying, give me one more loan. Give me one more loan. You think you will take us on? You'll be finished in a week.
If you are an anchor person, if you are a journalist, be decent, man.
One minute. Don't teach me decency. Hussain, don't teach me decency. Be decent to answer my question.
But if you are raising your question and giving your own answer,
Hussain, stop crying. I'm telling you that your media has said you do not have energy reserves to fight a war. Do you understand English? Do you understand English, Hussain?
Gentlemen, let me allow to ask you something. What happened today?
Man, these guys are so thick.
From some reliable sources that Lieutenant General M.B. Kumar has resigned from service. What happened?
Now you have to sell. Listen, I don't want to run you down. I don't want to insult you. But you are a gadha economy. You are a gadha economy. You have to sell donkeys to China to support your economy. You understand that? You are a gadha economy. You are selling donkeys to China to sustain your economy. You're going to the IMF right now for a loan. Do you think the IMF will give you a loan if you're taking on India in battle? You choose. You live on loans. You are an EMI country. You are an EMI country. You can't even pay your EMIs, damn it.
Now sell yourselves to China. Your stock of donkeys are over. Now sell yourselves to China.
We don't need any kind of loan. We are here to fight with you. Where is today?
You can't fight with us.
You've already been fighting. You've been fighting. Kayar ki tarah, like a coward. You've been fighting.
You fight with what, man? You'll fight with names. You do not know. You want to
पता नहीं कहाँ से जोकर आ जाते हैं यार आपको why don't you not realize to fight a war at least in a week अगर आप 4 दिन की लड़ाई लड़ो
I want to tell you one thing. The thing is you need to Raja 1 minute. Raja 1 minute. Listen, first of all I want to tell the Pakistanis, listen, you are now perspiring because you know we are coming and we'll come when we want to. We'll do what we want to at the time of our choosing. The question is, you started it. You told people, you sent people and told them. You sent people and you told them, check whether they are Muslim and kill them. You want to try and divide the country? We're going to come after you. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, everybody, we are going to come after you. Now you'll understand what happens when the India of 2025, you know the problem is they have no idea of their present status. Their economy is smaller than Peru. Their economy. Raja, I tell you, Raja, stop being delusional.
They are in denial.
No, they're delusional. They're not in denial. They're delusional. They are a delusional country. They don't know their situation in the world.
Can you please put on General Sinha with me?
Now 1 minute. I won't put on anyone as you wish. Because Samar will hammer it nice and proper to you. Right?
I need to give it to them that your general Asif Munir, the fanatic.
Where is Asif Munir, by the way?
Where is he?
Where is Asif Munir, by the way?
Where is he?
Where is he?
Where is he? Buzdal.
Coward.
And I assure you, like how Gaddafi's images came out when it was his last moment, that is the exact result that is going to happen to Munir.
Now, they don't like it when I tell them about Hamid Mir. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is on the debate. Raja, but don't worry, General KK is going to come. Indian generals know. They don't keep hitting everything. When he comes, he's going to bombard you right through and through, you know.
Speak for your country.
He's going to hammer you through and through, you know.
But there are few jokers. Raja, your wishes will be.
Raja,
no, I will come back. I will come back.
Yeah, he's going to make a comeback, but I'm getting Abhijit Iyer Mitra for now. Abhijit, the other piece of news which came in today, and I want your observations on this, is that one of the terrorists involved is Hashim Musa, who is identified as a former regular of the Pakistan Army's para forces. And it's now been revealed that Musa was trained by Pakistan's military establishment, which follows a similar pattern observed in October 2024 attacks where 6 non-locals, including 2 Indian Army personnel and 2 Army porters, were killed. Now, he was loaned. I'm giving the details of the terrorist. Damn you, will you be quiet for a minute? Are you related to him? Are you related to him? Are you related to him? Yeah. Now the fact is that this also indicates, Abhijit, that this is clear Pakistan Army's para forces hand, Pakistan Army hand in the Pahalgam attack. Right. And now they are obviously at this point of time, they're unable to decide how to respond. All the reactions you're seeing tonight are a part of their emotional turbulence. But there's not one rational statement they have made. Plus, their army chief is not making a single statement of late. And there is serious problems within. Abhijit, how are you reading the situation as of tonight, please? Please.
Their army chief isn't opening his mouth right now because he opened it too wide a few weeks back.
Oh, well said.
The Corps commander is very upset with him because they weren't consulted on this. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, you can tell they were stocking up on war reserves of fuel starting in March. In March, the petrol prices fell, but Pakistan's import remained the same. So clearly, there was stocking going on. They always launch an attack when an American president comes. It started with the Chatti Singhpura massacre when Bill Clinton visited. Then in 2006, there was the Doda massacre when George Bush visited. When Barack Obama visited twice, there was a spike in violence. When Trump came in 2020, there was the Delhi riots. So this has been a very standard pattern. The problem, of course, is people open their mouths like Asim Munir does. You know, he's not a smooth operator. He comes from a certain strata of society, which you and I will not invite into our drawing rooms. So, you know, he's got a certain, low-class approach to things. They feel the need to sort of trumpet their views out quite publicly. And unfortunately, he's fallen foul of his own corps commanders. I think he's more afraid of his corps commanders bumping him off right now than he is of anything else.
Yeah, so, that quite explains it, actually. You know, he's gone into a shell and he's not responding. And you are seeing the Indian Army Chief, Indian Air Force Chief come out and speak.
He's ready. Gentlemen, let's get serious.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, let's get serious.
Very serious.
I think there is nothing in the war. And I'm pretty much sure you don't want to wage a war against Pakistan. Because even you yourself...
You are wrong! We won't war this time!
You know it very well.
You are saying that you shouldn't go to war? Now you're scared? Now you're scared because we are coming after you.
Backing you big time this
We are going to get you by your tongues, by your neck, and we are going to burn you to the ground. I've been saying it again.
That's the reality.
पहले पठानकोट किया, फिर पुलवामा किया तुमने, अब पहलगाम किया,
मर जाएगा.
2004 में you did Kaluchat.
Naval forces. They are on the border.
We will show you what a massacre looks like.
No,
we are going to come and massacre you.
The question is why you see, now that you are saying, the point very cleanly to be understood, Abhijit, and General KK is coming in. Now they are saying, after all of this last week's talk, they are saying that, listen, we don't want war. Nawaz Sharif wants peace. We want to solve this matter diplomatically because they have a clear experience of the bold retaliatory strikes of Balakot. But now they have also come to the conclusion that India has realized that a single strike is not enough. Hitting their terror launch pads within 5 to 10 kilometers of the Pakistan Army post is not enough. They have a jihadist ecosystem in their country, which includes their army, damn it. Your army is part of the jihadist ecosystem. So we have to go after the center of your ecosystem, Hussain. Hussain, you got to understand. Hussain, we're going to dismantle the whole Rawalpindi machine. Please understand that under Article 51 of the UN Charter, We have
Arnab,
absolute 1 minute. Hussain, 1 minute. Hussain, you're an analyst. Listen to me. I believe that under Article 51 of the UN Charter, we have the right to preemptive self-defense. I can read Article 51 of the UN Charter. Nothing in the present Charter shall impair an inherent right of an individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. So if we were to go after you, you have to go to the Security Council, and nobody in the Security Council is going to support you because Article 51 gives us the right to preemptive self-defense. We're well within our legal rights to respond in the way that we need to, and we will. Yes, now. Yes, now. And Hussain wants to shout. Let him shout for a while. Let him expend his remaining ammo, and then we'll go after.
Let me talk. You are the only person who are pushing your army. They are duffers. These generals are duffers, idiots. They can't fight. Why? Can you tell me why today Lieutenant General M.S. Kumar has resigned from service? What happened with...
I am telling you again and again and again and again and again. I am telling you again and again and again. Please understand right now.
Prime Minister has given the free hand to us.
Please understand.
We are going, and LOC has got to do anything now. Because you
Prime Minister
already said that similar agreement, you do not. You have taken the decision.
Can't do anything.
Diplomatically, 140 kilometers of your LOC is not there. So our troops are going to sit to that side. And it is very easy. You coward people, I've seen you. You run away from the first bullet.
Both are duffers.
Listen,
I just want to paint a very, I'm going to give a very realistic scenario.
You want to take him on?
I want to take him on.
Can I make a small point before you take him on? Just because I won't get a chance once you take him on, right? So I want to make a point tonight. And jo Pakistani hai, inko meri baat sunni. They must listen to me. General, 1 minute, please. General, allow me. Irshad, allow me. Irshad, allow me. मुझे बोलने दीजिए. Please listen to me. 1 minute. First of all, हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, मेरी बात सुन लो. तुम्हारे भले में बोल रहा हूँ. तो आपके भले के लिए बोल रहा हूँ मैं. सुन लीजिए अच्छी तरह से बोल रहा हूँ तो.
और ना तुम बकवास कर रहे हो.
और मेरी बात सुनिए, किसने बकवास की? आपके आसिफ मुनीर ने कहा. आप हमेशा इरशाद हमारे प्रोग्राम पे आके कहते हैं कि कारगिल में कोई पाकिस्तानी आर्मी का आदमी बंदा मरा नहीं. आप हमेशा आके चिल्ला के कहते हैं. ये इरशाद कहते हैं. एक मिनट. ये इरशाद इरशाद आके कहते हैं अर्नब हमने कारगिल में हमारा कोई मरा नहीं. मगर आसिफ मुनीर ने खुद कहा है. आसिफ, मेरी बात सुनो. इरशाद मेरी बात सुनिए. मैं कह रहा हूं आपको. मेरी बात सुनिए. सुनना होगा आपको. सुन जाइए मेरी बात सुनिए. मेरी बात सुनना पड़ेगा. अभी सुनने का टाइम आ गया और बाकी बॉस कुछ का भी टाइम आ गया है. इरशाद मेरी बात सुनिए, आपके भले के लिए कह रहा हूं.
आपका बाप लगता है बाप.
आप मेरी बात सुनिए, ज्यादा मत बोलिए,
मुझे जवाब देने
लिमिट पे रहिए. आप इरशाद जवाब सवाल के बाद जवाब देंगे.
इरशाद खान, तुम्हें सलवार कमीज नसीब नहीं होगी.
मुंह बंद करो खोते.
बुरके में बैठ के
तुम्हारे हाथों से मैं बिरयानी बनवाऊंगा.
पैजामा उठा के भागोगे.
अरे ये लोग कहते हैं ये इरशाद. ओके, वॉल्यूम अप एंड ब्रिंग्स वॉल्यूम डाउन फॉर अ मिनट. इरशाद नाउ लिसन टू मी. इरशाद, वी आर वेरी पीसफुल. पर आपको तो पता ही, आप पाकिस्तानियों को, इंडिया को जब गुस्सा आ जाता है आपका क्या होता है आपको पता ही है. एक्सपीरियंस है आपको. नहीं, ये चिल्ला रहा है. क्या चिल्ला रहा है? व्हाट इज ही शाउटिंग?
सीन कैसे होगा? जस्ट इमेजिन, जब हमारी फौजें आगे बढ़ेंगी इन पे हमला करने के लिए, उसी टाइम जहां से इन्होंने अपने फौज बाहर निकाली है बलूचिस्तान से, वहां पे BLA, PRA, BLF, फिर तहरीके तालिबान पाकिस्तान, फिर हमारे अफगानी भाई, मतलब वो भी इकट्ठा इन पे हमला करने वाले. एक वो पागल कुत्ता नहीं होता, मैड डॉग, रेबी डॉग, वो हालत होने वाली है पाकिस्तान की.
तुम्हें मैं अपने कुत्ते के पिंजरे में बांधूंगा, करना याद रख।
ना घाट का
कुत्ते के पिंजरे में बांधूंगा तुम्हें।
शर्म आनी चाहिए,
मैंने कुत्ते
शर्म आनी चाहिए।
बुलडॉग है मेरे पास, उस जैसे हो तुम।
लड़ाई
आपको बांधूंगा कुत्ते के साथ,
घरों में लेके आएंगे इरशाद, और मैं दरख्वास्त करता हूं पाकिस्तान की आवाम को और जो पीटीआई के सपोर्टर है कि इन्हें घरों से घसीट के मारो।
कुत्ते को बंद करो यार,
ये लायक नहीं है, ये अपने देश के सकी नहीं हो सकते।
अब मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूं, मेरा सवाल। इरशाद जी, हिम्मत है तो सवाल लीजिए। हिम्मत है क्या? है हिम्मत? किसकी हिम्मत है? हुसैन की, इरशाद की है? हुसैन की, इरशाद की है? इरशाद की हिम्मत है, कह रहा है। हिम्मत है तो सुनो, हिम्मत है तो सुनिए, हिम्मत है तो सुनिए, सुनिए अभी मेरी बात सुनिए। देखिए इरशाद जी, सवाल सुनिए। मैं अब सिर्फ आप और मैं टीवी पर, स्क्रीन पर है, आप शांत हो जाइए। देखिए इरशाद जी, आप मेरी बात सुनिए। हर बार आप मेरे प्रोग्राम में आके कहते हैं कि देखिए अर्नब, आप गलत कह रहे हैं, कोई पाकिस्तानी फौजी नहीं मरा कारगिल में। मगर 2024 में आप ही के जनरल सैयद आसिम मुनीर ने एडमिट किया, उन्होंने कहा कारगिल में हजारों के संख्या में पाकिस्तानी फौजी मारे गए। ये बात ऑन रिकॉर्ड कही, फर्स्ट ऑफ हिज काइंड कन्फेशन ही मेड, और ये कन्फेशन GHQ रावलपिंडी में की इन्होंने। और उन्होंने कहा दैट हमारी रोल थी एंड थाउजेंड्स ऑफ पाकिस्तानी सोल्जर्स हैव बीन किल्ड इन कारगिल। इससे ये प्रूव हो जाता है कि आप जैसे लोग एक नंबर के झूठे हो, यू आर लायर्स, क्योंकि आसिफ मुनी ने एडमिट कर दिया है और आप आके टीवी पे प्रोग्राम में आके कह रहे हो हमारे लोग मरे नहीं। अरे आप बेशरम ही नहीं, आप बेशरम ही नहीं, आप अपने फौजियों को वहां पे फेंक के चले जाते हैं।
इसका दायरे में रहे आप,
फौजियों को फेंक के चले जाते हैं लोग।
मेरा जवाब लें।
जवाब
देखिए, आपने अपने प्रोग्राम
दीजिए जवाब, समझ आ जाए।
बनाया हुआ है जू में, जिस तरह जानवर बोलते हैं उस तरह आपके प्रोग्राम
जानवर आप होंगे अपने आप को जानवर बोलने वाले,
दोनों जानवरों की तरह बोल रहे हैं,
अपने आप को जानवर बोलने वाले। अरे अपने आप के साथ इतनी बदसलूकी करने वाले आप ही हो सकते हो। ये पाकिस्तानी है जो अपने साथ अपनों के साथ बदसलूकी कहते हैं, कह रहे हैं मैं जानवर हूं।
अरे कैप्टन,
कहते हैं मैं जानवर हूं।
शरीर तो ले जाओ जानवरों,
देखिए
जानवर भी तुमसे अच्छे हैं।
द क्वेश्चन इज, या बोलिए,
जिस बंदे का नाम ही मेजर सूर हो तो वो सूर ही होगा ना, सुअर होगा वो ना, सुअर की तरह भौंकेगा।
अरे
सुनिए,
ओ गंजे, ओ मेरा नाम तूर है और तूर तुझे चूर चूर करेगा। वहां पे बैठ के बातें आ रही है तुम्हें। अरे जब तुम बाथरूम घुसोगे ना सुबह सुबह अपना पेट क्लियर करने, ना तुम्हें पानी नसीब होगा और ऊपर छत से मिसाइल भी आने का डर होगा, तुम्हें छुपने की जगह नहीं मिलने वाली। और मैं पाकिस्तान की जितना भी यूथ है, मोहतरमाएं हैं, सिविलियन है, आप कृपया करके फौजी इलाकों से दूर हट जाएं। जितना भी राशन है कम से कम 2 महीने का राशन रखें, दवाइयां रखें और फौजी इलाकों से दूर हो जाए।
एंड द मेजर स्टेटमेंट टुडे इज अमेरिका ऑल्सो। जो अमेरिका का रोल है दिस टाइम इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। जनरल के नहीं, उन्होंने क्या कहा? What have the Americans said this time? Let me tell you what the Americans have said, so everyone knows where the Americans have said. I'm telling you what the Americans have said. The Americans have said, listen to me, the Americans have said, General KK, that Asim Munir is the new Osama bin Laden.
Yes.
They've said Asim Munir is the new Osama bin Laden.
And he will also killed in Islamabad.
And that's been said by Michael Rubin. I'm sure they know about it. I'm sure they know about it. Yeah, Jal KK को बोले, Jal KK.
Yes.
Don't shout. Hussain, don't shout.
Will have the same fate. The same fate in Islamabad. It will be having the same fate because he has run away. Today he is not in the country. He is sitting in Turkey. He is not there in Pakistan. When today the decision has come, we have got the clear hand to go. Mind you, like in Islamabad, Osama bin Laden was killed. Even your Asim Munir will have the same fate because he will be hiding somewhere. He has got no guts He has got no guts.
Get him back, get him.
Even the Indian Armed Forces are not mobilized. And your child are running away.
Now, Hussain, what's your problem? Hussain, listen. Hussain.
They are prime minister.
Okay, let me hear what is this. What is he saying? Hussain, what's the problem?
Even the Indian army has not gone.
ये जनरल कुमार ने आज क्यों रिजाइन दिया है? मुझे सिर्फ ये बता दो.
Sitting in a pants.
Hussain, 1 minute. No, don't respond to him. I'll tell you one thing. Hussain, I want you to listen to me. Hussain, just listen to me now. Listen to me. Hussain, today there was an article which said that we Hussain telling you something. Hussain, stop spitting from the mouth like that. Understand when you are spoken to. Speak like a civilized person. Why do you have to keep spitting when you talk? Why do you spit when you talk? Keep your mouth closed. Arnab नहीं, अर्नब है.
अर्नब है, गर्नब है, ढरनब है, ठरनब है, जो
भी है. तुम पाकिस्तानी तो सब मेरा ही नाम लेते हो ना दिन रात.
अरे
तुम्हारी पूरी मीडिया तो मेरा नाम लेती है दिन रात. मेरे शो देखती है.
कोई नहीं देखता, कोई जानता भी नहीं है.
हाँ, और दूसरी बात ये है, the strategic question tonight is this. The strategic question. I welcome Abdul Samad Yaqub. I welcome Abdul Samad Yaqub. Abdul Samad Yaqub. What is the view of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf of Imran Khan? Because your party has considerable and very large support all over. And Abdul Samad Yaqub. Abdul Samad Yaqub को मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, ये ठोकना वोकना ये सब बोलना बंद कीजिए. जब ईरान ने आपको ठोका था, तब आपने क्या किया? Hello, yeah, हम तुमको ठोकेंगे and all. Don't speak in that language with me. I'll ask you a straight question. They won't like it. It's going to hurt. मैं कुछ बोलूंगा, इनको लगेगी. मैं इनको पूछूंगा. पूछूं इनको समझ? पूछूं?
अरे दिमागी नहीं.
पूछूं इनको मैं? अब मेरा जवाब दीजिए. उस समय भी इन्होंने, you know Hussain, when Iran's foreign minister Hussein Amir Abdullahian
कुमार ने आज क्यों रिजाइन दिया, ये क्यों नहीं बता रहे हो? लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल MVS कुमार ने आज क्यों रेजिग्नेशन दी है? उसको आपने अरेस्ट क्यों किया है?
आपको बड़े इंटरेस्ट है हमारे आर्मी में. अरे भाई मेरी बात सुनो, हम आपको मिलकर ठोकेंगे ना.
अरे कल रात को तुम्हारा पाकिस्तान चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ कराची में घूम रहा था रात को,
बता देना.
और फिर रात को 11 बजे लाहौर उतरा है. अगर हो सके तो लाहौर बचा लेना. अरे हो सके तो लाहौर बचा लेना.
क्यों डर रहे हो? क्यों आपकी फौज मना कर रही है?
लाहौर बचाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं. लाहौर बचाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं.
Abdul Samad Yaqub, my question is to you. Abdul Samad Yaqub. Others volume down. Mr. Yaqub, ये सब जो बड़ी बड़ी बातें ये शहबाज शरीफ के सरकार और उनके जितने चमचे हैं जो बोलते रहते हैं हम ये करेंगे वो करेंगे. When Iran carried out multiple strikes, right, on Pakistan, retaliatory strikes, right, and all these people, Iranians said that we have attacked the soil of Pakistan. And then after attacking, I'll tell you, Abdul Samad Yaqub, उसके बाद Iranian foreign minister ने फ़ोन उठाई और फ़ोन उठा के इन्होंने शहबाज शरीफ वहाँ के foreign minister सबके साथ बात करके कहा देखिए, we have attacked you, we have hit you, we have fired missiles in Pakistani soil, please stop, otherwise we'll go after your territorial integrity. ये जितने ये हुसैन जैसे हुसैन थीबो और इरशाद जैसे लोग बैठे हैं कि हम ये करेंगे वो करेंगे, Pakistan said sorry to Iran and promised not to counter retaliate, and then this action, moment there were huge strikes. So my question is, Abdul Samad Yaqub, if that is the response to Iran, consider India, whose armies, whose military power, whose economy is many times bigger than Iran. So ये बोलने की बात दूसरी होती है. जैसे कहते हैं ना हिंदी में एक मुहावरा है, हाथी के दांत खाने के और दिखाने के और, है ना. ये खाने के दांत कुछ और है, दिखाने के कुछ और है. जब ईरान ने इनको मारा तब कुछ तो नहीं कर पाए. Till now the only person they have successfully targeted is Imran Khan. They have not been able to target anybody else outside their country. Abdul Samad Yaqub, what would you say to all these people who are saying we are going to hit India and all the other stuff? Please, Abdul Samad Yaqub.
Well, anyone who understands the wars or General Saab is here who far better understand what is the actual war is. I mean, if we compare on the paper, there is no doubt that India is far more superior in a conventional war. And I mean, I don't want to live in the state of the denial. Fact of the matter is, yes, India is far more superior. And we always claim and we always successfully defend ourselves. So fact of the matter is, Pakistan is not facing any security dilemma at the moment. Pakistan is facing the leadership dilemma, the leadership crisis.
Yeah.
Because no nation state can go into the war or can defend itself when there is so much polarization, when there is so much divide, when there is so much hatred against the current puppet regime. So this prime minister, not a prime minister, but a prime puppet, who has no capability or capacity to unite the nation. Nobody pays any heed to this puppet prime minister. The fact, this is unfortunately the irony is. डॉक्टर साहब यार, डॉक्टर साहब आपने रिपोर्ट बना के देनी ISI को, आपने बना के देना। आज मैं इतने मिनट के लिए मैंने जनाब बहुत अच्छा बोला, मुझे शाबाश दे दें, वो आपको शाबाश दे देंगे। आप ISI से आज कल से आप मिन्नतें कर रहे हैं। I mean, from last night they are gone mad. These PML goons कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इधर उधर जा रहे हैं कि जी इसको पकड़ो, इसको अरेस्ट करो, इसको जेल में डालो, इसको ISI उठा के ले गए। ये कल से मिन्नतें कर रहे हैं।
Put him in the middle. Put someone in the middle. Someone in the middle.
ये मेरे लिए
तुम्हारे हाथों से मैं बिरयानी बनवाऊंगा
सोशल मीडिया
और लिटा के तुम्हें मिट्टी और कीचड़ में तुम्हें बाहर धूप में बिठा के रखूंगा। देखना तुम्हारा क्या हाल करूंगा।
कुत्ते के बाल बांधो,
कुत्ते के गले में पट्टा होता है ना, वो पट्टा पहना के तुम्हें तुम्हारे घर के बाहर बांध के रखूंगा,
कुत्ते के पिंजरे में,
और तुम्हें तुम्हारे हाथों से बिरयानी बनवा के तुम्हें खिलवाऊंगा, जिसके अंदर हिंदुस्तानी मसाले मैं डालूंगा।
The issue is here, जो बात इरशाद जी जो बात रिपीटेडली पाकिस्तान के कितने एनालिस्ट, अभिजीत कितने एनालिस्ट कह रहे हैं कि हमारे कंट्री में बहुत बड़ी फूट है। एक तो आसिम मुनीर, एंटी आसिम मुनीर और प्रो आसिम मुनीर ग्रुप है, एक पीटीआई ग्रुप है, एक एंटी पीटीआई ग्रुप है, एक PMLN है, एक PMLNS है, एक PPP है। There are many divisions. They are divided country. There's Sindh, Baluchi, Gilgit, Baltistan. It's a broken country. We need to do nothing.
इमरान खान पार्टी मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 70% पाकिस्तान की अवाम PTI के साथ है, और PTI को दिखाओ, निकाल के मारा है, दिखाओ। पाकिस्तान में इतने क्लेंजिंग की है जैसे तुमने बलूच के जवान बच्चियां औरतों के साथ रेप किया है, मैस ग्रेव बनाए हैं, अब तुम भी PTI के लोगों के साथ यही कर रहे हो। अरे तुम्हारे आपस में एकता है ही नहीं।
मैं कह रहा हूं अभी तो बांधा भी नहीं है और उसकी तरफ भौंक रहे हो।
अरे तुम्हें तो रेबीज हो गई है, मैं रेबीज का इंजेक्शन तुम्हारे लिए लेके आऊंगा।
No, but seriously, on a serious note, Abhijit, if they had the ability to strike back, they would have done a counter-retaliatory strike with Iran. When Iran struck with missiles, they chose not to do that. They say we chose. I don't think they have the ability. Do they have the ability? Hussein comes here and makes these hyperballistic statements. The fact of the matter is, Iran justified its action. They said we have attacked Pakistan. And Pakistan failed to reply. Hussein, you did not reply. You were hammered with missiles. Hussein, you did not reply. The world saw. You're an impotent country that could not reply.
Pakistan is gone. Iran is attacking. Afghanistan is attacking.
Hussein and Abhijit.
Their financial reserves are enough for about 3 weeks. Now, what are you going to do without money? Where can you go without money? You know, it costs right now, their weekly expenditure is something like $1.5 billion. With the full mobilization, it goes up to $3.5 billion. With a full war expenditure, it goes up to $6-7 billion a year, a week. They're going to be bankrupt in about 10-15 days. You know, money doesn't come out of thin air, or no. So they can claim whatever they want. But after 10 days, they really can't do much. Who's going to give them money? Nobody's, even their dear friends, Qatar aren't giving them money. Turkey isn't giving them money. China isn't giving them money. Nobody's bailing them out of their economic situation.
You must remember, Hussain,
soldiers going to be
you must remember, Hussain, look at the watch now. Hussain, Islamabad is 19 minutes away for BrahMos.
Whole nation is ready. We are behind our army chief.
But where is your army chief? I don't see him. Where is he? KK. That's what to KK tonight.
Correct thing. Your all 9 corps commanders are divided. You know, Arno brought it out from Iran side. You know, Iran, Afghanistan along the Turan line. You know this. It has happened in Spin Baldock. It has happened in Chaban border. Your 53 people have been killed today. Indian army is now coming from this side. You are gone. Our navy will be coming through both your Godar and Karachi gone. What you will do? We will take and the CPAC, we will cut it from the north. You know this? We will cut it. You keep shouting like this.
I wish Samar, the Pakistanis, I feel sorry for them. They are very, very confused. They're coming on Indian television and just saying what they want, but they know heart of heart. They know heart of heart, they don't know what they are heading in for. It's a period of immense uncertainty for a economically bankrupt country like Pakistan to try and get into a situation like this. I see uncertainty in their eyes.
I can say only one thing to the audience, Arnab, that never give the enemy something what he is wanting the most and at what time. So you're not going to get it when you are wanting it. लड़ाई चाहिए ना तुम्हें जंग तो वो तब देंगे जब तुम्हें उम्मीद ही नहीं होगी अभी जो तैयारियां करनी है कर लो और जब कद्दू कटेगा तुम सब में बटेगा और देखना 1 महीने बाद ये सारे बुज़दिल यूके यूएई कनाडा में अपने रिश्तेदारों के घरों में मिलेंगे या टीवी के सामने आके
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you at this time. 91% of our viewers feel that our kinetic response should target only the Pakistani army. At 9 o'clock tonight, the Prime Minister has given a free hand. There's been big meetings, ladies and gentlemen, huge meetings that have been across the national capital. I gave a bureau of these meetings. Rajnath Singh, Ajit Doval, Anil Chauhan, CDS, Army Chief, Naval Staff, Air Staff have all been there in these meetings. There was a meeting that started 7:30 between Amit Shah and Prime Minister Modi. Clearly something important is going to happen. Now, at a time like this, you can expect the Congress to do what it does the best. Today, they have been fighting very hard once again for Pakistan. Rahul Gandhi is on Pakistan's side. We'll debate that when I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Reva University, a social impact multidisciplinary university. Co-powered by Ravin Group. Bharosa Rakho, Surakshit Raho. Panasonic ACs, trusted AC for smart homes.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Beyond better, the new Tiguan R-Line. Volkswagen.
Does this work?
Of course. It's a complete makeover.
It's missing something. I feel like it needs a frame. A frame over.
What's a frame over?
Now that's a frame move.
Game over.
Stylish frames starting at rupees 800. Over 20 international brands, free eye test. Get your frame over today at Titan Eye Plus.
At Dayanand Sagar University, we educate and empower. We prepare students for the future, helping them identify their strengths and thrive in a global world. Here, academic excellence meets innovation, shaping leaders of tomorrow. With a vibrant cultural scene and world-class sports facilities, DSU nurtures holistic development. Dayananda Sagar University, Bengaluru. Explore, innovate, succeed.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Time now for the nation's sharpest opinion, and the Congress party is relentlessly fighting for Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, this party has declared itself now to be on Pakistan's side. They put out a tweet in which they have put out a Sar Tan Se Juda kind of post targeting the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is at the PMO. He has cut short his Saudi Arabia visit. The moment he was informed of the attack, he's meeting the Army Chief, Navy Chief, Chief of Defence Staff, Defence Minister, National Security Advisor. And he's framing the details of how we will respond to Pakistan at a time like this. What the Congress party has done is that it has put out a Sar Tan Se Juda imagery post targeting the Prime Minister of India, inciting violence against the Prime Minister of India, trying to do something which may serve as a dog whistle to certain communal vote banks. They have called for harm and violence against the Prime Minister of India. There is a visible representation of violence against the Prime Minister of India. It is a symbolic, the Congress party has put out a symbolic call for harm against the Prime Minister of India. The Congress party has therefore asked for subversion against the Indian state and the Prime Minister of India. And unsurprisingly, the Congress party's tweet is being shared across Pakistan as proof of the fact that the Congress party is completely on the side of the Pakistan government and the Pakistan army. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to say what the Pakistanis are saying, but all Pakistanis today know that if there is one political party with one leader who is on Pakistan's side, it is Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party. The Congress party, in doing so, is endangering national unity by targeting the Prime Minister of India with violent imagery at a time when he is continuously doing high-level meetings to decide what kind of measure to take against the enemy nation. Ladies and gentlemen, to do this kind of imagery and target Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this time, to try and use the reach of the Congress party's social media handles to encourage subversive activities and action against national interest on Indian soil, the Congress party is officially engaged in the worst form of secessionism. The Congress party is providing international amplification for Pakistan with a mocking tone that Modi has gone missing. They are seeking to undermine India's leadership and compromise India's sovereignty. And Sonia Gandhi, since you are Italian born and your name is Antonia Di Maino, I want to ask you, Sonia Gandhi, Antonia Di Maino, would you or your son speak against Italy in the way that you're speaking against Bharat? That is the question Sonia Gandhi has got to be asked. If Sonia Gandhi or her son were to behave in such a way against the Prime Minister of Italy, then would Sonia Gandhi get away with this? This is not how a national party operates or behaves. You are endangering the life of the Prime Minister because you're politically pathetic and you are losers. This sar tan se juda